What's going on, people? Yeah, just give me a second. Um, I'm gonna be on mute for a minute so I'll get started. Got a lot of fucking things going on. Ugh. Ugh. All right, all right, all right, all right. Yeah, I was back. I had to look up some things, but yeah, back to this and things like that. So, all right, this is part two. I'm gonna read this link. It's on the digital Washington EDU research works. We're still talking about conservatism, and we're gonna go to the origins in a minute. Hold on, and let me see my files and my folders for a minute. Um, let's see others. Conserve. Ugh, man, this is getting wild. Hmm. Yeah, I'm tripping today, so don't y'all bear with me. Oh, here it is. 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 We're gonna find it right here. Or shall I say, yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. What is up with these damn ads? God damn. Shit. Enough with the fuck shit, please, people. Shit. Bear with me, please. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Let me go right up here. He's important. I'm gonna read this part. Okay, reactionary or traditional conservatism: the origins and the consequences of the far right movement of 1960s. Okay, the emergence of the Tea Party movement is a reminder that the far right can be a powerful political force in America, yet scholarship on the far right pales in comparison to work on the left wing social movements. My project examines the far right by revisiting the 1960s, a critical time because of the ideological realignment shapes America today. Scholars explain that the far right movements are motivated by the commitment to retain social prestige, unlike traditional conservatives and sympathizers with the far right are reactionary conservatives who resist social change at all costs. However, work on the far right, reactionary conservatism, especially work focus on the 1960s and falls to place movement in its appropriate historical context, theorize and subsequently test the theory. My project first grounds reactionary conservatism in the political context of the 1960s. I examined the driving force behind the far right's resistance to social change in relations to the progress of civil rights movement and ever presented Cold War. The ever presented Cold War, my fault for that slip up. Through a comparison of far right literature to mainstream conservative thought, the far right's anxiety towards the social change that stands out. Moreover, an analysis of 1964 national election study data suggests that the anxiety towards the social change goes above and beyond other explanations. To explain sympathy for the movement for our right, sympathy is also a powerful predictor of the political participation. Negative attitudes towards the integration and outgroup entropy. And finally, I use panel data to examine the powerful reactionary conservatism over time and to test whether or not the anxiety of the far right is a long-standing stable attitude acquired early life. I found that the reactionary conservatism is an important explanation for political behavior and attitudes in the times of clear social change in the years in the future. I'm going to put this in the chat if y'all want to read where I got this from. And I'm just going to put a piece in there so, y'all can go in there. What's going on, Justin Andre? Salute, man. Salute. Peace, Commandante Lou and Tampa Supreme. Yeah, I'm just going to dump this in there. I'll do a part 2 of it. Yeah, it's just like a little politics into it. So they're very reactionary. And he said, conservatives, what's the difference between the two? We'll put this in here. And a person, we're going to read the difference between, oh, damn, they're showing the J Labs. Get that off my screen. Stop saying it. Not interested in that. Yeah, oh, God. Showing all the mics. Y'all know better than that. Okay, conservatism as a noun, politics, reactionary as an adjective. That means describing what's going on. Okay, so conservative, a person who favors maintain of the status quo, one who opposes change to traditional institutions of their country, a political conservative, a physical conservative, or a social conservative. Conservative as an adjective, cautious. Conservative as an adjective, tending to resist change or innovation. Examples: the Circulum Committee at the university is extremely conservative. Okay. Conservative as an adjective, based on the pessimistic assumptions. At a conservative estimate, growth may even be negative next year. As an adjective, U.S. political politics and social science, supporting some combination of physical, political, or social conservatism. Okay. Reactionary as an adjective, political favoring a return to supposed golden age of the past. That's reactionary. And here's the chemistry of the adjective, of pertaining to, participating, or introducing the chemical reaction. As a noun, one who is opposed to change, one who is very conservative. They said reactionary conservatives. It's different levels, and they going in. Okay, the physics not comparable, neither creating nor destroying the given quantity. As an adjective, having power to preserve in a safe or entire state, or from loss or waste or injury. Preservative, not conservative, but they said preservative. Now Judaism, yeah, we already know about that. So it goes into that fact, difference between the two. They was trying to say the difference between the two. I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't know why they put this in there, but the reactionary conservatism is whatever. We're going to talk about they being reactionary. The roots of reactionary conservatism with Laura K. Field, but Trump's not a conservative. He's more of a liberal. You ask me, he's more. Okay. Get this up out of here. Laura Kay's work on political theory didn't use to focus on today's political arena, but when it's a prominent conservative intellectual starting to ask back in the authoritarian populist message of Donald Trump in 2016 or 2016, she began looking into the intellectual roots of the conservative thinkers. She joined Gil Cavaservis to discuss how today's reactionary conservatives have rejected liberal democratic principles after mischaracterizing the values of liberal democracy. And it breaks down it breaks down how they're combined the ideas of Aristotle, Leo Strauss, and others, as well as skepticism of a democratic institutions developed a line of thinking that characterized the intellectual right today. That's what they say. And Laura Kay said, this is a tip of something very resisting to any kind of authority in the government combined with an embrace of strong man rule. So it's a kind of a paradoxal, full contradictions. Jill Cav said, hello, I'm Jill Cavaservis for the Nixian Center. Welcome to the Vital Center podcast, where they try to sort out the problems of the muddled and moderate majority of Americans, drawing upon history, biography, and current events. I'm very happy to be joined today by Laura K. Fields. She is a senior fellow at the Niskian Center and a scholar resident in American University. Welcome, Laura. He was talking. Just like a little interview. He was talking. I don't know if I want to read that. And they ain't talking about reactionary conservatism, but it's just something. Oh, it's like an interview. Yeah, I ain't gonna get this. That's a bad link. My fault, y'all. They actually got a book on it on Amazon. Reactionary Mind. So yeah, basically, they got books on this. I did not know that. The authentic conservative versus the reactionary conservative. It's a good argument. The reactionary outlook is consequently hostile to the commitment to the moral equality that is authentic conservatives, liberals, and progressives share. Russell Kirk famously opinionated that conservatism is an outlook or disposition before it's a political philosophy. As the late Roger Scruton put it in his 2017 book, Conservatism. Innovation to great tradition and conservative believes that the good things are easily destroyed, not easily created. As a consequence, many conservatives react with distrust or outright hostility when the political left demands radical transformations to the status quo. But this is true whether their proposals are in the economical sphere, such as demands for the dramatic redistribution of the wealth and power, or more culturally oriented, such as critics and direct towards the nuclear family or cherished institutions for those on the left. This opposition has a darker suggestions than Scruton's noble gratitude for good things. It indicates that conservatives are unwilling to undertake the changes necessary to establish a truly just and fair society. They have often defined themselves politically by reacting against any efforts to challenge the hierarchies of oppression and domination. To the political theorist, progressive commentator Corey Robin makes this polemical point in this modern classic reactionary mind, Conservatism from Edmund Burke to Sarah Palin. Conservatism is a theoretical voice of this animus against the agency of the subordinate classes. It provides most consistent and profound argument as to why the lower orders should not be allowed to exercise their independent will, why should not be allowed to govern themselves, or the polity and submission is their first duty and agency to prerogative of the elite. Though it is often claimed that the left stands for equality, at the right stands. Oh, damn. Who is it? Yeah, I'll look at that later. I'm doing something right now. Hold on. Okay, polity. Okay, the elite and authentic equality right stands for the freedoms. And this notion misstates that the actual disagreement between the right and left historically, the conservatives have favored liberty for the higher orders and constraints for the lower orders. What the conservative sees and dislikes in equality, it is not a threat to freedom, but it is extension. For for in that extension, he sees a loss of his own freedom. This conception of conservatism as an inherently reactionary voice speaking for the powerful against the subordinate classes would obviously by unappealing to many. In this essay, I wish the discussion of the difference between the authentic conservatism grounded in gratitude and a reactionary outlook predicted on the disdain for weakness. My argument will be that the two are in fact quite different. Okay, conserving what one can, changing what one must. See, okay, we got one right here. Okay, let's see. So we're gonna, y'all give me a second for a minute. Conservatism, I'm gonna put this in the playlist. Yeah, been busy today. Oh, I believe the feature of the distinguishing the authentic conservatism from the reactionary outlook is the principal recognition of the moral equality of all human beings. Here we must be careful. Moral equality does not mean equality of talent, virtue, or material status. Yeah, material status. What it means is the recognition that each person's life is intrinsically worthwhile. And consequently, the political institutions must show each of their citizens equal respect. To the belief in the moral equality of all his deep roots in the many traditions, including Christian thinking, where each individual was seen as a possessing as inherent dignity as a consequence of being God's creation and the subject of his agapic agapic love, and is also foundational to the liberal philosophy, as has been observed by the political philosopher Will Kimalika. Whether one thinks of the Jeffersonian injection that all men are created equal, and a Kantian imperative to treat each other individual as an end in himself, or John Stuart Mill's insistence that each person is over himself sovereign, but they are innumerable references to morality, equality of individuals throughout the liberal traditions. Of course, this does not mean that liberal societies apply to principles of morality, equality consistently. So they mentioned John Stuart Mill, a utilitarian philosopher. That's what birthed these terms. They mention him in there. See, they don't talk about that in space. John Stuart Mill. That's a utilitarian philosopher. He birthed these ideologies too. They don't tell you that in school. This has indeed contributed to the ongoing crisis of legitimacy in liberal states. It also does not mean that the classical liberals thought that moral equality required achieving material equality for all. Something contemporary liberal theorists such as John Rawls took issue with. But despite these controversies, the principles of a moral equality has proven subsequently powerful. To this point, even by the 19th century, Alex D. Cocklequivel was nothing. Its widespread acceptance and decimation across democratic America. For Burke, Cocklequivel, Scruton, and others, one must recognize that the people treat each other as moral equals when they shared a form of life together. In authentic conservatism accepts morality, equality of individuals, but it insists that liberals, and especially progressives err in thinking that the principle is respected primarily due to institution and philosophical changes. From Burke onwards, conservatives insist that the popular enlightenment concede, um, I'll say conceit, misunderstands human nature as well as indeed misapprehends the often effective basis from our attachment to others and then the roots of our convictions. For Burke, Tocqueville, and Scruton and others, and one must recognize that people treat each other as moral equals when they share a form of life together. But this can take a variety of forms, and from the belonging to the same community to worshiping together on a Sunday to engaging in one-on-one forms of commerce. One of the most important characteristics of this way of life is the ordinary people engage in it freely and gladly, but this demonstrates the significance without a shared form of life, which generates ties of the political friendship and love. People become incapable of treating each other as a moral equals. They see others as a mere means to as the end, as the best, or potentially threaten strangers who must be outcompeted and overcome at worst. Oftentimes, these anxieties will lead people into the turn of the state with the demands that entrench special powers and entitlements for self-advancement and protection, which can come at the expense of others. But the state will then grow into an alien power, which states itself above everyone as the sole force of holding societies together. As a consequence, any respect for moral equality will disappear as the powerful come to dominate, that the weak suffer what they must. Of course, this does not mean that the things should not change in the form of life is maintained by living the people over generations. It grows and changes as they do. However, hard-worn forms of life provide a sense of meaning, and the attachment should not be surrounded easily. The reactionary outlook. Okay, I want to see who's in the chat. Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna zoom in. Yeah. Let's see who's in the chat. He said gas. What's going on, Mike? Salute to you, man. And what's going on, Tampa? Appreciate you. What's going on, Enhanced Utility? Yeah, appreciate y'all brothers coming through. Yeah, I'm gonna zoom in. So we're gonna talk about this in a minute. Okay, reactionary outlook. Man is instable for power. He is an infantile in his desires and always discounted with what he has, loves only what he has not. People complain of disposition of princes. They ought to complain of the despotism of man. We're all born despots from the most absolute monarch in Asia to the infant who smothers a bird with his hand for the pleasure of seeing that there exists in the world a being weaker than self. Joseph D. Maistre. Reactionary outlook is very different in its approach to more authentic conservatism, but it does not regard individuals as moral equals. Also, it sees the human world not as fragile but beautiful achievement, which is to be cherished. Instead, it views the world as increasingly governed by a chaotic decline that the only power can stop. For the reactionary, the world is fundamentally a very dangerous place where disorder and violence are the order of the day. Any social order that has been established is a consequence not of a shared commitment to a form of life, but is a result of a certain superior individuals having had the strength and power to master the inferior. Just what constitutes the superior individual differs widely depending on the reactionary. In early modernity, reactionaries turned to the European aristocracy. Later individuals such as Arthur D. Gobineau appealed to the race. Explanatory principles indicating why the few should rule over the many. More contemporaneously, capitalist reactionaries such as Ayn Rand saw the market not as Adam Smith did, as a imperfect system that nevertheless operated to better the wealth of all, but as the means of sorting the real creative producers from the mass of second-handers. Each of these figures has very different philosophical. Hold on, let me get my scroll down. Okay, philosophical outlook about who is actually the superior man. However, they are united by a pre philosophical outlook, which insists that the individuals are not equal, have never been equal, and that the more worthy should ascend while the inferior come to accept their plan. They place in the cosmic order. The reactionary outlook is thus in the respect of hostile to localism and gratitude that characterize authentic conservatism. Authentic conservatism, after all, has a mark of appreciation for the customs, free interactions, and small scale virtues that comprise of forms of life for ordinary people. The reactionary outlook's attraction is to strength and power, which are ultimately the only forces that can generally bring order to the world. But this worldview indeed holds that submission is the first duty of the inferior, and the different mores applies to those who are better. The reactionary outlook is consequently hostile to the commitment to moral equality that authentic conservatives and liberals and progressives share. Matt McManus is a professor of politics at Whitman College and the author of The Rise and the Postmodern Conservatism, among other books. He can be added to Twitter VA, so you can look this up, Matt McManus. So yeah, this is also the Merriam-West.com talks about that. That's a little piece. I'm gonna put this in the chat as well. Y'all can read for yourselves as well. That's just one thing you can look for. So I'm just gonna put this in here, and we're gonna talk a little bit about conservatism. And I asked that question: is it relevant in 2021? Oh God, did I go back? My fault, y'all. Let me. Yeah, I accidentally hit that. Yeah, I accidentally hit that, y'all. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Well, I got it on my page. Hold on. I got it on my page. So yeah. Yeah, it's all good. Okay. If y'all want to read that for yourselves. Okay. They said, what's the difference? Reactionary versus conservative. Oh God, he's showing these ads. Oof. I knew this is bad. Yeah, I can't show y'all that. Hold on. Yeah. I said it's reactionary. Okay, that's okay. We're gonna get off that because you got a lot of reactionary conservatives, and then we're gonna see. I said conservatism, is it reactionary? And I can say yes or no. And that's by Edwin Burke. We're gonna go like here for real quick. So we're just gonna have this up here real quick. So I'm gonna put in here and then I'm just gonna have it go here. Is conservative say outdated. Why the GOP is ideologically lost. I talk about this. They said Joe Biden a traitor. We found the link. The NewYorkMag.com intelligence. Yep. Has no agenda. American conservatism has long been an incoherent, hypocritical creed. There's nothing new about Republicans preaching balanced budgets while practicing physical pro profligacy or prescribing laissez-faire for the indignant while expanding welfare for conservative constituencies or equating public investment with communism while fighting to expand the most centrally planned sector of the economy. Ronald Reagan was a small government conservative in the streets, but at Keynesian in the balance sheets. Yes, so true. Well, actually, Reagan used to be a liberal in Hollywood, so he didn't become conservative till later on. So that's a sidebar for y'all. Y'all didn't know that. He wasn't always conservative. Trust me. He bought into that shit with the gold water. They taught him that. He wasn't always like that. Don't let him fool y'all, because they ain't gonna tell you the history of that. Even though he was, I think he kind of messed up the 80s. So I'll give him that. And the child support and the crackhead, that's a whole nother topic. But he wasn't really conservative. Now, he had liberal tendency. He was worse than that. But Trump was 10 times worse. Trump's always been the L. He's never been a C. Yeah, conservatism to me is kind of dead. It ain't what it used to be. You have to really practice that. But we're going to get in this spiel. Nonetheless, the ideological incoherence of the contemporary GOP is unusual severe. The Reaganites could not practice what they preach. Exactly. Post-Trump Republicans can't settle on a catechism to the hypocritical recite. The party has set unwavering transactional commitments to reactionary billionaires, the provincial capitalists, and the Christian right. Some of its factions harbor intelligible agendas, but these continents are no longer united by the overriding account of the how public policy must change. Today's GOP insists that corporate titans are job creators entitled to low taxes, but also woke traitors deserving of the state persecution. But it calls for an end to American nation building in the Middle East, but also for Joe Biden to push for regime change in Iran. A lot of people say Iran or Iran. I pronounce it Iran. But it derides welfare programs as innovations to dependencies, but also evinces in some interest in expanding for the refundable taxes credits for working classes families. It wants to resort to American economic sovereignty by reshoring supply chains and protecting domestic manufacturing, but it also gives the multinational firms veto power over United States tax policy. Okay, I'll read this again. Republicans have less trouble articulating what they are against: high taxes, immigration, Joe Biden's fictional meat ban, Dr. Seuss, enterprises, property rights. But as the sardonic summary suggests, that GOP's unifying anticipates are larger divorce from genuine questions of public policy. The social liberalism of consumer-facing corporations is a product of cultural change, not legislative action. The part of the Biden agenda that most inflamed conservatives activists do not actually exist. And even on the immigration, Republicans boast no consensus of vision for how the status quo should be reformed. In 2018, Donald Trump's bill to slash legal immigration garnered just 39 GOP states. GOP votes in the Senate. The Republicans lack any affirmative governing agenda is less matter of opinion than the official record. In 2020, the party declined to put forth a campaign platform of any kind. It is a stand bearer, never detailed the policies he intended to enact upon reelection. Okay. Conservative intellectuals have conceived new orthodoxies, but they keep getting aborted. One of the prominent explanations for the GOP's ideological confusion goes something like this. American conservatism's flagship institutions is to think tanks, legal societies, and highbrow publications remain faithful to the free market theology. And unconsequently, the GOP's largest donor networks have also retained their hostility to social welfare, progressive taxation, and the state direction of the national economy. But the market fundamentalism is empirically discredited and politically obsolete. But the Reaganite commitment to the free trade decimated the American industrial basis and facilitate China's rise. Now, a new communist superpower threatens the U.S. global dominance. And unlike these Americans' competitors, China's leading exporters can count on the state-sponsored investment and subsidy. And Republicans tried to answer their economic threat to the small government way, but the Trump tax cuts did a little increase business and investment in the U.S. Thus, the objectives of minimizing non-military public spending and safeguarding the American economic and geopolitical supremacy have come into tension. Meanwhile, college-educated professionals have moved left. Low-income whites have moved right. Republicans have grown increasingly reliant on the support of the Americans who have more us for transfer programs that supply side bromids and such as dissatisfaction while the market fundamentalism is not limited to red America's new arrivals, but the party's best organized mass contingency, the Christian social conservatives, have grown increasingly dissatisfied with the role of the junior partner in a coalition of the Randian plutocrats. For the 4 decades since Reagan's election has been very good for country club Republicans, who's been their share of national income and wealth growth presumptuously. Yet over the same period, America's more traditionalists have witnessed a collapse in their culture influence. They were promised at the end of the rise and the restoration of family values. Instead, they got same-sex marriage, plummeting birth rates, emptying pews in drag queen story hour. And to add the insult to injury, woke corporations that spit in the face of the very movement that gifted them rock bottom taxes. The outlines of the new conservative of fusionism which is to say of a governing philosophy that could bind blue collar nativist Christians, conservatives, anti-China hawks together by redressing their desperate disappointments with the Reaganism is readily discernible. A motley crew of right-wing intellectuals have already begun sketching versions of such an agenda. Detail of their visions are very widely, but generally speaking, this new right privileges national strengths above free markets fulfill, but employment above small government, and then the traditional family above and the individual liberty. A program along these lines would have satisfied the bulk of the red America's densions, have considerable appeal and among swing voters, but it is not to appeal to the GOP's market fundamental elite and the entrenched power of those think tankers, think tankers and big dollar donors and preempts any genuine realignment into the old Republican orthodoxy is dying, and a new one cannot be born. So that is conservative intellectuals have conceived of new orthodoxies, but they keep getting aborted. Is the new right wrong? This is more or less in the new right account what's happening in the GOP, and this largely aligns with my own understanding of the party's predicament. Although I'm more skeptical of this substantive viability of the new rights program. But it's an easy essay that attracts to the conservative interest. The journalist Tanner Greer agrees that the new rights narrative is fundamentally wrong. Republican elites aren't fostering the libertarianism on their parties. Communitarian rank and filed elite social conservatives are trying to foist the communitarianism on their party's libertarian masses. Greer's piece is the best primer of the new right that I've encountered. It provides a subsequent taxonomy of the group's disparate factions, which range from the policies-oriented pro-worker conservatives at the American Compass and American Affairs, who are chiefly concerned with getting Republicans to embrace industrial policies, immigration restriction, sectoral bargaining, and some forms of social welfare, to the reactionary and integralists who are primarily interested in turning the 21st century United States into some of kind of a Catholic theocracy. Greer also offers this final summary of the new rights indictment of the GOP's free market and establishment. The conservatives lost the culture war, and this loss, they maintain, was their own side's fault. The left never shines away from using government to make the world woke, but we have never been allowed to reply is in kind. But the libertarian dogmas of Milton Friedman and Frederick Hayek have handicapped conservatism. Libertarian ideals which champion the sovereign individual unfettered by the community, tradition, or obligation are sugar-coated poison pills. They promise to beat back a grasping federal government, but attempt to achieve this aim by scandalizing the same fatal lie that makes progressivism possible in the first place. There's no notion of common good, goes to lie, that can ever justify violating your right to individual self-realization. Okay. But Greer insists that the new right has a wrong culprit. Libertarian intellectuals are in the source of their ideology and marginalized in America's policies, but the centuries old. Folks' ways of the American people are specifically, Greer argues that ethos and individual sovereignty is deeply rooted in the cultural America in general, and Red America is particular. He observes that the uneducated, the 18th century Americans who never read a page of John Locke, nevertheless articulated libertarian principles such as the right of the people to govern their own affairs and live how they personally see fit. But in interviews and other records, Greer suggests that these remarks do not reflect the popularization of the elite ideas, but rather to ingrain customs of peoples who first settled the republic. A legal regime that allows children to freely choose their own marriage partners have been far more efficient engine of autonomizing that all Enlightenment theorists put together. But such as a legal regime and a nuclear family system in supports predate Locke by centuries, so it would wish all the bugbears of the new right. The detachment of the suburban home, the egoism of the individualists strive over rationalist notions of the social contract and the ceaseless worrying of the capitalist machine, but all of the clear antecedents in English society, many reaching back to the 1200s. In the America, the antique individuals of folkways met the realities of frontier living. No other explanation for the American people's libertarian impulses are needed. And thus, in Greer's estimation, America's libertarian tracts were foist on no one. Rather, they are simply an attempt to articulate the language of the philosophy through the common sense attitudes and practice long embedded in the customs of the people of themselves. He goes on to argue that the common settled sense of the American Scottish Rite immigrants, thus of the regions they settle, privilege clean over the community, and individual autonomy over the common good to an exceptional degree. And it was these very regions that make Donald Trump president, which makes the New Right project fundamentally hopeless. These intellectuals hope to build a post-libertarian national order on the backs of the most naturally libertarian demographic in the country. Folkways and tax. Yeah, this is a good article, but I ain't gonna read the rest. It's self-explanatory. The New York Mag. I'm gonna put the rest in the chat if y'all want to read. But yeah, man. Yeah, this is more about the GOP and things like that. So I'm gonna put this in here. I'm gonna find another one. I want to see how long we're gonna take this. Man, it's about 46 minutes. What's going on, 1Gs? What's going on? New and she. Salute to y'all brothers, man. We just gonna drop a little piece. Oh shit, hold on. Did I have that wrong? Hold on. Let me paste this. Yeah. There we go. My fault. So we're just talking a piece of why the geopolitically lost, and that's just one of the things right here, and what's happened to the Republicans and the New Yorkers. So you know what I'm saying? Like I'm just saying, like, and that's just what it is. And yeah, I just want to do this little part two. This is like another piece, but this more proof what's going on in the Republicans. I talked about it the first half of Republicans. We had a discussion. I got a stream on conservatism. It's like a 2-hour thing. I mean, Mike V and SKC came through, so you know what I'm saying. And we'll show Barry Goldwater in a minute. So that goes the history of what we talked about. I'm the first one that brought it up in a stream. I know others did too, but I went in depth on conservatism. This is like a part two confirming what is happening to Republicans in the becoming party of Trump, and the GOP confronts the kind of existential crisis that has destroyed American parties in the past. By Jelani Cobb, March 8th, 2021, by the NewYorker.com. And the party's future depends on whether it will adapt modern circumstances. Okay. One of the oldest imperatives of American electoral politics is to define your opponents before they can define themselves. So it was not surprising when the summer of 1963, Nelson Rockefeller, a centrist Republican governor from New York, launched a preemptive attack against Barry Goldwater, like we mentioned before in our last stream. Barry Goldwater, a right-wing Arizona senator, as both men were preparing to run for presidential nomination of the Republican Party. But the nature of Rockefeller's attack was noteworthy. If the GOP embraced Goldwater and an opponent of the civil rights legislation, Rockefeller suggests that it would be pursuing a program based on racism, sectionalism, such in a turn towards the elements of Rockefeller saw as a fantastically short-sighted, would be potentially destructive to a party that it had held to the White House for 8 years. Owing the popularity of Dwight Eisenhower, but has been languished in the minority in progress for the better part of 3 decades. Some moderates in the Republican Party thought that the Rockefeller was overstating the threat, but he was hardly alone in his concern. Richard Nixon, the former vice president, who had received substantial black support in his 1960 presidential bid against John F. Kennedy. My fault. Excuse me. John F. Kennedy told a reporter for Ebony that if Goldwater wins his fight, our party would eventually become the first major all-white political party. But the Chicago Defender, the premier black newspaper of the era, concurred that, starting bluntly, that the GOP was an en route to becoming a white man's party. But for the anxiety among Republican leaders, Goldwater prevailed, securing the nomination at the party's convention in San Francisco. In his speech to the delegates, he made no pretense of his ideological intent. Extremism is the defense of the liberty, is no vice, he said. Moderation is the pursuit of justice, is no virtue. He delivered the famous line shortly after the delegates had defeated the platform plank on civil rights. Goldwater crusade failed on November of 1964 when incumbent Lyndon Johnson, he's an incumbent Democrat, by the way, beat him. You know why? Because when Kennedy died, it was him and Goldwater and Lyndon Johnson going at it. But see, people forget about Goldwater history. I've heard of his name before. He lost. And you know how Johnson did. Johnson wasn't good either. So I'm just going to put that out there. He was not great either. Neither one of them were. So it wouldn't make a damn difference. Because racism at that time, my dad was like, in 1964, my dad was kind of like a kid or a teenager at the time. I think he was a teenager at the time in 1964. He was born in 1953. So he remembered all this stuff. We'll talk about it in the household, but you know what I'm saying. But so many words. But back to, as I'm saying, at this time, I mentioned him before, my Part 1 Conservatism. Check that playlist out. I had SKC and Mike V on the panel. That was a short panel, and we went into it. And I mentioned Barry Goldwater and the history of conservatism. This is kind of like where are they at now? So basically, you just got things right there. So that's just what it is. So I'm gonna read the rest of this. I'll give you this as well. Put this in the chat, and then y'all can have your thoughts and what y'all reading and things like that. Okay, who had become president a year early after Kennedy's assassination, won in landslide 486 to 52 votes in the Electoral College. Nevertheless, Goldwater's ascent was a herald-bringer of the future shape of the Republican Party. We just talked about it in part 1 in our stream, if y'all watched that. He was the standard of the Republican Party, right? He represented the emerging nexus between the white conservatives in the West and in the South, where 5 states voted for him over Johnson. But the reason for the shift was clear. Many white Southern Democrats felt betrayed by Johnson's support of the civil rights. The civil rights movement had learned how to translate grassroots activism into political power. Among government leaders, LBJ was singularly important to the passage of the Civil Rights Act in 1964, and he stood firmly behind the Voting Rights Act of 1965. This is when Malcolm X got assassinated around that time too. It's a rough period. In both cases, he pressed on the white Southern Democrats in the Congress, who had long supported to the racial culture and structures of Jim Crow until the mid-20th century. It was a Republican Party founded a century earlier by Northerners enraged by the expansion of slavery, but the party of Lincoln that looked more favorably upon the rights of Black Americans in 1957. It was a Republican President Eisenhower who deployed troops to intervene on the behalf of the Black students in the School of Integration crisis in Little Rock. Goldwater's rise of proved that the catalyst for change. As the historian Ira Katznelson told me, Goldwater opposed the civil rights mainly for libertarian reasons. Here we go again. Nonetheless, it was signed and opened up possibilities for major realignment. The establishment leaders of the GOP were concerned that Goldwater had opened up the party, which which barely emerged from the shadows of McCarthyism, to fringe groups on the far right, such as John Birch Society, people whom Nixon referred to as kooks. Robert H. W. Welch Jr., the founder of the society, claimed that the goal of the civil rights movement was to create a Soviet Negro Republic. Y'all done heard this. Let's read that in parentheses again. He society claimed the goal of the civil rights movement was created a Soviet Negro Republic. Interesting. Marcia Barrett, a historian in the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, whose chronicles involving relationship between civil rights and the Republican Party in her forthcoming book, The Politics of Moderation. Nelson Rockefeller's failed fight to save the party of Lincoln. Notes that before Rockefeller issued his broadside, George W. Lee, a black civil rights activist, businessman, and lifelong Republican, wrote, "The Robert Taft Jr., the Ohio Republican who ran for Congress in 1962, failing significant intervention, Lee said that the Republican Party will be taken over lock, stock, and barreled by the Ku Kluxers." Yeah, the Dixiecrats. We already know about that. The Ku Kluxers, the John Birchers. They said, let's read this again. The Ohio Republican ran to Congress in 1962, but the failing significant intervention, Lee said that the Republican Party will be taken over lock, stock, barrel by Ku Kluxers, the John Birchers, and other extreme right-wing reactionaries. We just read about the reactionaries. I put that in the chat, and this lines up what I'm saying. And there you have it. So we're going to talk about modern conservatism now in the Goldwater. This is important to learn. And we're gonna be fair at both sides in the fence, but I'll think about it if I do liberalism and then break it down and the history of is American liberal and things like that, good or bad. We'll have a discussion on that one as an open discussion on liberalism, and y'all put y'all thoughts on part 2, because I'll make a 2-part series. Now, libertarianism, that's gonna be a good one. I'm gonna do more research. I got some links on that one and back of what I'm saying, and I'll put it out there. So yet once it became clear that Goldwater could win the nomination, shock at his extremism on number of issues, including the potential use of nuclear weapons, began to morph into the compliance. Taft's behavior was typical of the trend, although his family had long been a mainstay of the Republican Party, but his grandfather had been president, and his father and senator, he endorsed Goldwater. You already know Taft goes, the president there. I think the Taft family endorsed Goldwater. That makes sense now. Barrett told me that Goldwater's rise was facilitated by the fact that somewhat moderate Republicans were simply trying to protect their own political prospects. Facts. That's what they was trying to do. Moderate Republicans are really liberal. They didn't want guys like Goldwater to mess it up, but it was going to happen eventually because somebody had to be hijacked. That's, like I said, that's a fascistic move they play. That's politics for you. But in contemporary Republican Party, the resonance is obvious. Mitch McConnell, the party's leader in the Senate, has long played this game and despising Donald Trump, but knuckling under to the reality of his immense popularity among Republican voters. At Trump's second impeachment trial, McConnell voted to acquit, but after the vote, delivered an exhortating speech about Trump's incitement of the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol and the effort that day to reverse the results of the 2020 election. Days later, when asked whether he would support the Trump if he was nominated by the GOP in 2024, McConnell responded, "Absolutely." The most widely debated political question of the moment is, what is happening to the Republicans? One answer is the party's predicament might fairly be called the revenge of the cooks. I mean the kooks. In just 4 years of the GOP, a powerful 167-year-old institution has become the party of Donald Trump. He began in his 2016 campaign by issuing racist and misogynistic salvos. During his presidency, he gave cover to the white supremacist and reactionary militia groups and the QAnon followers. Trump seizure of the party's leadership seemed a stunning achievement at first, but with time, it seems more reasonable to ponder how he could possibly have failed. There were many pre-existing conditions, and Trump took advantage of them. He took advantage of them. But the combination of the base of stoked by the sensationalist right-wing media and the emergence of kook adjacent figures is so-called Gingrich Revolution of 1994. The Tea Party had redefined the party's temper and its ideological boundaries. This is worth remembering. The first candidate to defeat Trump in Republican primary in 2016 was Ted Cruz, who by 2020 had long set aside his reservations about Trump was implicated in spurring into the mob that attacked the Capitol building. One of the most telling developments of the 2020 contest was rarely discussed in August in Republican National Convention, convened without President a new party platform. The convention was centered almost solely on Trump, but the events, all of which took place in the White House, validated an increasingly suspicion that Trump himself was the Republican platform. Particularly speaking, the refusal to articulate concrete positions spared the party the embarrassment of watching the president contradict them. In 2016, religious conservatives succeeded in getting an anti-pornography plank into the platform, only to be confronted by news of Trump's extramarital affair with the adult film performer Stormy Daniels. Now there would be no distinction between the Republican Party and then the menacing bigotry, belligerence. Okay, I'll read that again. Menacing bigotry, belligerence, misogyny, and narcissism of its singular representative, or consider the events of the past 6 months alone. During presidential debate, a sitting commander-in-chief gave a shout out to the Proud Boys, a far right hate group, and he also refused to commit to a peaceful transfer of power, and subsequently attempt to strong arm the Georgia Secretary of the State into falsifying the election returns. He and the other Republican officials filed more than 60 lawsuits in an effort to overturn the results of the election. He incited the insurgentists who overran the Capitol and demanded the lynching of, among others, and the Republican vice president. He was impeached for the second time, but then acquitted by the Senate Republicans, fearful of a base that remains in his thrall. But the fact that the behavior is commonplace does not mean it should be mistaken for the behavior that is normal. But that's the character of the current Republican Party can hardly be attributed to Trump alone. And 139 House Republicans and 8 senators voted against decertifying some of the Electoral College votes, even after being forced to vacate their chambers just hours early. On January 6th, a week later, 197 House Republicans voted against Trump's impeachment, despite his having used one branch governors to fomented violence against another. Liz Cheney of Wyoming, the senior of the 10 Republicans who voted impeached, survived an effort to remove her from her post at the chair of the House Republicans conference, but was censored. not censored, but censured by her state's party organization. In the House, more Republicans voted against Cheney and then voted against the removal of Muriel Taylor and Greener of Georgia and the extremist Trump, stalwart and questionometer a promoter, and from her community posts, and she's also signed the only Republicans and senators in Trump's impeachment trial. Let's read it. Ooh, this is a long article. Okay, the Trump's era Republican Party does occupy a very different niche from the party of 1964. Yep, it's a little different, but yeah, this is a long article, but I'll give y'all this. But yeah, enough on that. I done read enough on this. I'm gonna give y'all this link. So yeah, man, it's totally different from Barry Goldwater. But the ideology still stands. But as what I'm saying, what's going on, antisocial salute. And I'm just saying, like, what's going to happen in place and time. So, you know, that we're just talking about a little conservatism tonight. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, we just getting in here in the meat of it. So that's all I have with the Republican side of it. You know, that's just talking about it. The big money behind the big lie, the New Yorker crushing red states, why Trump is turning on him. You know, it says more on Trump, things like that. I'm not tripping. This is just like cross-referencing what's going on. So in the mass vaccinations, booking, yeah. Okay. I'm going to stop the sharing. So we already know. We're going to talk about this. Hold on. And I'm going to get what's going on, Pastor? Salute to you, man. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. I done put the links in the chat for y'all to expound on. So let's go with Barry Goldwater. I talked about this in my last live stream, Barry Goldwater. I will get into it, and I'm gonna post it in here. I'm gonna copy, and then I'm gonna hit it right here. Yeah, I'm gonna get this down real quick. I ain't got time, but I'm gonna stick to this subject. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna pin this right quick. But yeah, I talked about him earlier this year. Not this year, but like this month or last month. I'm gonna find the video and things like that. So I'm going in for a minute. So I'm gonna go to my playlist. Oh God. And let me look. Hold on, y'all. Let me look at my playlist right now. Let me look at my playlist. She said, let's celebrate. She about that money and that bread. Yeah, Thai City's on. Everybody's on. Ugh. Let me check on something because I hit something by accident. Yeah. Let me look at that. Let me look at my videos for a minute. See what conservatism is. It was like a week ago. It was like a week ago. It was a 3-hour stream. So yeah, I just put that out there. Yeah, Barry Goldwater is the one we talked about. I have the link, and you can read that as well, Washington Post, and this confirms what I'm saying, like his death and things like that. If y'all want to know the history, it's in the Washington Post. I'll give you this link as well. So we talked about him. I'm gonna post this in here because I'm just gonna expound on what I'm saying here, and I said it, and I'm just gonna expound on it right now. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, We'll stop the sharing. Stop this shit. Okay, let me draw some links in here because I'm just gonna share the shit out of this. Okay. Let's go to my channel. I'll show you what I'm talking about because I'm live right now. I can't really put this in the stream. Hey, what's going on? This is about conservatism. I want to do this so I can just make a statement, and I got some links, and I'm pull it out to y'all. Yeah. Let me get set up. Let me get paleo libertarianism, Georgia, South Carolina. There you go. Let me get to him. Hold on. Let me get a piece right here. Y'all give me a second. I'm gonna be on mute. Yeah, I was about to explain Barry Goldwater. So, we'll see. It's gonna confirm what I saying. Yeah, I had to do something. Yeah, that was around Sunday afternoon when I did this. This was like a 3-hour live stream. So the reason I did it is just to expound on the whole thing. I've been wanting to do this like since last year. Yeah. Got into it. But go ahead. Back at it again. Let's watch. At a stretch. Goldwater was born in Phoenix in what was then the Arizona Territory, where he helped manage his family department store upon United States entry into World War II. Goldwater received a reserve commission in the United States and Army Air Force, but he trained as a pilot and was assigned to Ferry Command, a newly formed until the flew aircraft that supplies to the war zones worldwide. After the war, Goldwater was elected to the Phoenix City Council in 1949. He won the election in U.S. Senate in 1952. Okay, in the Senate, Goldwater reject the legacy of the New Deal along with the conservative coalition. Let's see. Barry Goldwater, GOP hero, dies. This is more information. Barry M. Goldwater, 89, 5-term U.S. Senate from Arizona and a champion of conservatism whose 1964 presidential candidacy launched a revolution within the Republican Party, died yesterday at home, Valley, a suburb of Phoenix. Okay, he suffered a stroke in 1996, and then damaged the part of the brain that controls the memory and personality. Late September, family members said he was in the early stages of Alzheimer's disease. Mr. Goldwater retired from a Senate in 1986. That was about 10 years later than he died. Okay. Party's most respected elder statesman suffered a resounding defeat when he ran for president, but his efforts helped prepare the way for the election. And another conservative Republican, Ronald Reagan, as president in 1980. Shoot. Mr. Goldwater carried only 6 states, 36% of the popular vote, 1964. At the election commentaries, yeah, y'all know about him. The one said no. Yeah, there you go right there. So, oh, what's going on, SKC? Salute, man. Yeah, man. That's just a piece of him. You know, I know people talk about him a lot. I mean, yes, he was. I wouldn't say he's one of the founding fathers, but I say he's a piece as other conservatives. I might have to do a part two. This one is just a piece I wanted to do because I felt like it needed to be discussed. I mean, you could research different forms of conservatism on the wiki and things like that. I'll expound on them other two because I feel like when you get into it and when brothers get into it, I understand that people like the ideology and, you know, a lot of people think that's the future. Everybody's got different takes on it. Me, I'm more non-conservative though, but I understand there's levels to it. I mean, the history itself has been around. It's not I would say it's a new concept, and then it's also an old concept. It came from other ideologies. So yeah, conservatism means to conserve life and, you know, other small government, things like that. And they got different levels of it. But this guy, what you have now, has modern conservatism, what you see today. That's why you had George Bush, George W., not H. Bush, but his son and others. They take his ideology. Back then, it wasn't accepted. He was challenging the moderates and liberals back then. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people didn't care back then. No, he cared about himself a little bit. I mean, he probably cared at the time in those states. I told you it was in certain states, except for Tennessee, where I'm originally from, and others. He'd be considered the bad guy. So it's kind of a little hard. But yeah, Barry, yeah, it's a war guy. There's a lot of info on him. Let me get into my conservative bag. Get to the meat of it. And I might have to do one on liberalism, break down the terms again, and then I brought the Nolan chart. It's gonna get to a point you really got to discuss. Let's see what the conversation on. Let's see when you come up, Mike. There you go. You know, instead of just yelling and screaming, "Oh, you're this and that." No, you got to put that thing in context in those debates, like you said. Most people ain't built for those conversations, so that's why it needs to be structured. It needs to be very structured. So, you know, but go ahead, Mike. You want to say anything? Because I done said enough on conservatism because I might make a part two to this. This is going to be good because I'm trying to get in depth with it. So,
peace to the panel, man. Peace to the chat, man. Thanks for having me on. I just I'm actually just now coming back in because I was switching devices, but I see you got Barry Goldwater on the screen. I think that he's a starting point for where we are right now. So I think you've covered that already, but you know, I'm just re-emphasizing that.
Yeah, I have to on this channel because I want people to know that that's important. You can't gloss over. It's a lot of conservatives I would love to cover in other time periods, but this one right here, that style, I get it, you know, and I understand why they believe that, you know. That's just it's the norm, you know, because it just want the young people to know. Now, he did exist. He, what you would say, if you come close to it, you know, and there's other research to back it up. Now, if you want to go with the liberalism, right, I have to name some names because I don't have to write something down because I'm doing a series on each, and you can look at what the information wise. If you can study for yourself, there's the books. If you want to counter my arguments, that's fine. You know, we can have a nice little debate about it. But you know, I'm just saying, you got to know what these guys saying. And I mentioned the radio host, for example. He was well respected in politics as a conservative. Phil Valentine from North Carolina. His father was Tim Valentine Jr., House Representative Democrat. You know, and he died in 2015. I forget what he passed away of. Another one died with complications. That's his son, Phil. He was anti COVID, and I get it, you know, because in the South they're more patriotic with their conservatism. But you know, but I told SKC I have yet to see. I never seen a conservative ideology there. I've seen so many other conservative ideologies and different versions of it. I've yet to see one on the board. You know, I don't know if that's going to be a future thing
thing, because I know people studying things online. They put ideologies every day on the internet, so that's like the norm. So you gotta stand on these things. So
Yeah, and what's interesting is that Goldwater, I think Goldwater's son, was not a Trump supporter. So he's
yeah,
in a different class of conservative.
yeah,
And so just kind of reemphasizing what you may have covered before, that Goldwater went against Nixon, and that's how he lost. He
right.
got like 20% of the vote, but he helped shape the movement for what it is today, because he was not a big advocate of civil rights, being legislated at the Fed level. He was more of a states' rights type of guy, and that's kind of why he lost, because the momentum was not on his side, which is what Lee Atwater was talking about. You can't just come out saying nigga, nigga, nigga. You got to codify your racism and through policy, and that's how they, that's how they kind of moved the movement into a what they call a new right under Reagan. And so you got Nixon at the end of his tenure pushing for marijuana at the highest class schedule, and penalizing the black community with his policies. And so that's kind of where the movement began under Goldwater, then into Nixon, and from Nixon into Reagan. The last liberal president that we ever had was Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, I want to stop right there because that confirms what I said in the stream, and he talked about the iterations I said in the stream, and just like I said, like when we saw that article, it mentions him in the 60s, the history of what modern Republicans are going through. So it's just like I predicted about what's going to happen in 2020. I'll say 24, the split, and and they're in turmoil because they have to adjust to modern society. So this is where we are, and that Goldwater stuff's been around for the past decades during the 9/11 period and things like that. So it ain't the same, man. I mean, like y'all can't be preaching this stuff. Y'all got to know the history of it. So that's important with part two, because I just want to reemphasize and put a Republican spin on it than last time, because it's a reintroduction of what part one was about. I mean, y'all can watch that for yourself because I have it playing on my phone. So, but Mike, you want to say something? I just covered everything wise to part one and part two and expound on the Republican side of it. So
you had a lot of feedback the last maybe 2 or 3 minutes. So
okay.
I'm not sure if you're on a Wi-Fi or.
Nah, it could be. I'll adjust something. Hold on. Yeah, I'm clear. All right.
Yeah, you good now.
Yeah. I was just saying, like, I had to cover this topic and I had to put a Republican spin on the reactionaries versus conservatives. That's why I'm saying, because you got a lot of dudes that are so reactionary. It's like, I was looking at that. I was like, well, damn, I didn't know that was going on. But, I was looking at those links and I said, man, this is a good one. And
I got another link for you.
Yeah.
Let me see. Give me 1 second. Let me just hold this up real quick. Because I know you were collecting links, so let me just pull these links up real quick.
No, that was my mic. It happens a lot. I have to re-plug it and things like that when you stream that long. I understand it now. It's similar to it ain't the headphones. I already know what it is.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, here we go, right here. Let me drop this in the back chat very quick.
Okay.
This corresponds with the history, right?
Yeah. Let me see.
You know, a lot of people don't like to go back to slavery, but you have to have an origin base of where you're gonna start your history from. And so
exactly.
You share your screen with this link too.
Hold on, I got it.
Mhm.
I got it. Massachusetts slavery. Yeah. Yep. Hold on. Let me full screen it. Yep. So here we go. The timeline events relating to the end of slavery. 1630, Massachusetts by Bay Colony institutes a fugitive law that allowed the runaways to protect if they can away due abuse by masters. Yep. John Winthrop. Yep. That's a little bit of Boston. Yep. That's right before the revolution. Yeah, that's what happened. That's what me and Justy Andre be talking about on these open discussions. A lot of times people can't stand that, but you got to know the history. Yeah, that's important because that's one thing I love about studying American history and understanding politics, how it works. It's not that new. It's just, it's a little older, but it's new to the other cultures because, America's not that old. It's in the hundreds of years old. It's like 200-some years old.
The other link that I gave you before, the timeline, right? You could pass your mouse click over it. It's a more broader perspective on national, but the Massachusetts portion is really important because if you read it down to the bottom, you'll see what I'm talking about. I think 18. Yeah. So go back up to 18.
What year? 18? What?
1836? 1805. So if you start.
Okay.
1788, Massachusetts declares the slave trade illegal after the incident in which 6 free blacks were kidnapped and sent to Martinique. Governor John Hancock helped secure their release, right? So if you can start reading from there, it'll walk you right into that conservative misnomer that is being tossed around in here.
Yeah. So William Lloyd Garrison was born December 10th. Yeah. And New Byport, Massachusetts. Okay. And then there's David Walker's Appeal to the Colored People of the World was published in Boston. Okay. Liberator began publication in Boston by William Lloyd Garrison. Okay. 1831. American Anti-Slavery Society was founded by William Garrison. Okay. He attacked a mob at Faneuil Hall. Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society was founded. Yep. Commonwealth. Nabs. John Quincy Adams. Yeah, 1838. A little slavery. It's 1850. The bill also allowed California to enter the Union as a free state. Not surprised, prohibited to slave trade in the District of Columbia, established the Utah and New Mexico territories, allowed them to use the idea of popular sovereignty based on a strong law, which Southern could recapture runaway slaves in the North and recapture the North to help they capture. This is so true right here. Yeah.
This is so 1850, right? The compromise. The bill allowed California to enter the Union as a free state. It was never a conservative state.
Yeah.
It never was a conservative state. But if you let these people tell you that Larry Elder, he needs to be the governor over Newsom because California needs to be it needs to be conservative. It needs conservative leadership. It's too far to the left. Well, California was always at the left.
Always been the left. Yeah.
What are they talking about, right? So
historically, yeah.
Yeah. But pass a stronger fugitive slave law in which southern states, it should say southern states, could recapture runaway slaves in the North and require the northern states or the Northerners to help in their capture. So when did conservatism take place for Black men? it surely wasn't the 1850s, and
No,
it wasn't the
no.
1860s. But if you keep
No.
reading, then you'll see.
Yeah, I haven't seen none so far. Citizen of Massachusetts raised money by Anthony Burns from Virginia Master. Massachusetts enacts personal liberty laws. These are called for prohibition of the state of officials assisting and capture or return of fugitive slaves. These were designed to go against fugitive slave law of 1850. Okay. So then here comes 1860 with Lincoln. Yeah, that's a whole. In 1861, Confederate forces bombed Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor, South Carolina, which is the start of the Civil War. Yep, that's how it is.
Actually, 1855 and 1856 is really critical.
Yeah, they are. So
Right.
you're talking about the money of Anthony Burns. They're very critical. And then you talk about Charles Summers was attacked. Yep.
Sumner.
Oh, my fault. Sumner. My fault.
Yeah.
And Preston Brooks of South Carolina. Okay, so it happened after he delivered his crime against Kansas speech. Yeah, that's critical right here. Mm-hmm.
Right, but why were they physically fighting? The white conservatives were trying to maintain slavery.
Yeah, they were.
Right?
Yeah,
but if you let people in this space they'll tell you that conservatism has nothing to do with slavery. In fact, it has everything to do with slavery, because Charles Sumner, who was the I forget what position he had at the time, but because they have a big tunnel here named after him, the Sumner Tunnel. He helped facilitate the first U.S. passport for a black man in the state of Massachusetts. And so the first U.S. passports that were given out were given to freed slaves or freed black men to allow them to travel and not be captured by their colonial masters, their slave masters.
Right.
And so a lot of people are trying to make it seem like, oh man, black men were just walking around conservative. Not really, bro. They were trying to really destroy the system. I mean, the anti-slavery society was founded by these people. And so that's a very leftist institution, and black men have always been on the left. Historically, they have always been on the left. Go back to the 1800s, like we're seeing right now. They've always been on the left. They have never walked around, like Wyatt Earp with pistols on their hip, like, I'm a conservative. No, that never really happened.
No.
1854, 2,000 federal troops as over 50,000 Bostonians lined the streets from his jail in Long Wharf, which is not too far away from me. Long Wharf is the port in Boston by the Federal Reserve. Burns was transported back to Virginia, but these people were raising money to free him, right? So where was the conservatism in all of this? What were they conserving at this point if they didn't have any freedom? If the Southern slave masters, who were trying to conserve their place within the Confederacy, which was based off of a white supremacy ideology. If you look at the Constitution, which is something that you actually should bring up, is the Confederate Constitution.
Yeah,
it was all structured around subjugating and subjugating black people, especially black men.
Okay, let's look at this right here. Documents, Civil War. Yeah, nursing duty. Oh, damn, this is let me save this. I'm gonna put this in a special bookmark. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. I gotta keep that. I might use it for something. If anybody wants to challenge it, wants to read this right here. And the 5 questions for teachers. Oh, wow. Okay, the 54th. Oh, that's an old document.
54th Regiment.
I don't see no conservatism in this at all. No,
Massachusetts was always a progressive state from the onset.
Yeah, it's always have been. Yeah, because I know
first ones to end slavery and the ones to actually write the Constitution as we know it today.
And people don't understand. They need to read the stories about during the revolutionary times. At that time, the Boston Neck and all that. If you knew the history of Boston, it'd tell you that. This stuff right here is accurate as well, you know, because they don't teach this stuff at all. I wish there was more context in books like that, but most people will look at it and say, oh, I thought it was good. Conservatism is a new thing. That ideology in other cultures has been there, but in this country, it's kind of fairly new. If you're talking about Goldwater, you have to go by the 1964 his standard of what you would say conservatism like that. Now, Marcus Garvey, his is a little different. It's more of
he was
back
a
to
black
nationalist, in
he
a
was
way.
Pan-Africanist, actually. He was a
Yeah,
Pan-Africanist.
Africanist.
He believed in unifying all black people to preserve black people's place within society.
Yeah.
Right. So his black conservatism centered around moving black people away from white people in a way that would actually galvanize their labor and organize them in a way that makes them more effective.
Yeah.
The conservatives in this space are only talking about getting away from the Democratic Party and going to the Republican Party that they have no voice in to begin with. That makes absolutely no sense. These ideas that California is just too left, right? California was born on the left. That's just the way the state was founded. Texas is a red state, not because they're conservative, but because of their origins as a slave-holding state and their annexation from Mexico, because Texas was Mexico prior to 1846. But a lot of these jokers won't tell you that, because they'll have you believe that Texas is just this big conservative state and everybody's just walking around as a conservative, and that's not true. Governor Abbott is not this huge conservative that he makes himself out to be by instituting abortion laws. If you really want to talk about Texas conservatives, and Texas is not really, what they're saying that it is. It's actually just a last slave-holding state.
Yeah.
No, but make sure you bookmark that. So.
Yeah, I already did. I won't use it for something else. I won't use it in an open discussion, because that way we can confirm what's what. And if they want to know about proper liberalism, I'm gonna be fair on both sides. But some people, it's a question when I do that one. I ain't gonna go in on hard because no need. You're in a country that's, and it's just like BGS expounded on, and then why they love it so much. It could be positive, negatives on that one. Some people may disagree, whatever. But I have no issue with it, because that's just this country's makeup. It's hard to change that. It's like what Wacky said about cousin with the Haitians and the revolution. He said, you can't change something and people are accustomed to. He said the same thing with the feminism thing. Him and Big J went back and forth on that. They had like a classic debate, and it brought down their differences. But people in the space said, we need to get rid of this. No. That's a hard feat. Most men ain't capable of doing that. Instead of alone learning about politics. This stuff you should not even worry about at this point. This right here is like the main piece you learn, and then you get on the other things, because people will say stuff and not doing research. That's the problem. It's good to read books on different things, but you got to structure it right. Like I said in that part one of conservatism, I'm trying to reintroduce Barry Goldwater again, because that's new. It's old, but it's new to modern society, because it's old in a way, but it's fairly new. Because if you go by historically, the concepts always exist, but it never worked in this country, because you knew it was going to be founded by the left anyway, because it's nothing you've never seen before. Now they're dealing with problems now. How you going to maintain it? Because now you got to find a solution for it. But we got the solution is some people say technocracy. I talked about the fourth industrial revolution on this channel. I think I did a stream on that, and it broke down. Yeah, the technocracy part. The future of the fourth industrial. Tech and everything's changing. People ain't used to, and now they were trying to bring this conservative stuff. That ain't gonna work, because y'all
technocracies go back to the 1930s.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I'm just saying you can't use conservatism nowadays, because they would have had a chance. Here's what I would say. They would have had a chance like the early 2000s or late 90s if they really want change. If Goldwater did something, the problem was they was dealing with racism and civil rights, and he was anti that. And then the blacks had their own minds made up. We're not going to go backwards. You know what I'm saying? Because they felt like that ain't going to work for you. Now, yeah, you had your conservatives, but it wasn't enough. You know, but they have to understand you was raised in a liberal country. I hate to say that, but you know, you got to accept that. You know, if you want to have different beliefs, that's cool. But what I just read, I'm like, you know, that's factual. Which I ain't against it, you know, that's what y'all believe, whatever. But you know, some people need to just calm down with the conservative talk, because a lot of times it's no need at this point. Y'all had your chance. I would say like 2000, the late 90s, y'all would have did something and add rights and learn the history. But since y'all don't want to acknowledge Barry Goldwater and Lee Atwater, this is important because that's a good piece of y'all history, you know. But I've yet to see a black leader that became conservative and represent that Republican Party, except for Michael Steele, but they kicked him out. Me and my dad joked about it. He laughed about how they kicked him out of that party, man. I was like, well, damn. And
Rush Limbaugh got him kicked out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Got him kicked out, and he ain't even respected like that, you know. But that's one of the people in the space don't talk about, because Michael Steele, he had that chance. I mean, like I said, y'all had the early part of 21st century. That's when they could have made a move, but Obama came in there and changed that and joined Democratic side. So you know how that goes, but you know, it's
that was Rush. I mean, Michael Steele's place was to be an answer to Obama's, Obama's candidacy to the White House, right? So Michael Steele was supposed to be the guy to reorganize the party so that it looks, you know, a little bit more melanated and more diverse. He was supposed to be the guy to carry the torch forward, and then you had somebody like a racist person like Rush Limbaugh come in and torpedo that whole campaign and get him out of there. And then in 2013, 2012, when Romney goes up against Obama and they lose, they figure out by the census that the demographics are changing in a way that the Republicans would never be able to win in the future. And then Trump comes along, and that's where Trump took advantage of the vulnerability of the party itself. And so the evangelicals got behind Trump against the rest of the Republicans, the rest of the conservatives running in the primaries, and that's how Trump came to power. And so it's important to understand that part of the history, that the Republicans were losing their grip on winning elections nationally because the demographics are changing, and the momentum and the energy within the United States does not reflect the idea of conservatism. It just doesn't have any effective ground game at all. If you watch the Hoover Institute, they talked about this last week, that the Republican Party, the conservatives, have a branding issue, and they cannot attract any real followers long term because they can't manifest anything on the ground. They can't manifest any real victories outside of conspiracy theories, and that's what this QAnon type of stuff is all about. That they have to make up this lie that they're losing elections because the left is cheating. But in reality, all of the audits from the states that they've raised up in the courts have all come back null and void. That the actual ballots, have been secured, and those votes are actually legitimate. So what are they really going to run on?
Yeah, I mean, that's just, at this point, I don't see they run on anything, but that's just how, people going to try and vote again. But, like I read early in that stream with those links, I was like, look, that's basically they're just divided at this point. But, the Trumpian people, they're new and they just didn't have a chance. But, yeah, his ways of moving in policies is just, you got to have something tangible. Like, you can't make the same mistakes. And I know they trying to rebrand and do their things right now, but the Republicans, they ain't been right in years. So, but Trump was kind of like their last stand, but I guess people wanted him to be conservative that bad. But to me, I just didn't see it. He just played on it. He played it well, though. He played it well. He played to the religious crowd, I've noticed. And then online, the Alex Joneses and what's his name, Roger Stone, that was under Reagan. That's what got him over the hill. If y'all want to get technical, because they was backing him, and I saw that from a mile away. I would say like 2015, around that summer, and when I was trying to find a job at the time. But then I saw it when I got it that year. But that whole 2016 was just something else.
Oh, don't forget that Roger Stone was also a part of Bush's campaign, or at least
that too. Yeah, he
in
was
2000, right?
2000
when Bush versus Gore. And
yeah.
I think there are counters, but just as certain narratives are spoken about, I think that there are others that that people avoid as well. Take for instance when conversations about Goldwater come up. Typically, what I see from the liberal side is that, or the left side, they'll state things about race during the '64 election. Nevertheless, if you look at the voting records of both candidates, it was blatantly obvious that LBJ, that was his very first time voting yay for any civil rights bill. In his record showed in several times that he voted against anti-lynching. He voted against poll taxes, while Goldwater voted yay for all of them. The 1964 Civil Rights Act was the very first Civil Rights Act that he voted against, and he voted against it for specific reasons. So it's just odd to me how the idea of race will come up in those situations, but people try to, I would say, gloss over those things when bringing up this Goldwater situation.
Not necessarily. I mean, Goldwater ran on the idea that, states' rights, that's what he believed in, but that's not the way the country was moving.
Right. So, but it was obvious too that LBJ was not interested in civil rights. He just did it just because he wanted to. He was very much pushing to win an election. His voting record, his track record, as people will bring up in these spaces, showed unequivocally that he was not for civil rights. Well, whereas Goldwater had a long track record of being for civil rights. He even in the National Guard in Arizona, he integrated it before the 48 bill came through. The school board he integrated. He fought for its integration. His own family stores he integrated. So it's just, this is just information that, again, people throw out there. But when you look into it, you'll see two very different people between Goldwater and LBJ. And it's obvious who was the racist.
Well, we're not talking about who's a racist. We're talking about what exactly happened at the time that it did happen, not whether or not a person was a racist. So that's what we at least that's what I focus on. And so
I'm just talking about so far as sometimes when people try to insert this Goldwater thing, they will try to link Goldwater with Lee Atwater. And the reason for doing that is they'll say, well, you can see how in Lee Atwater's conversation that he was obviously a racist, but they don't bring up that LBJ was a racist as well.
Yeah. I know.
I thought that was a given, though. I thought that was a given.
No, it's not a given. It's not presented that way.
But it doesn't necessarily matter, because the argument isn't whether or not they're racist. The
then why bring up Lee Atwater?
Because it's about the Southern strategy.
Which is based upon what
was talking about. You cannot win elections by saying nigga, nigga, nigga. That's what he was saying.
Which is based upon what? It's a dog whistle for racism.
Right, that you cannot win elections based on that anymore. You can't be overtly racist, and that you had to be more covert, and you had to codify the language so that it impacted a particular group being black, and that it actually benefited them to win elections.
Okay,
With their base.
I'll see that, to you.
Mhm.
So what I'll counter is so the better deal is to, even though you have a record of voting against civil rights,
Mhm.
lie to people, say that you are for civil rights, and
Mhm.
then you can get the presidency that way.
Yeah. But we're not talking about getting the presidency. We're talking about the Southern strategy. That's what Lee Water is talking about.
Well, that's what LBJ did. He basically just lied to black people and said that, yeah, he was for it and the other person is racist. And there you go.
But that
All I'm
wasn't.
saying is just be honest about it.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the Southern strategy.
It doesn't need to have anything to do with the Southern strategy. I'm saying so far as present both sides equally. You had racist on both sides.
America was racist.
Black people got played by both sides.
No, America was racist. That's what they were
Black
fighting
people
against.
got played by both sides. And
But
it's
the
very
question isn't
difficult.
about. Yeah, but the
It's
question
very
isn't
difficult
about.
for leftists to just state the obvious and the truth that LBJ
Mhm.
was extremely way more racist than any record could show that Goldwater was.
But the question isn't whether or not LBJ was a racist. I mean, we're not talking about racism. We're talking about the Southern strategy.
Okay, what is the Southern strategy based upon?
The Southern strategy was based upon the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act.
And the underlying effect of it is racism, is it not?
Yeah, the underlying effect.
Okay, so we are talking
underlying
about
effect is racism, but the conversation isn't about racism. It's about how do they win elections going forward. They can't win elections based on the strategy that they used prior to 1964. And
okay,
so they had to codify their
so
whole movement around
this
that.
is some of the thing that I'm talking about so far as the balance and the imbalance.
Mhm.
Take for instance when Sir Obadiah
Mhm.
look at the title of the thing. It's called Conservatism II, and he played the thing about Conservatism I, and then he played the thing about how a lot of people don't know the ins and outs about Barry Goldwater. Barry Goldwater, typically when other people bring him up, they link to him the thought about Lee Atwater and how Lee Atwater was supportive of racist whites and the Southern strategy, so forth. Nevertheless, they do not bring up how LBJ and his voting record showed that he was definitely not a civil rights guy. He had voted against civil rights on several
Who's making that
different
case, though,
occasions.
SKC? Who's making
So
that
to
case?
say that on one end, oh man, that was the Southern strategy. These dudes are just shows you that this is for racism and so forth. When you had the number one guy on this end who had a long track record of voting for racist.
Yeah, but who's making the argument that LBJ wasn't a racist?
It's implied by throwing the argument to, you know what, this Southern strategy was set to work against black people. Well, LBJ had a long record of working against black people.
All
He
of your
had his
presidents had a
name on
long history.
anti-lynching laws saying, yes, we should keep them.
All of your presidents had a long history of racism. All of them.
Yeah, all of them. Facts. Mhm.
No one is that daft to make that statement that LBJ wasn't a racist. That's a non.
I said that early in the stream with a certain article, and I didn't want to go in depth. I could have put him in there because he was one as well, but people forget those two. It's kind of like I agree with both of y'all saying like LBJ is important to talk about, but when you talk about Barry Goldwater, the style of conservatism, y'all have to understand it came from him, even though it wasn't popular at the time, because I told you about the moderate liberal Republicans. They went against him and stopped him from winning because it had made some changes. And now I understand people would have said, oh, it'd have been different and changed. Yeah, it'd have been different, but I mentioned the what did I say? The Ku Kluxers in that article, and someone else, the somebody in that article, they jumped forward like the Southern strategy too, because see, they was on the side with Johnson. They were mad at Johnson because
he went against civil rights. I mentioned that in
because he was
another
a what?
article.
He was a Southern Democrat, and he
Yeah,
had to
Southern
uphold.
Democrat.
He
Yeah,
had to uphold the party line of
yeah,
racism. That's
yeah,
what they
the
were trying to
racism. Yeah,
maintain, right? And they
and
thought
then
he was
and it's
crazy.
sudden. Yeah,
And he
and
figured out the night before
yeah,
signing the bill, he went
hmm
in there and told the Senate and Congress, "You mother effers are gonna sign this
yeah,
because we need to do this now." It wasn't about, oh well, he wasn't a racist, he was very benign and he loved
yeah,
black people. That had nothing to do with it. In order to secure their way into the next election season or cycle, they had to move the civil rights bill forward. There was no way that they can actually do it. And the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party actually proved all of this, that they were going to march on him, and they weren't. LBJ and his party was not ready to deal with that the onslaught from that. That's what forced him to actually sign the bill and move it forward. It wasn't about whether or not he was benign to black people. It was about how do Republican or conservatives at the time, Southern Democrats, who were the actual conservatives, how do they maintain their place within the within the political future? How do they secure it? The same question they had back then is the same question they had in 2013. When
I don't
Romney
think so. I
lost to
think
Trump.
the election showed quite differently because
So why did
because even if those southern states were not secured, he had already won it.
he didn't win? He didn't win those states.
And to show you that the Civil Rights Act was I would say it was more of a cherry on top to try to secure things, especially with all the stuff
Secured the
that was
North.
going on in the country. The main thing that the main thing that he ran on was nuclear arms, and that can be showed by the Daisy commercial. That was what he spent the most money on.
But what was the data between the North and the South in terms of the support for the bill?
You follow the money. You follow the
majority of the support.
When he did his campaign, the majority of his money was spent on speaking about nuclear arms.
No,
that was the whole point of the Daisy
civil rights
and
bill.
that's
what
what
was
the
the
Daisy
data on the civil rights bill?
Proven that was what broke Goldwater.
No, what was the data on the civil rights bill?
You tell me.
I no, you said that wasn't the case. So I'm asking you, what was the data on it?
I've given you the data. You're trying to push in the civil rights bill. He didn't even make it. Both of them didn't even make any speeches or ads towards that bill throughout the entire the campaign.
So why did Barry Goldwater take the South and LBJ took the North? That was the data.
The data showed that the Daisy campaign brutalized him.
No, it
that's
did not.
what the data shows.
They threatened to walk on LBJ. That's what they threatened to do.
It didn't matter. The largest thing
you're
that broke
misrepresenting the information
Goldwater
on purpose,
was
and I know what you're doing,
arms.
SKC. I know what you're doing. You're misrepresenting the information on purpose because you know you
How
can't
am I
win this argument.
Okay, what did
There's a whole documentary
spend the most money campaigning on?
SKC, there's a whole documentary in the Library of Congress that explains how this happened.
Spend most of his money campaigning.
It has nothing to do with how he spent his money. The reaction on the ground from his constituents told you exactly what they were thinking. That they were going to
what did he spend his money on? People don't spend money on stuff that they don't think is going to be effective.
That they were going to walk if that civil rights bill.
What did they put their money behind? Not the things about feelings.
No.
What did they put their money behind?
SKC, when you cite your sources, then we can have a conversation.
No, there's no.
As it stands right now,
if you want to cite my source, all you have to do is go to YouTube and just type in Daisy ad
Let's go
LBJ.
to the books. Let's go to
now,
the books.
If you don't believe me, then the other source would be type in LBJ 1964 civil rights ad, and you're going to see nothing come up.
It doesn't have anything to do with an ad.
That you spent a lot of money on that Daisy ad, which if you go back to the papers and you research, that is what broke Goldwater.
That's yeah. All right, man. Like I said, if you go back to the Library of Congress, you can get it from any of the institutions. The Smithsonian has all of these tapes documented. All of the phone calls were recorded.
Yeah, they are.
They threatened to walk out on LBJ for that civil rights bill.
Yes,
he came back
and that's
he
fine.
said, "I need you guys to sign this because we can't move forward without it." He said this on the final night. What you're talking about spending campaign money,
and that's fine. And I see that argument to you. But all I'm saying is if you follow the money went to nuclear ads.
Yeah,
why? Why?
The picture on, the electoral results on the
screen.
I
think you're trying to make black people be out to be more important than what they were for a constituency.
What are you talking about?
They did not make up the majority of the population. And the times were centered upon what was going to be done after this Cold War and nuclear arms, when you had all these people running up underneath tables and all this other stuff, when alarms came on and all this other, and then you had that's why, again, the nuclear arms conversation was such a big deal. I mean, he literally showed a little girl on TV in 1964 getting blown to smithereens. That was done for a reason.
Ratify the cycle, given electoral representations, electoral fires. Yeah, okay.
Great society. Great society to civil rights. I mean, this isn't really rocket science. This isn't really hidden history.
No, it really isn't. Just ask people when they say follow the money, because the money tells you what people were interested in.
All right, so that was on the ballot, right? What civil rights was on the ballot, right?
Nuclear arms was the largest thing that was on the ticket. It was the main concern of the American public.
The changing of the guards. Go ahead, Sir Robert, please.
Yeah, I want to read this. The issues of that day, it was civil rights, Gulf and Tonga incident, like the nuclear. It's a lot of things, but civil rights was the biggest issue that people concerned about. But nuclear arms was talked about, but at that time, people wasn't fully concerned about it because they were so focused on racism and things like that. You have to remember that time period too. Things changing. Blacks was trying to. I think integration hit us, and I think BJ has mentioned this before. I'm like, yeah, at that time. But then I saw this elections right here, and I was like, yeah, it was a landslide. You know,
but he got blown Trump and with those ideas. Barry Goldwater could not secure his way to the White House with those ideas. It was never going to work. They knew that.
It wasn't popular at the time. At the time, it wasn't popular.
Yeah, because you had what? You had a anti-war movement at the time. You had the civil rights movement at the time. You had the feminist movement at the time, and you had the SNCC and all those other movements happening all at the same time. And you had communist movements around Latin America and the Caribbean all propping up at the same time. They were trying to fight all of that at the same time, and so. They could not. Barry Goldwater could not secure it. He couldn't do it. He had the right, he had the right mouthpiece for the conservative movement, but that's not where the country was moving. They just weren't moving in that direction. But his loss and his speech told you exactly what they were thinking. That they were going to create this new right out of it, which brought Ronald Reagan to the forefront, and also Gerald Ford, couldn't secure it against Jimmy Carter. They had already lost the momentum, but once Reagan got into office, Reagan used the same playbook at the time and played on the Iran-Contra, which is how they got to where they are today. All of this stuff has been well documented by his son, Barry Goldwater's son, and as well as many of your conservatives, your evangelicals from back then, who said it in the 70s what they were planning to do.
George Jr., like Bush, he had the ideals. That's how he won too, because at the time America was kind of Not his father. Yeah, his father did too, but I'm talking about his son. He actually won those ideals at the time with Gore, and I guess people got tired because Gore was talking about the global warming. Because I remember this as a kid too, because I was like, he was talking about different things, and at the time people just wasn't feeling him. They just felt Bush was it, because they saw the name, they saw similar to what Clinton, all those acolytes that came out of that, because
but they
he
think
kind of
that
shaped.
Clinton. Go ahead, finish, please.
They shaped the history of what you'll say modern conservatism, but people forget these two candidates were conservative too. But the problem was you had a lot of liberals and moderate Republicans went against Barry Goldwater as well. He said that. I saw that speech, and they was upset with him. So I get where SKC's coming from. Yeah, both of them supported racism, so it didn't really matter at that point, because 64 is important because this is when things change, and this is when Black people had to adapt to change. I know feminism was like, I think that was second wave, not first wave, but second wave of feminism. It's a totally different beast, and I know
your first wave
I would say one thing that I do disagree with is that when people say that Goldwater, I'm not saying that you two are saying it, but I'm saying I've heard in certain spaces where people will say that Goldwater was a racist. And when I hear that, it sounds very, it seems like the people that are stating that are not very well read, because even Martin Luther King stated that Goldwater was definitely not a racist. He said that he didn't believe that the ideals that he had for states' rights would be in the long run good for Black people, but he said that he was not a racist. So if a person who dealt with, who was on the front line of racism and dealt with real racism stated that, I'm pretty much going to take their word for it, rather than people who are living in today's society who have never had to deal with some of those issues.
What's the litmus test for racism?
Huh?
What's the litmus test for racism?
Well, the litmus test, again, I think would be one of the individuals who stood in the front lines, putting his life on the line.
No,
and
what's the litmus test? How do you measure racism?
That Goldwater was not a racist, yeah, I think he knew what he was talking about.
No, but what I'm asking you is, what is the litmus test for racism?
How do you measure it? How does that relate to this point?
Because it's one thing. Some people would say that Joe Biden is not a racist, right? But we know that Joe Biden came out of that Goldwater Dixiecrat camp as well. Although Joe Biden isn't saying anything
who says that Biden is not a racist?
No, I'm saying some people. But what I'm saying here is racism is interpreted differently based on who's interacting with the person. I'm saying that some people will say that Joe Biden is not a racist, despite the fact that he's a Dixiecrat. He's one of the last Dixiecrats of that era. And so what I'm saying here is, how do you measure racism? Because just because Martin Luther King said one thing, there's a lot of things that Martin Luther King said that a lot of people did not agree with. There was a lot of people, Black people, there's a lot of Black people back then that did not agree with Martin Luther King.
I would think that one of the litmus tests would be how the individual's track record on laws that had to do with racist topics. For Goldwater, he was 11-1. The Civil Rights Act being the one. LBJ was the exact opposite. He was 1-11.
Right. So we know that LBJ was a racist. That's not
okay. So when
that's not even the question.
So when I see a person that has consistently voted for anti-racist laws, then it would seem like it would be a home run to say, yeah, if they voted 11-1 for civil rights, yeah, they're probably not a racist.
That's what I'm asking. How do you measure that? Because that doesn't mean anything to the people on the ground that were getting their heads beat in
how about their record
by law enforcement. Excuse me.
How about their record?
The record doesn't reflect, the actuality of what's happening in his state.
How so?
Look at his state.
What is that? What is that? How does one man control an entire state?
Isn't that what you do as a senator and a governor?
No, you do not control an entire state.
Of course you
No,
do.
you don't. That's
Of course
not
you
how.
do.
That's not how that works.
All right, man. If you believe that, then you know that's your opinion. But what I'm saying here is,
No, that's
just
not an
because he
opinion.
voted,
It seems
there's a
like
lot of
it seems
racist
like it's just
people.
very hard for people to accept that if a person voted and tried to push certain laws that were good for everybody
It
and
didn't impact him.
went for civil rights
It did
even
not
before
impact
civil
him.
rights was being pushed, that person obviously is not a racist.
It did not impact him.
He
That's
did it
why
of
he
his own
voted.
accord. He did it even within his own family stores.
That doesn't mean
Nobody
anything.
asked him to do that.
The percentage of black people in Arizona was less than 1%.
Yeah, what difference does it make? That
Because it doesn't
even
impact him.
makes it even worse.
It doesn't impact
Because
him.
then
What are you
you have
talking
to go
about?
against a majority.
A majority of what?
A majority of people that look like you.
There was nobody in his state. That's the whole purpose of doing something like that. You do things that would actually
So that was
benefit
the
you
whole
in the long
purpose
term.
of it, because nobody was there.
Yeah, what you're arguing is nonsensical to what the Southern strategy was about.
That doesn't.
Those states, the
It's
states
like
that you're
even
looking at
now,
on
that doesn't even make any sense. It seems as though
the
you're just
states that you're
pushing
looking at on screen.
and trying to push some type of narrative. If a
No, the
person
states that you're
did
looking
good
at on
things,
screen,
why can't you just accept them as good things?
because you can't point out where it actually benefited anybody.
What are you talking about? How is
Look at the states on screen. Look at the states on screen.
How is integrating your own family stores? How is going to in the National Guard stating, if I'm going to be in charge of it, this is going to be integrated.
Mhm.
How is trying to integrate the educational system? Why are you just pushing us? All of this is bad stuff.
I didn't say it was bad.
Okay,
I didn't say
so
it was bad. You're making him out from a racial lens. The Barry Goldwater conversation has nothing to do with this racial lens. His perception and his desire to shape the party conservative movement from that time is what Barry Goldwater is known for. You're focusing on whether or not he's a racist. We don't give a fuck if he's a racist. We know that all of these people were racist.
I know, but that
we know that all of them were racist.
That only amounts to certain people. See,
but
when
that has no bearing on the conservative movement.
But then when you bring up others and people call to account the record, then it's a thing of, oh, now we don't care.
Barry Goldwater.
All I'm saying is don't play it. All I'm saying is just call it as it is. Don't play both sides, man. Just call it as it is. Just be honest about it. If you didn't like the guy, say, hey, I didn't like the guy. But I'm going to listen to people that, according to, you look at his track record, and then you also look at people that were black people that were there during the day. They did not call the dude a racist.
The only reason we're having this conversation about Barry Goldwater is because we brought him up. The people who claim to be conservative in this space didn't know who Barry Goldwater was because they were never conservative to begin with.
And that's fine. And I see that argument. I see that argument to you. The only thing I'm saying is I'm here now, and I have done the research, and I know
the research you're doing now.
So why can't that be put on the board?
Yeah. The conversation started last year or the year before last about Barry Goldwater and their knowledge of the conservative movement. No, it had nothing to do with racism. The idea of throwing race into this is a straw man argument that nobody else was even talking about. His idea of the movement didn't include black people at all.
Okay,
the
only thing I'm asking is this, Mike. Since everybody is fine with doing research and adding information to the collective, why is it such a tense thing to add in that Goldwater wasn't a racist, and that
it's irrelevant to the conversation about conservatism,
and that his track record showed pro-civil rights by far? Why is that such a hard thing to accept?
Because it's irrelevant to the conversation. It's irrelevant to the conversation about conservatism that Barry Goldwater was trying to shape. He was not bringing in black conservatives. That wasn't even his agenda.
Okay, so how is it irrelevant when just a little while ago you brought up different things that had to do with Charles Sumner, and then you stated, "Oh man, this shows you that conservative dudes was against black people and such." And I'm like, okay, so
The conservative South.
why can't we just share information? It seems like
Because it's
whenever
irrelevant to the conversation.
when there is any information that does not paint a picture that you want, then it's like, oh, that's irrelevant. We don't need to talk about that.
Right.
Why
If
can't
we're
we just
talking
accept
about
it as a truth?
conservatism ideology, that has nothing to do with whether or not he was a racist.
So
His track record on civil rights.
a guy's record on civil rights has nothing to do with his ideology.
No, it did not.
Oh wow.
Everybody knows politicians. Everybody knows that politicians will vote a way that actually benefits them. But the idea of the conservative movement that Barry Goldwater was trying to formulate is being reflected today.
Okay, so you tell me, Mike, how did voting for civil rights in the 40s help Goldwater in the Deep South?
What are you talking about?
You said that his voting record is irrelevant because everybody knows that politicians vote on stuff to help themselves out. How was him pushing for civil rights laws in the 40s gonna benefit him in a heavily populated white state?
You have a lot of strange Republicans, especially Republicans with not Republicans, but conservatives with business backgrounds like Mitt Romney, who pushed for this affordable.
You're not answering my question. Mitt Romney wasn't born in the early 1900s. I'm answering your question. Him pushing for civil rights in a heavily populated white state going to benefit him.
It benefits you if you're working out deals behind the scenes. But what I'm saying here is the purpose of talking about Barry Goldwater isn't about the track record, but about his.
No, it's not about track record. See, you're still not answering my question, Mike.
What you're doing is you're pulling a straw man. The conversation about Barry Goldwater is centered around his formulation of the conservative movement in the 60s.
Okay,
he tells you that in his speech.
If his voting record is going to be a part of how
it's not going to be a part of
conservatism, because it has to be a part of it. It has to be. All I'm asking is how did that benefit him in the 40s in a heavily populated white state?
I don't know how to answer your question, but what I will say is this:
That was the whole point.
But that has nothing to do with Barry Goldwater. That has nothing to do with the conversation about Barry Goldwater today.
Can I cut in real quick? If y'all don't mind.
Go ahead, Jesse Andre.
What's up, y'all? Listen, man. Because y'all go back and forth about the ideology and all this other stuff, right? All right, check this out, right? Y'all are both right. You know what I'm saying? And I guess it's coming to an impasse, right? Y'all are both right. Here's the thing, right? Most black people, up until after the Civil Rights Act, were Republicans. All right? Now, if you look at the map, right? If you look at this map from 1964 or the election, now if you flip and if you look at the map, let's just say when Clinton or Obama, right, or whatever Democrat won, I think Lee Harvey Atwater said something. We're going to have these niggas voting Democrat for the next 50 years. It was the Southern strategy, right? Yep. Now, that means that the guy in question that was, you know what I'm saying, Goldwater here, right, was a plant, right, to bring up a lot of these ideals, right, to garner, right, what we call the minority tiebreaker, right, to split the votes, to get into these places, right? Basically, he knew he wasn't going to win. They knew he wasn't going to win. Everybody knew he wasn't going to win. But what he needed to do is put a foothold in these communities, right? Now, you get the third Southern migration in the 60s, right? And the third Southern migration goes where, right? You go west, you go north. So if you look at all of these places where he was talking about civil rights and doing all of this voting and stuff like that, right? South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, right? So everybody mainly from Mississippi and Alabama, they went west. They went into Cali, they went into Arizona, Texas, they went that way, right? But they really went west over into California and up into Illinois and stuff like that, right? And then you get the people that's from Georgia and North Carolina going north. And when I mean north, they go into VA, they go into Maryland, Pennsylvania, New York, and so have, right? So what does this does over time? What this does over time is if the Democrats are the only one that's acting like they're going to give us something, and the only thing that the Republicans have given us, right, they're like in your face racist, right? But the Democrats are behind the scenes racist, right? You know what I mean? So they're both races. They can be both races on the same token, right? I don't care what the nigga, what his ideology is, but it does dictate the actual plan in place, right? The whole point of using any minority when you have a majority, when you're asking them to vote, is only the tie break when the nation is split in half, or to garner that support over time. Let's look at Florida now with the Cubans, right? Most Cubans started voting against immigration. They started voting for Republicans, right? Why would they vote for that, right? Before, they were voting pro-immigration because they need to get their ass out of Cuba. Well, a couple of generations later, guess what the Republicans offer them? You can act like you're white now. We're not going to consider you that. And what are they having an incursion of? They're having an incursion of Haitians and Jamaicans and all of these darker people basically overpopulating pretty much Miami and basically cutting them out, right? And most of their generation of children are intermingling, right? Or they're spreading out of Miami going up north, right? So they're left by that. So he could be racist, he could be not. The best way to look at it is, did y'all ever watch Everybody Hates Chris?
Yeah.
Okay. Lyndon B. Johnson was Caruso. Goldwater was the teacher. And actually the most dangerous racist out of the two was the teacher. She was the most dangerous because she was closet racism, right? It's no different than any other president doing whatever they're doing. People could say Clinton wasn't racist, but he put in that damn crime bill, right?
Him
Biden,
and Biden,
and Biden and all of them got together and put in that crime bill, right? You know what I'm saying? So it was behind the scenes racism, right? It was a thing that you didn't see in front of your face, right? If you would basically anybody in Congress right now, the only person that would probably be that you could probably stand on 10 toes down and say that ain't racist will be Barry Sanders, and that's
Jimmy Carter,
or Jimmy Carter, because they was out there getting their ass whipped with Martin Luther King.
Right,
and that's it.
Yeah, that's some kind of, and you're kind of going in the direction that I was trying to go into. That Reagan told that Latino community, especially the Cubans, that the Latinos are conservative. They just don't know it yet. And so that's why I don't really put too much emphasis behind the voting record in the 40s and the 50s, because if you're trying to supplant, votes in these sort of areas to try to coerce another group of people, it doesn't mean that you're not a racist. Thomas Jefferson enslaved his own children. It didn't matter to him. So, like, I don't. It's a power.
I'm like, what you personally believe in, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like all of us, right? You know what I mean? Sir, Mike, SKC, myself, right? We all go to work, right? We all at one time had a job, work for us, whatever, right? Your belief, right, is your belief. My belief doesn't mean shit when it comes to us working together, getting shit done because we work for a company, right? But if I'm in a position, right, where I can gather power in the workplace, I'm going to gather people that believe in my ideals, because they will be stronger when we move forward, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, a lot of times the thing about politicians is it's all about who's putting them in office and their constituents. Goldwater could not get the Republican side or that type of conservative. Actually, if you think about it, his ideology and this is, I guess, what SKC is pointing to, his ideology and what he was pushing forward, right?
Mhm.
There was no conservative at that time, and there was no liberal. You replace liberal with communists, right?
Yep.
You know what I mean? They was all
Yeah.
about the communists.
Right.
Now, Martin Luther King wasn't considered a liberal. They was investigating him because they thought he was a communist, right? The
Mhm.
Black Panther Party was considered communists, right? Because their biggest thing was the the nuclear arms and the Russia incursion and all of that with China, with their build up at the time. So if you look at the world theater of politics and the news that's coming in, this was trying to supplant anything, right? Conservative means conserving of power, what it actually is, right? Anything that will uproot that is a problem. Even Martin Luther King even said it. I brought my people in a burning building when he talked about desegregation, right?
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's actually been on record that Malcolm X met with the heads of the Ku Klux Klan to come up with a plan to keep everybody separated.
Yeah, he did.
This is an actual known fact. This is an actual known fact. So
Yeah.
Black people, up until right, the Southern strategy was implemented, right? If you look at it, if you look at the track record of Black people, racist or not, right?
Mhm.
Of whoever you're dealing with,
Mhm.
Republicans have done more for Black people than Democrats have. Just look at the track record.
The Abe Lincoln Republicans, not today's Republicans, right?
No,
I want to make sure that's understood, because a lot of people will take the term
Yeah.
Republican and apply it across the board, but those are
Yeah,
different.
yeah.
Those are
Yeah.
radically different people. Republicans from 1857 or 1854 all the way up to 1964 were the radicals.
Was the
They were the
radicals, right?
social justice radicals. That's
Well,
why a lot of people don't know that.
Yeah, but it was a social. But here's the thing: it was all about power at the end of the day, right? So what I mean by this is this, right? If Abraham Lincoln was so radical, right, he would have Frederick Douglass wouldn't have had to go up there multiple times to petition for Black people to join the war to free themselves.
Like, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing about that. I'm just saying the constituents on the ground were radical, but Abe Lincoln himself was not the radical, but the constituents on the ground were the radicals, and that's what I refer to. Because in this space, they'll tell you, the Republicans did more for Black people, but they don't tell you who was actually involved in the Republican movement back then.
Right.
They don't have a frame of reference
Absolutely.
for it. All they think the Republican Party back then is the Republican Party of 2021.
No, of course
not. That is radically different people. Those are not even the same ballpark.
And I think that's a valid argument that Mike V puts forward.
Yeah.
But, and then there's the but.
Mm-hmm.
People act as if political parties do not evolve and change on both sides.
Yeah, they change.
So it's like to try to make these arguments from 2021 and to say like, oh, red, blue, this is what they've always been. This is a brand of conservatism. It's like, no, you go back to what was that? The Buckley and his TV show that he had back in the day, the conservative TV show. He interviewed Goldwater, and Goldwater said in '66, yes, I know that there's going to be different brands of conservatism that are going to come in the future, and they should. This should not be looked at as some type of crime. It's going to evolve. You're going to have people that are going to be totally different. Buckley said, hey, do you think it's going to be somebody that is going to be radically different from you? And he said, probably, yes. So it's weird how when you hear people today and they sit up and they say, oh, these conservative dudes, they're not true conservatives. Okay, well, the guy that you called the father of modern conservatism said that was going to be the case. That the people were good in the future were not going to be looking like him.
Yeah, but
it's like, what the hell are y'all talking about?
His own son doesn't even think he has.
Who cares what his son said? Go back further to the man.
No, I'm saying when they asked his son, Do
The
you think that
man
Trump?
stated,
Do you
the
think that Trump?
conservatives that come after me are not going to look like me. They are
Trump-
not going to believe like me. He even stated these were his exact around the exact words. He said, he said that's the problem. The liberals are the ones that make this.
I think SCAC dropped out, or was it just me?
Yeah, he was in the middle of saying
dropped it.
something.
Yeah,
I think. Well, the point that I'm making here is, I understand what he's trying to say, but Goldwater's
Look,
son
what the
said that
argument's being made is
go ahead,
straightforward.
SKC. Finish your point.
If you're not a true conservative because you don't such. Well, the dude that you said is the modern father of the conservatives made your argument for you. He said, "This is what liberals are going to do."
Yeah.
Well, he was referring to what was going on back then. He's not talking about
No,
liberals
he
today.
spoke about the future. You can look this up. I played it.
We've covered Goldwater pretty extensively the last couple of years, so we're not really all that.
Okay, well, these were his words. I'm not talking
Yeah.
about what somebody analyzed or thought. These were his exact words. He said, "The guys that come after me,
No, we played all Goldwater's
that are
clips.
going to be conservative, most likely are
all
going to look
clips.
anything like me."
Yeah, we've played all of Goldwater's clips. What I'm referring to is what was asked of his son when they asked him about Trump. Did his son ever run for?
Did his son ever run for presidency?
Say that.
Was his son the standard of modern conservative?
No, what they're
so
asking.
Why are you using him as a point of reference?
Because Goldwater, as his father, is not alive, so they have to get a reference from him about what they think about Trump today as a conservative. They don't consider Trump a conservative.
Let me take this down.
And yet the man stated himself.
Yeah, but
the
Trump
people that come after me that hold the brand of conservatism are not going to have to fit inside some box or whatever. They are going to look much different from me.
Here you go.
It's like I'm gonna say this, man, and I'm gonna say this, right? Is if you, even if he asked Trump, right? We all know Trump. Okay, he was a liberal, but he was a racist liberal, right? And people don't understand that. They can't wrap that around their head. How can a person be liberal but be racist? How can a person be conservative and be not racist, right? See, and this is the trick bag that was put forth, right? You know what I mean? Like the whole Trump. Okay,
and I'm not cutting you off, DeAndre. I'm just making a quick point. See, Mike, we are talking about racism.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I know what I'm talking about.
Ahead,
I don't know what you're talking about.
No. I'm just saying, like, Mike might not be talking about it, but when we're talking about the general apparatus of why people vote for whoever, right? Mm-hmm. The easiest dichotomy, right? People's political views, most people. I'm not saying the people that are educated about it, right? Mm-hmm. If I was to ask Mike, why would you vote for someone? You would give me an educated answer, and this is why, because of these policies, and this is what you want, right? Because you want this. I would ask SKC the same thing. I would ask Sir the same thing, right? If you ask most people on the street, right? If you ask most people on the street, why would you vote for this person? By just talking to them, without them saying it directly, you can kind of tell what their ideology is, right? Whether it goes from abortion, whether it goes to racism, social justice issues, or whatever. Like, why did most of the LGBTQ white women in suburbia that are crazy liberals vote for Obama, right? Because he told them the stuff that he wanted to do, just like the same ones voted for Al Gore, just like the same ones voted for Bill Clinton, right? Now, why? You know what I mean? Exactly. Now, why did these people vote for Trump, right? Not, you know what I'm saying? He's a racist liberal, but he tapped into that ideology, right? Now, they're in a conservative part. They're called conservatives because they vote Republican, right? They're not actually conservatives. They're not true conservatives. And I'm talking about people overall. And when I mean the loud majority, I'm talking about white people for the most part, right? Because you can get all the niggas together in the world, in America, to vote, and it ain't going to do shit. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna do a fucking hill of beans.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I'm just being real. You know what I mean? I just tell black people, you shouldn't be Republican. You shouldn't be Democrat.
Mhm.
You should be what's going to be the best for you and yours
Mhm.
and your community. And that's actually at the
Exactly.
state level, the city and the state level. You should be thinking about that. You shouldn't be thinking about graduate school of the fucking presidential election. That has nothing to do with you. You need to be elementary right now because that's going to affect you.
Mhm.
Now, the problem is that as America, is America's 40 years behind making it homogeneous, right? And the political aspects of what we're talking about, yes, it's going to deal in some vestiges of racism because that's only what people can comprehend because that's what's being pushed in their face on a 24-hour news cycle of the subversion that they're being given. These are facts. Like I'm like, I understand what you're saying, Mike. You're not talking about the racism aspect, but when you turn on Fox News, racism. When you turn on CNN, racism. Far left, far right racism, and that actually started doing when Obama was running with the Tea Party. That came back up, right? So Trump actually attached himself to the Tea Party with Sir Palin, and that's how he got to where he was.
Yeah.
He was so radical. Think about it. Technically, Trump shouldn't have actually ever been in a position to get all the nominations so he could run for president representing the Republican Party.
They didn't do to him.
Yeah.
They didn't do to him what the Democrats did to Bernie.
Yeah.
So that was what they should have done.
Why should they have?
Because he was never a conservative. He was never
in comparison to what Mike is saying, like, see, Trump shouldn't have been president, period, because even though it's the lesser two evils, because nobody like Hillary and her husband, because even though they had conservative views, but they said, no, we trust Trump because, you know, he kept saying he had these promises, the money, the economics, and he kind of played the C game, you know, because they told him play this game. And we want you to be this conservative, and exploit him. But they thought he was conservative, but in reality, he was liberal the whole time. He was friends with the Clintons and everybody, and Tyson, and I'll give you all of that. But what he did was he finessed both sides and showed you, yes, there's racism on both groups. But here's the thing: least the convert, if you study, you know, the stealth culture of them. We understand what Clinton was going to do, and they show you based off their actions. You know, they apologize later. But see, the overts will like to flip flop and say, "Hey, I ain't racist. My best friend is black." You know, we hear this all the time. So I'm from the South, so I know how they, you know, play games like that. You know, but it's normal. You know, because we normalize things. Because black people want to get into arguments and be like, say, "Hey, I'm okay with this person. If you have a problem with it, it should be like that." But I understand where SKC is coming from. Like, look, how can this person say he's not racist? You know, you know, most people, I would say some people believe that. I ain't gonna say most, I'm gonna say some people believe that in the South in some degree, in Georgia. But the rest of the world would look at his policies like, but damn, that sounds a little bit racist, but in a way. But at the time, you know, growing up, not knowing this guy like that, I've heard his name before, but I didn't understand that he had policies like that. See, once you get older and start really reading stuff, and then over the years, you know, I've read some of his stuff before. I said, damn. And then I look at all the presidents that had his ideologies, and it makes sense now. But when you look at Trump, it's like a populist theater type, you know, Republican. But that's what they wanted.
Yeah, but Trump was a bull in a china shop when it came to conservative politics. He broke all the rules of what traditional conservatism was about.
And here's a thought about that I just wonder about, because I don't want to come off as like I'm an apologist for either side, but I'm just wondering what would be the problem with being a bull in a china shop?
Because the Reagan rule.
There's been a lot of presidents throughout time who have broken a lot of rules.
Because the Reagan
FDR broke a lot of rules.
No, we're not talking about established rule. We're talking about a social
contract. He broke the establishment from Washington of stepping down after two terms.
What I'm saying here is the social contract
that's the social contract of American president.
Allow me to explain,
and he broke it. If that's not a bull in a china shop, what is it?
If you allow me to explain, the social contract that Reagan established is you don't attack your fellow Republicans or your fellow conservatives within the movement itself. You don't do that, right? That's the rule. If you look at the debate, unlike some of these conservatives in this space, they don't actually look at it. During the 2016 primaries, look at the reactions on Jeb Bush and the rest of the other conservative constituents on the panel, and they're looking at each other like, what is this nigga doing? Because you're not supposed to do that.
What's
And in
wrong
order
with
to
that?
win, in order for him to win and secure his way in, the evangelicals met behind the scenes and put their money and their efforts behind him. They created his whole entire platform.
And what's wrong? And what's wrong with that?
Because because the idea of conservatism is in this space, what these guys are holding on to has nothing to do with conservatism, and they're making Trump out to be this real conservative guy. And I'm saying there's nothing conservative about Trump.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
actually,
this is my count. And this is my counter, Mike. I'm not stating this. You guys stated. You guys say that Barry Goldwater was the father of modern conservatism.
Mm-hmm.
And when I look at him and I hear him talking to Buckley, 1966 on his show, and Buckley asked him, hey, you know, you lost the 1964 election. Do you think that, you know, the whole movement that you were setting up is going to die? He says, no, I don't think that's the case. I think that in time, you know, another conservative will come up or whatnot. And he said, but is he going to be anything like you? He said, he could be, probably not though. And he said, well, what happened if it's somebody that is quite different from you? And he said, yeah, that wouldn't be a sin. That's a good thing. There's going to be times where there's going to be guys that are going to have vastly different ideas from me, and that's fine. So I don't understand why people are making this argument saying, oh man, the dude is not this, the dude is not that, when the dude that you say is the father of modern conservatism stated that in 1966.
Because Trump was a liberal up until 2016.
I get that.
How about this? How about we do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can we say this is true, right? Can we just both say this is true, right? You can have a person be a liberal, right? That's a liberal at heart, right? We do this all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And do conservative actions.
Thank you.
Right, and you can have a conservative person that's a conservative at heart and and do liberal actions, right?
Correct.
And this is called bipartisanship, right? In Congress, right? When they just say, all right, if you give me this, I'll give you that, and work it out. Yeah, all right, cool, let's move forward, right? Or you know what I'm saying? Now, when anytime the Republicans, what they supposed to be the conservative party, makes the government shut down multiple times, right? Multiple times, right? During Obama's administration, right? That's some radical shit. That's radical, right? Because if you look at some of what Obama was asking for, I'm not cheerleading for Obama, right? Universal health care. Do you know that the United States of America, as a first world country, is the only country that doesn't have it?
Absolutely.
Right? Now, people said, fuck that Obamacare, right? They did a study. They asked people about universal health care, right? They asked, do you know about Obamacare? Fuck that shit, right? They had MAGA hats on and all that. Then they asked them, do you know what universal health care is? That sounds good. And they told them what it was, and they say, oh, that's good, but that's Obamacare. And they look stupid, right? Now, because of what's going on right now, now everybody want that universal health care.
Because they need it.
Because they need it, right? But if you was really conservative, conserving your power, you have no base unless you are you taking care of the people. What the Republicans wanted to do, what America wanted to do, what the Democrats wanted to do behind the scenes is we were going over a financial cliff, right? The fall of America was imminent. There was going to be not a recession, but a depression, okay? Because inflation was ridiculous. Now, this is me looking at it because I live in another country, so I'm looking at the geopolitical ramifications of what went down. Okay. Now, with this being said, right, the reason why they needed Trump to be a bull in a china shop, and the only reason why Hillary Clinton really didn't win, or they didn't set it up so she can win from both sides of the party, And the reason why is because Hillary Clinton's geopolitical political record as the Secretary of State was trash, right? They hated her guts. She was trash, right? Now, when Trump was acting crazy to his own people, you notice nobody else was popping off around the world at the United States as the reset was happening. Nobody else, because if he would do that, it's like if you see a parent smack their own kid into the floor, what would they do to your kid? You get what you see what I'm saying? It's like he gave America for 4 years enough breathing room as acting like a tyrant, right? He pulled a Teddy Roosevelt, right? He acted like the perfect tyrant to keep everybody at bay, to have them reorganize whatever they were going to do. And then we can get the financial thing on. Now, the whole Rona thing happened. Biden was going to win. They was already having him step up there. It was going to happen. It was already set in stone. They already know who the next president is going to be 10 to 15 years prior to they actually stepping up there. It's just all about pushing the narrative and executing it. But the president means absolutely fucking nothing at the end of the day. We all know this.
The system is on autopilot. I mean, anybody can go in and drive that ship. But what I'm saying here is the idea that this space makes Trump out to be this conservative guy. But if you look at the people that they support from a conservative point of view, they never support anybody else, and they never talk about anybody else other than Trump. And what I'm saying is conservatism did not start in 2016 with Donald Trump. It started long before that. And none of these guys, whenever we brought up the past constituents of the conservative movement, they didn't know who these people were. They didn't know anything about these people. They didn't know anything about the history. All they know was Trump. And I don't want to have a discussion with people who don't know the history of the party, but only can Google their way through it. When we presented books on the Black Brain Trust on conservatism and had real conservatives on the panel.
That makes sense. And I see that argument. But the only thing that weirds me out about these conversations is, okay, just as when DeAndre was bringing up what he just stated, you know what, Trump was a liberal racist. Okay. Yeah. And I go back and I look at the track record for a Goldwater in his personal life and also in his life as a senator. Also in his life within the military. All of it.
I covered that.
All of it smacks positive on civil rights.
Yeah.
So when I bring that up, then other people say, "Oh, that's irrelevant." No, that is relevant. It is relevant.
How many people did he pull into the conservative? How many Black people did he pull into the conservative movement?
Well, here's the thing, right? He actually pulled a lot of Black people into his movement right now, and this is what I mean. He had a conservative movement, right? But his main focus was to pull Black people into the Democratic Party. See, that was he accomplished that, evidently, right? So he did his job, right? Now the conservative movement wasn't for niggas. The conservative movement was for white folk. Right. See, that's the difference, right? Like, you know what I mean? So he did his job. Like, he did what he was supposed to do. His job was to lay the groundwork. He laid the groundwork. He opened it up, and guess what? The Republicans wanted Black people out of their party anyway.
Yeah,
they wanted them gone, right? So basically, it was like this, right? The Civil War. Think about it like this, right? The Civil War was a compromise at the end of the day, right? Every last one of those people that was running down and that was part of the Confederate got a place in the Houses of Congress after it was over with. People don't want to agree to that. People don't want to understand all of that, but that's a true fact, right? Mm-hmm. And then they were given the South, and they were able to do whatever, and they called it states' rights, right? All right, y'all got states' rights. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got states' rights. All right, cool. Y'all do this because we need to gather this shit up because we need to pay back these motherfuckers over here, which is France and Spain, but we need to take over their shit, so we got to go west. Right? So y'all need to gather your shit up. Yeah, we got some of your slaves up here, but we can't take all of them. Y'all figure it out, right? And we know what will subsequently happen after that. This is my thing. The reason why, and I understand why this is annoying you, Mike V, about why these dudes are championing Trump. I know SKC already know why. right? That's why he's up here trolling. He's being funny, right? But he knows why, right?
No, he's just
You know
being
what I'm saying? No, I'm talking about with the Trump thing, right? The reason why these dudes love Trump and they want to be conservative, they're just like they're fans of a particular player, right? So I like LeBron James. I'm a fan of what he does, right? I'm a fan of how he plays basketball, right? Because I was a Magic Johnson guy. I'm not a Michael Jordan guy too much. So LeBron James changes
That's
teams
fair.
like he changes draws, right? Now, here's the funny part. When he was on the Cavs, I was a Cavs fan because that's where he was at. When he went to Miami, I was a Heat fan. He went back to the Cavs, I'm a Cavs fan. He's in LA, I'm an LA fan. So if Trump is putting on the hat of being a conservative, they're a fan of Trump because Trump was able to do something. And this is the one thing that really got him. When that shit came out, where he running around grabbing bitches by the pussy and telling you and saying whatever the hell he wanted to say, popping off, chin checking people, and doing whatever he want, they always want to do it. If you listen to the rhetoric of the trauma bonding, right?
Yeah.
And the women, no matter what kind of foul shit he said out of his mouth, they was the first ones out there fucking I want a bitch to go storm the White House and get shot for me. Like that's the mindset. So that's why they put Trump on a pedestal. It's like a red pill messiah, right? You just put him up there, you pray to him, you put your MAGA hat on, you say America is great again 3 times a day, and you look to the east. So they're not looking at it how you're looking at it. They're not looking at Trump as this is conservatism. This is how you practice it politically. This is how it's done for vestiges of power in government. If Trump tomorrow says he's a liberal, these niggas is liberal. If Trump come out there with purple hair and he's talking about champion the LGBT community, guess what? They're going to follow along.
Now, DeAndre, you have a point. I see that there are guys that are like that.
Yeah,
but I also know that there are guys that have been long term, team red and all that type of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Also, you have some people that view it from the perspective of, if you look at things historically, you have people like Jackie Robinson, and they put up an idea that, okay, black people, you don't understand. If you don't have people on both sides, then you won't have leverage to get what you need done because both sides are not on your side.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand that. And that's kind of what we've been saying the last few years, that a lot of those guys who go to that side don't do shit because they don't have a voice over there.
Yep.
Well, and a lot of those guys will make the argument saying, what you guys think isn't crap, that's from your perspective, because the only thing that you all view and focus on has to do with things about race.
No, we're talking about policy.
Out of the picture, those guys say, no, there's a lot that's being done on this side. It's just not focused on race.
No, we're talking policy. The discussion in this space has always, since the inception of this space, has been about policy. When you have a conversation with people who support Trump, they never talk about policy because they don't even. You just made the conversation again back about Trump. Yeah, I didn't say that. I said you have guys since the days of like a Jackie Robinson. I'm not talking about in this
space. You need guys on both sides because both sides are not on your side, and if you don't have that, then either side will not have leverage. And then you have those guys that have been on that side for quite some time. They have been card-carrying members for decades and decades, and then they say, no. You guys think that there's nothing to be gained over here because you guys are so focused in on viewing the world through the lens of race. These policies and different things are accomplishing the things that we want done.
No, but that's not what we're talking about in this space. And I think you know that. The discussion about conservatism in this space is about being anti-left. It has nothing to do about policy. So when we talk about being on that side, no one cares if you're going to be on that side. But if you're going to be on that side, you got to actually get some shit done. But when we have this conversation about policy, none of these guys don't even know what a policy is. and the people that they should. And the people
now
that they
I'm going
should.
to. So now when I go back and I reference the guy that you guys call the father.
No, we're not talking about. We're not talking. No, I'm not gonna let you troll me. I'm not gonna let you troll me.
His words.
No, what you're doing is you're trolling. What you're doing is you're trolling.
That guy
in this space,
guy stated that the left often tries to push things before the conservatives as, hey, here's a problem that your eyes need to fix. You need to get this stuff done. And he stated, why? That's your problem that you've conceived. Over here,
we're talking about
that's
in
not
this
a problem.
space. So what we're talking about in this space is actual policy reform so that black men can actually benefit.
Okay. And
when we
those
talk about,
guys are saying that they don't need your reforms. They're stating that they're fine.
When we brought up Michael Steele, these niggas didn't know who Michael Steele was. They thought he was a porn star because they don't follow. They didn't follow.
Stating again, because you're not hearing. A lot of those guys are stating that they don't need any reform. They're fine.
That's fine. That's fine. But what we're talking about in this space is policy. If you don't want to talk about policy, then we don't need to be on the panel.
That's what you are saying.
No, the space in itself, we're talking about 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0, especially 1.0, has always been about policy reform for black men.
Okay,
and it's always been about that. We're always talking about
which ones?
You can name them. You can name any of them. What are you talking about? Child support reform. We're talking about no-fault divorce and all of these sort of aspects that impacted black men collectively.
Okay, I just heard two. I'm
not going to go through all of them. I'm just naming these couple ones so that we have the basis to start
and none of those are being addressed by either side. Period.
But the reason why this space exists is because the white MGTOW and the white MRAs force a lot of these black men.
Who are mainly who? Which side?
We don't need to go into all these details. We're just
talking
about
yeah, hold on, man. We gotta answer the questions, man, because this is a discussion. He asked the question, so we gotta.
We know that those guys are mainly red. They're the ones that brought this to the forefront. Blue never brought those things up to the forefront ever.
Who's blue? Who are you talking about?
Yeah, maybe I think the liberal side, the liberal side.
Well, they were liberal. I don't know what he's talking about.
Are the ones that you said that this space was focused on. Those are the ones that brought up those things about the child support, the no-fault divorce, all that other stuff. That has never been any. There's never been any policy even thrown on the wall concerning that on blue.
I don't know what
no
you're
conversation
talking about.
at all.
I don't know what you're talking about. But what we're talking about is just policy. We're not
okay. Those are policies that you said this place was centered around.
It's abstract from the parties itself. You're still talking about blue. We're talking about
no. You said what was Manosphere 1 and 2, and then you go back to the white Manosphere because a lot of them was involved at the very beginning of it. Those guys were lean more towards the team red, and those were the guys that were actually talking about those policies. It was never brought up by blue.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I was there from the inception of the movement, so I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, so who are the white dudes on Team Blue talking about this stuff?
They don't have any branded names, but there was the movements that were happening back then in terms of the manosphere. Those white guys squeeze a lot of the black guys out because their reasoning for being red, quote unquote, red pill was different than what black men's problem was.
And that's fine. And that's fine. And I'll see that. I see that argument to you. But what I'm saying to you, Mike, is this: before those red guys brought those subjects up, nobody was talking about them at all.
Yeah, I don't know what you're
talking about. That was never part of a blue strategy.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was here since 2006, 2007. I know exactly what was being discussed back then.
Tell me when is anybody on the blue side has been talking about
you keep bringing up
a no-fault divorce, child support.
You keep bringing up blue. I'm saying it was agnostic of blue or red.
Oh my goodness. Oh my. DeAndre, you gonna let this just happen like this?
Listen, man, I'm just here, man. I'm listening.
The majority of those
Nagone was around.
because
I wasn't here. I got here in 2018, man.
Things that will be stated about this whole everything about like the manosphere and so forth, especially on the white side of things, they will say, "Well, yeah, those are those racist red dudes."
I don't know anything that you're talking
Is it
about. I'm not really. I don't.
Well, I'm gonna put it like this. I'm gonna put it like this, right? I'm gonna put it like this. Now, SKC, are you saying red as in like conservative, or are you talking about liberal? Like
Red pill?
No, I'm saying as in the majority of those guys that were in the white manosphere bringing up this stuff about child support, divorce. We all know that they were Republican.
Oh, okay, yeah. Now, I'm gonna say this, right? You know what I mean? Like I said, Mike V was around way before me. Like I came around in 2018. So when I
was around in 07 when I had my first channel before. This is technically my second channel. So I know what it was said back then because everybody had groups back then on YouTube. When you talk about politics, it was both races discussing issues. Now, some people did vote for the other side versus Obama at the time. Obama was brand new. And I predicted back then he was going to win because he was that voice. You know, everybody else was anti-Obama because there were certain black people that didn't want to vote for him. But the ones that did vote for him, like myself at the time, he was fairly new. And I knew he was going to win because he had a certain voice, even though he was related to Cheney and Bush because on his mother's side, because he had the same type of politics that they had. But then I don't want to say he's a Barry Goldwater acolyte, but he had some of his tenets. But when I found out what he did for foreign policy, I said, oh, damn, I thought you was such liberal and this and that. He just did his thing, you know, because then I look at his policies. I was like, oh, okay. I know
he's conservative than a motherfucker.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I learned a lot about him then. But then over the years, and then I studied it, and I'm like, over the years at the time, everybody was like pro-Obama, like the first half. And then the second half, you know, Romney came along. You know, this is where I didn't vote for him again because I didn't think he did enough. So that's why I didn't vote for him.
Yeah. So y'all are gonna sit up here and tell me that in the beginnings of like in a lot of those spaces where they had it was just a manosphere. You had a lot of people from different races. That zero was completely wrong, and also I think it was Obsidian as well, and even Anger Man and stuff, when they stated that those guys were that not all of them, but a lot of them were anti-Obama.
I'm gonna say this, right?
And that there weren't racial tensions that were building up all around that stuff.
Yeah, well, from my understanding, and this is just my understanding, from 2018, when I came into space, I didn't know what, the manosphere was. I didn't understand all of that, with all this. And I got to learn about it from, hearing guys' testimonies and seeing that didn't have nothing to do with me because I ain't got the props. But I was there for other conversations for all this policy and everything. So from me hearing from BGS and how it started and kind of chronologing it a little bit. Now from 2018, from my observation and dealing with people, I start seeing the maturation of mainly, and let's just say it's the 3.0 or the 2.5 guys, right? We're mainly on the Republican side of stuff. Now, before that, everybody was all together. It was just men coming together, talking about men's rights, talking about, and I don't know, and no one knew anybody's political affiliations at that time, right? It was just the system's fucked up. I want my kids. There's no fault divorce shit, whatever, and it was rightfully so because I seen it on both ends of the spectrum, especially being in the military. Like, you know what I'm saying? I seen a black dude get took into the cleaners, and I seen a white dude get took into the cleaners. And what's the funny part? It didn't matter what type of bitch it was. It could be a Filipino bitch, it could be a black bitch, it could be a white bitch. It could be doesn't matter.
Yeah,
if they had the option to take him to the cleaners, they'd take him to the cleaners. Like you just knew that if it was, and this is just me, I just knew by watching it, if it was an Asian chick, she'll wait till the motherfucker a year from retiring to run away with her shit. If it was a white chick, she'd make sure she had another dude that was at least a higher rank and take that nigga shit. And if it was a black chick, she'd just make the nigga hell because she wouldn't actually jump to the next dude. She'd just have nobody. Like that was the parachute. I'm just saying these are my observations. If that happened, you know. And on the other end, a lot of motherfuckers did deserve when the woman did walk away. So I saw it on both ends. I'm a balanced person. You know what I mean? There's one thing, but to Mike V's point, from what I've heard, I didn't hear any political aspirations, but I saw them in 2018. I saw that everybody was running with this conservative thing. Everybody was, you know, the diehard, these bitches should die and be in a pool of their own blood and all of that crazy stuff and all of that rhetoric. I vote for Trump because fuck these bitches. You know what I'm saying? Like, or you know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's what I heard.
I respect that, DeAndre. My thing is this. You know, I want to see where the truth falls in this. So I'm gonna go back, dig up the receipts, and I could be wrong. I could be absolutely wrong. But if I dig up receipts that confirm what I remember a lot of other people stating about the state of things back then and where people were aligned, man.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of two. I'll give you an example of two MRAs, right? Thugtician was an MRA, and so was Kobe NBA West.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
Kobe NBA West was. What's going on, Nagone?
What's gone, Nagone?
Yeah. Kobe NBA West was against Obama and Joe Biden, especially. It wasn't so much about Obama, but more about Biden because of his VAWA, right? Violence Against Women Act. That's what he was against. Thugtician was agnostic to all of that. He was against the system. And so he was fundamentally working on ways within the white MRA movement, the majority white MRA movement, of how to attack the system. But what he found was that the white MRAs were against black men behind the scenes and undermining their position within the MRA movement, which is what drove him to the black manosphere.
Right. I agree with you. I agree with you. The only thing I'm asking is when he found that out, and others, when they found that out, those individuals that were undermining and such, where did they fall politically?
Let me interject, man. Let me interject.
Okay, go ahead, Nagone. Yeah, go ahead, Nagone.
Just let me jump in here. Okay, Mike is absolutely correct about that because that was the evolution of what happened with respect to how the black manosphere and a lot of guys came into the black manosphere dealing with those issues. And that also was how Ibmore, okay, because you had the whole MGTOW kind of movement going on at that stage. All right, you had guys like Barbarossa, Stardust, and all them who were involved. Okay, Barbarossa, a brother. Okay, you had Stardust, white dude. All right, and you had quite a few other MGTOWs who were involved. All right, then the white boys started coming in. It was no a left or right. They weren't coming in with that. They were coming in with white boy against black boy kind of stuff because at the end of the day, they were coming in being relatively racist. That's how Ibmore and all that started out. Yeah. Okay. And how a lot of guys started to branch off from there and came more here into the black sector. Okay. I was just listening to a video that was put down by my man Barbarossa Barbar that he came out with about 11 months ago. He hasn't come out with anything recently. But he said why he kind of stepped out of the MGTOW space and kind of disappeared. And he didn't say anything about Republican and Democrat. It came down to all these far right, or these far nationalists, white nationalists and so forth, came in and tried to hijack a lot of the movement. And that's what happened with a genius. You guys don't know Thugtician. You can go back and listen to the Thugtician files, listen to this dude. Almost nobody dropped it better. A lot of the cats, were certainly in line with him. Even cats like a Black Ram, he was around then. Okay?
Yeah, I remember Black Ram and Sullen Black. I do. But Thugtician, Thugtician was basically, he had his own stance, but he was very charismatic. You correct, Nagone. Yeah, his videos was classic.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Let me finish. Okay, so let me finish. I was around then. I was around back then, 2008, 2009. Sergeant Willie Pete. I'm going back to 2007.
Captain Solo.
8. Okay. Them cats, okay?
Mhm.
So they were going all through that, and that was kind of the evolution of the Black Manosphere. So when you talk about
Right.
okay, so when you start really talking about um, Obsidian and O'Shea and these guys,
And
fuck
BGS.
that. These guys wasn't starting that. These guys came in and got platforms. I'm not going off on the tangent here. I'm just saying those guys came in on the platforms when you had hangouts and all that started coming in.
Right.
Super chats and all came in, and it kind of blew up the platform a little more. And then these guys came in and surfed off of that. But at the end of the day, the real progenitors of this were Sergeant Willie P, Thug Titian, okay, Soul and Black. These cats, they were a whole bunch of other dudes were involved. And I'm even going to give Tommy a little credit about that because he was out there blasting at that stage, talking about that. When the big issue that we started to see when things started to get more political, Obsidian and them came in later. I was right there, ground floor with Obsidian as well. All right, is when these guys really started to look at, how
Tommy Curry.
Tommy Curry, exactly.
Tommy Curry was around back then.
Okay, exactly. Where things were really kind of going awry, and brothers were basically addressing a lot of literally the unmitigated hate speech that was coming from the woman's sphere. They didn't call it woman's sphere at the time, but people like
Blake Barbie
doll and so forth.
Yeah,
Folks
Blake Barbie doll.
we all never heard of. Okay, Egypt and all them. That I was going in on. Me, this other dude, Cadillac Gaddafi, and a bunch of other cats were going in on these hoes back then. Okay,
The gender war, right?
Okay, and they were talking crazy. All right.
Yeah,
crazy.
we still do.
They were doxing people back then.
Right.
Yeah, the divestment bitches. Yeah.
Okay, well, it was even worse than that. It was like, if you have a black male baby, kill that motherfucker. They were
Right.
like that.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Shit was way off the he's, and so brothers came in. All right, brilliantly. Guys like Thug Titian and them, far more sophisticated. All right, and certainly much more knowledgeable and and just laid down the facts and started to systematically tear these fucking hoes out the frame. Then what started to happen was they started to drop channels. They started to come after brothers and so forth. Now, here they are preaching hate speech, but I have to say the brothers came together at that stage with brilliant countervailing arguments to them female dog shit. It was brilliant. Then that's when people like Crystal and Karazin and all them started to come in. All right. And at the time, and I'm gonna fess up and admit this, that I was kind of down with Sinji because she was nowhere near what she is right now. She was going in on them white boys too, tearing them out the frame. And I mean, doing work on these niggas. And I'm talking about when I'm talking about doing work, I'm talking about like, yo, y'all talking about black folks. What about white on white crime? What about all the shit that y'all doing? What about your white ass drug problem? All this stuff. Y'all walking around with recessive monkey genes and all this kind of stuff. And I was hiding out in one of the white nationalist sites, man. My name was Rex Pendragon. I was hanging out there listening to what the white boys are saying, and they brought Sinji's name up right up in there talking about, we got to shut this black bitch down. She's out here talking all this shit on us. They didn't have a proper response to her attacks. Okay? They didn't have a proper response. So brothers were going in, and you had a couple of sisters like Sinji during that time going in on these mofos, going in on them. And that's and all that was going on. You saw the rise of more of the black manosphere coming out. You saw the MGTOW move to Ibmore and all that. That's where you had guys like BGS. Then you had, of course, Black Ram. You even had what you call Tito Sancho, the madman over there. But he was
Hardcore Tito.
Yeah, hardcore Tito. He was in there. He was a part of that. And a few others. So they started all that Ibmore from there. Okay, and BGS actually kind of tacked on to that. Now we're going back around 2013. Okay, 2014, around that time, 2015. These are the times that we're talking about as this thing started to evolve. From 2008, 9, 10, when all this shit was going on and formulating. So as far as the red side and the blue side, all this post 2016 stuff, when the niggas started to side up with this Trump harasser hole, that's where you started to see all this fuckery. But you didn't see that then because brothers weren't talking that bullshit. They were looking at what was really attacking black men at that stage. And brothers, I'm going to have to say, were very effective in their argument. They actually won that war in 2015, as far as I
they did.
as far as 2016.
They did.
We won that, tore them out the frame. Crystal and Carrison broke down, started crying on the fuck. Hey, the black and white boy came after me, and no black man came and supported me. And all that shit. Motherfuckers were just crying. We were laughing. We was on Obsidian Channel fucking party. I mean, we was partying on this shit. And then bitches basically fell off. And then what they did was they came in with a new tactic to come into the manosphere, roll with some fake, online, what I would call submission and thirst trapping, and then got the thirsty nigga, and then we're able to draw the thirsty sucker laid niggas out, show them what was really going on. And this is the mismatch of fucking dog fucking shit diarrhea that we have right now. And a bunch of crazy fucking niggas who are pissed off about not fucking the bitches that they wanted to fuck, now getting back to try to wrangle them in, okay, and to try to have what we call some kind of negotiate.
Yeah, he has an echo.
Negotiate with these savages.
SKC, you got an echo, bro.
Okay, I'm sorry, but anyway, I can't help that right now.
No. You
that's KC. That's KC.
Okay, and get back and dealing with that bullshit. All right, and then brothers thinking that maybe we can get them back in line. We can do certain kind of things. Let's come down real hard on them. Let's go hard right on them and everything else like that, because this is what's going to get these hoes back in line and all this kind of craziness. So that's what you really have, and I have to give it to the black female with her understanding of male nature and understanding this fucking nigga and being able to play him like a player piano and throw the music into the piano.
I think the major.
So that's a lot of what we have going on, and then of course we had the whole game coming there with this whole right and far right and these Negroes that didn't run up with these crazy crackers and everything else like that. Okay, but that's all of it is about. Bring this black bitch back to the table and all that. And Negroes who have women who are outside of the community, who are not married to black women, have anything to do with them, are in here too, throwing rocks and everything else like that, because they don't like this black bitch. So
I said it again for the people in the back.
That's part of the mishmash. That's part of the madness. But the focus has been lost, and the craziness has ensued. That's why I don't really fuck with this too much, because I ain't fucking with y'all with these niggas. These niggas ain't thinking clearly. They've lost sight of what's really going on. The 1.0 cats, the Mighty Thugtician, and these guys, Sergeant Willie Pete too, and these guys, they laid this motherfucker down. Okay, and then you had other brothers come on. The 2.0 cats came in and ultimately won the gender war with the larger platforms, taking the arguments that were laid down by the brothers before, utilizing those to tear these hoes out the frame, which then they got torn out the frame, but then they came back very effectively, working on the weakness of this Negro's dick, of which he, of course, is going to always fall to, especially not well disciplined and so forth. And it's a 3 or 4 fest up in here right now.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna say this.
All right, that's the breakdown. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Just DeAndre.
I would say this, right? You know what I mean? And I'm glad that Nagone eloquently gave the history of, everything, how it transpired.
Yeah, he's been around him and Mike V. I had Wacky, and then I had Soul and Black. If he was up here, he'll tell you the same thing. So.
And I'm gonna say like this, right? And this is the best way for me to look at it, and just to give my honest opinion on somebody that's from 2018 to now, is the way I look at it is like this. The reason why they were able to cut back in is because the guys prior to the 1.0 guys were on a mission for the mission itself, right? And the guys that came behind them, and then the gender war was won. It was money to be made. It became a business, and then it became it wasn't more about the mission and the progress of the mission and concerning about the policy and what we need to do and who we need to get behind and who we need to pool our money behind and whatever, who's going on in your state and sharing that, right? Like nobody wants to sit up there and watch Meet the Press. You know what I mean? What it is it's the trauma bonding Olympics. This is like the 2.0 and the 3.0 turned into Creflo Dollar and TD Jakes for men. You know what I'm saying? That's what it basically turned into. That's what it is. And the reason why you guys are having, well, not Nagone, but Mike V, you're having this, you know what I mean? This you're angry because that's not what it was about, because you come from the old tenets. You understand what the tenets is. This is the mission, policy. Nothing's going to change unless we change policy. These women ain't going to listen to you because they're not incentivized to listen to you. Point blank, period. Like you gotta incentivize, the behavior, right?
No, please finish. I'll go right after you.
Yeah, like you gotta incentivize the behavior. Like, what policies are in place? No one's putting any actual policies in place, but they're actually coming. Right. And they're actually coming for a simple point of money. That's the only reason why they're coming. Right. Like, why they repealing abortion laws. I just read an article in Texas. If you are in Texas and you find out a person is doing an abortion, you can sue the person that's doing the abortion for the person that's getting the abortion done. And then if you lose, you don't have to pay their legal fees. And if you win, they'll give you money. Like it's like they're incentivizing this because there's a baby shortage, right? There's a child shortage. So when I say, okay, if there's a worldwide child shortage, because every country's going through this right now, but especially in the United States, okay, no fault divorces, abortion. Okay. So if you're complaining about child support and people are aborting babies, then why are they getting rid of abortion? Because then women would have to keep the child, right? Or people are fucking and not having kids, or they're not having enough young people, but they have too many old people. Okay, so we get rid of this, right? Now, who's pushing this side? Well, on a political standpoint, you say the Republicans are really championing this, right? They are, right? So they're championing this thing, right? Now, the thing is about this is that, okay, so if you get rid of abortion, then if a woman gets pregnant, you already got rid of Planned Parenthood, which is contraceptives and condoms and all of that other crazy shit, right? But also abortion. So if you get rid of abortion, make it a states' right issue, then what happens is women are forced to do what? They get pregnant. But if they get pregnant, they don't want to be pregnant, right? So what happens is, what's the best way for a woman to secure her relationship with a man? Well, she got to keep her legs closed. She got to keep her legs closed. Then that means she's got to get married. But then if she's married, then she'll have the kid. But the problem is you're not incentivizing the man to be married. There's no incentivization. You get what I'm saying? Like there's no incentivization.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I think the 1.0 didn't it focus on some of that, but that wasn't the totality of the space back then. And so the idea that you had these sort of right-left sort of conflict or adversarial sort of views in the space, you didn't have that. You had people building on each other's content in their philosophical views. And so I think what, in this discussion, it's being presented as if, the MGTOW was conservative. MGTOW was not conservative. The ones that we're talking about were not conservative. They didn't have anything to do with conservatism. These guys just did not like black men being in the space. Period. Despite the fact that that black men were making the same argument that they were making, they didn't want black men in those spaces. And so that's why you had this space be cultivated out of that discourse. Because Thugtician talked about it, and what's this other brother? Captain Solo talked about this.
Yeah,
And
Captain
he-
Solo.
that's right.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah, he's somebody I spoke to offline. Same thing with Soul and
Mhm.
Black. So I know that what's being presented here is not actually what happened. I know exactly what happened back then, and there was a lot of white people, a lot of white
Yeah.
men who came in there and tried to undermine the movement. And then when
Mm.
brothers moved to Generation X,
Yeah,
they came in there and they hacked the
that
server and
website.
destroyed it.
Yeah, I
They came
remember
in
that
and they
website.
destroyed it. Okay,
Mhm.
Dresden bought the server, and they came in there and they hacked the server, destroyed it, took it offline with a DOS attack, and it never came back up. And so
Exactly.
that's why you have this 2.0 thing going right now.
Mm.
A lot of people want to pretend as if there was this sort of conservative movement going. No, it had nothing to do with conservative. Brothers were attacking the system for what it was.
That's exactly right, Mike. And the attacks were effective, and it was so effective it started to even make.
Okay, SKC.
I just want to say this last. I want to say this last thing. It started to split even some parts of the white manosphere, where certain guys in the white manosphere saw what was really happening. Some of them had to kind of move back, and then that's when you had those, the white nationalists come in, because what they were talking about was white spaces and protecting their white women. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, these guys were more worried about black dick than truly worrying about not only men's rights, but dealing with the whole kind of gender issue. That was really that was the problem. They were shown. I mean, one day I was in a chat room. This was a few years ago. This is when Nola Girl first started coming out, and she was talking about she wanted to be. I don't know, Mike, if you remember that Nola Girl. She came out.
She's married to the brother in the space. He's a conservative
brother
brother
in the space. That's right, Algier Soldier. All right, Algier Soldier. All right, and she started talking about how she supported black men, men going their own way or whatever. And then the MGTOWs came out against her. Me, this dude, Victor, White Cat, and MGTOW. I'm forgetting Victor. I can't remember his name. Then there was me, Coptic 7, Cadillac Gaddafi, bunch of cats were in there going in. And what did we see? White boys started calling them mud shark. You guys are fucking. I mean, this
exactly.
They just started going ham. And these were supposed to be MGTOWs, but at the end of the day, the cover came off. They were ultimately simps, pissed off that black dudes was banging white women, and they started going crazy about it.
Yeah, of course.
They started going ham, and that was the whole issue. It wasn't right or left. Those same dudes who were talking about, we hated niggas and why you white bitches, y'all are fucking Negroes and y'all are mud sharks and all that, talking all that crap. These are Trump guys and all them running around today talking all this crazy. Those are the same dudes, but they were uncovered.
The Proud Boys.
They were uncovered then, and
there you go.
The
Boogaloo Boys.
They were totally. The cover was pulled off of them, some bitches, and that's what I'm saying. I've seen the evolution of this thing. That's why when you guys see me going against you and looking at you saying you niggas ain't shit, because you motherfuckers ain't. You sitting back here buying into guys who hate your fucking guts at the end of the day and think you're stupid. But that's the reality, because I saw what was going on, and many of us who were in this space during that time saw the evolution of this, and now it's turned into a right-left thing and leftist, and,
right, absolutely,
and all that. Totally.
Which is what facilitated.
When y'all gonna let the new sergeant?
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on?
You want to say something on the topic?
I've been waiting, man.
Yeah.
Sergeant Willie Pete was in here. Y'all would have gave him the flow. I'm the new Sergeant Willie Pete.
What's going on?
It is. I'm about to take this thing over.
Let me just further expand.
Fuck all that. You got motherfucking Hurricane Edward, motherfucking SKC, and then you got Hurricane Mike V. Did that rhyme? You niggas won't never stop talking. Players quit crying about all that shit, man. I'm not gonna be suing my baby mama because some shit. You should have protected yourself. Okay, life begins within you, brother. You are the seed of life. Okay, that's why you should wear your strap, your con. Well, she said she was on the pill. Well, you left your life up to another woman. See, so protect yourself as a man. I'm not gonna be suing my baby mama's mama because she took her to the abortion. Come on, players.
Pick better women. They say vet the women. That's why you need game. Game is navigation. Game is knowledge and foresight. So you believe when the pink people give you that goddamn certificate, when they say you are a master at engineering, you have your BA degree and your master's degree. You believe it. But you still got to go out there and get that real world. You still got to go get that experience being an engineer. See, that's why you got to use this game I'm trying to give y'all in the real world and get off YouTube and go outside and get to know women.
What you talking about, man?
What game?
What game you talking about? Because back in the day, you was coming in with that game shit. Niggas had a fucking.
I don't know about back in the day. I only been here a year. So I've been on this game shit my whole life, and it's worked for me.
They had a size 12 Buster Brown for that ass.
Well, I don't know about size 12 Buster Browns. I ain't never wore them.
What are you talking about, man? I'm just trying to get to this game because I don't fuck.
Okay, well, if you listen to the podcast, you big head nigga, and God gave you two ears and one mouth, if you would listen, Hurricane Ed the second, you might could hear something. But you talk more than you listen. That's probably why you can't hear. And if you just ain't got no game, then you just lame to the game. Okay, I'm laying to the engineering game. I'm laying to the sociology game. I'm laying the trigonometry game. Okay, so I'm not an expert in that field, but the field I'm an expert in, maybe you take a little bit of this I got for you and stir it in your gumbo pot. But you just want to be argumentative and combat. I don't want to combat with you, man. I don't want my shit work. I have the empirical data. I know my shit works. It's just you don't want to believe it. You want to believe who you want to believe. And 1.0, it ain't coming back. Jack, 2.0, it ain't coming back. We on 3.0 now. So what you got to do is adjust to the game. Women are not going barefoot and pregnant. Women are not going to just do what you say. If you don't have no game, then you're going to be on YouTube crying like a lame. Every fucking day. The weave ain't done nothing to you. What about you niggas' face? What about you niggas' stomachs? People need to get in shape around this motherfucker. All of the incel niggas need to go with the single moms. The black woman, the black woman, the black woman. What get you a snow bunny? Man, come on. I'm gone, man. Y'all go ahead and talk this shit over here then. I'll see you in a minute, sir, brother O. Peace.
All right, peace.
What happened?
No, he took the bill. Ism had to drop that. Like, I will keep this. I'm gonna keep this.
hey, sir. Like, I would look. I stepped away. I muted up. I stepped away to grab me some tea. I was cracking up, and I came
but
back.
You know, history was made. Nego, Mike V, everybody was on the panel. But you know, it need to be discussed. And shouts out to SKC. I appreciate him. I'll look up the 2001 .3 he put in the back. I might have to write this down.
Well, because I wanted to ask a question, right? You know what I'm saying? For clarification, right? Because sometimes we say things, right? Like, okay, right? I know what ism means by game.
Yeah.
Right? I know what CUDA means by game, right? Yeah. But the way game was talked about back in the day with, you know, with the manosphere, whatever, it's like that arduous, you know what I mean? It's that clash of heads, but I know what they mean. They mean agency of self. That means understanding the, you know what I mean, how to navigate and how to have an agency of self. At the end of the day, you're a grown ass man. You know what I'm saying? And the world don't give a fuck about men, like unless you have power and stuff like that, right? So I understand what ism mean, and I wanted to ask that question to him. Does what your definition of game mean is the agency of self? So there wouldn't been, you know, kind of that arduous, you know, because when certain people hear certain words, they get their PTSD like pop up. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like that dating coach shit. Like, you know, when he says game, he's not talking about dating coach. He's talking about agency itself, right? Yeah. They thinking he's talking like the PUA guys, like them fret and fraud niggas. Yeah. That's when they hear game, they think of fret and fish or fraud niggas that infiltrate.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what they're thinking, but that's not what ism is actually talking about. Like ism is talking about agency itself. Like there's nothing you know what I mean?
I think Nego, I understand where he's coming from with the street stuff. Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like it, but that ism's from the Bay Area. So shouts out to the Bay and him and himself. I mean, he's always welcome over here. But I'm just saying, it's just like the conversation, it went great, but SKC, he was doing his typical contrarian mode, but even though a little bit of trolling, but I appreciate it though, you know, because it's a good discussion, and it's a good conversation because I wanted this part 2 to happen because I'm glad I talk about it. Then I get this one out the way, but if I ever decide to do the liberal thing, I won't be careful with that one because I know people are going to get passionate about that as well. But I might do a part 2 series on that. But I have to structure it right to make sure with the research. But it's all good.
It was great, man. It was a great
but
build,
this needed to happen because I want to discuss it. I've been wanting to do this type of content since last year, and I didn't get to because I was so focusing on the political arena. So I had to get away and restructure shit. But tonight I had to put it out there, and this is what I thought of it. And then it's not even that bad. It's just discussion went well. So we did good for like 3 hours. So it was like a good.
Man, it was a great. Listen, man. Like, hey, like we say over on my side, anything over 3 hours gonna devolve. There will be some fuckery.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, there will be some fuckery. I'm like, it's just a level of fuckery that what I mean, that I'm like, but you know what I did enjoy about it, it was like not just you saying it and certain other people saying it, but when you got somebody like Nagone and Mike V from the 1.0 still waving the flag, kid up here, and they give you the history and what happens, they know. Like I knew about the whole racism thing because I heard when BGS was talking about it, why he left and why he went Ibmore and what Ibmore means. He talked about it several times, but at the time, him and Nagone was on opposite sides of the spectrum. You know what I mean? It was in different camps, right? But I never had a problem with Nagone.
But the thing is that I think they still are. But the good thing is they can be civil the same time. Even with Ism, they were civil. I know it went left a little bit, but that they be over at Platinum sometimes. But it happens.
It happens, man. It happens.
But that's a normal thing, the conversation had to go the way it goes. So I appreciate it because I needed something like this to happen because. The first one was with Mike V because I know the Brain Trust believe in the progressive thing, and I'm slightly in the middle and the right sometimes because I normally don't lean left like that, but I try to do the research. And what I was trying to say with Goldwater and Johnson, I didn't care if they were racist or not, but the thing was at that time, people had their choices back then. Now there was contrarians in Malcolm's time; they counted him too. At once upon a time, if you watch the old stuff, they have it on YouTube. A lot of stuff is just it mattered at the time. So
now you talking about if you talking about a racist conservative, you can throw Malcolm in there too. Like, what I'm saying?
In the beginning, like when he was in his
Nation
I would say no, not Nation, but the street Malcolm he was. But over time he kind of changed over time. He didn't care for white people. But he grew up in Nebraska. See, I know his history very well than most people. I don't want to go in depth on Malcolm because everybody's got different perspectives. But what I look at him Malcolm showed you that example. But all those people that died back then, and you have to understand that. Yeah, I mentioned Goldwater, his style of conservative. I said his style of conservative. Now, we know conservatives go further back outside of America. I told that to Mike V, beginning of the stream, and I told him there's different levels. And, because I gave him a little pushback because I know how passionate Mike is being as a progressive. But it was a good discussion. It ended up way.
I'm going to say it like this. You can't be more conservative than motherfuckers in the Middle East and in Asia. Them motherfuckers are conservative to the bone, to the goddamn core. Like, you know what I mean?
The manifesto.
What's going on, man?
I had to duck out when it gets I don't care about all the relationship talk, man. I'm a married man. I don't care about all that other stuff.
Welcome to the club, man. What's up?
But the thing that I was talking about so far is just the research.
I got it right here. I'll pull it
when
up.
People say the thing about the MGTOW stuff, I get here on YouTube when they say 2010 and so forth, but I'm talking about beyond that. You go all the way down to number 3 there, and where it says we have 3 main strategies. What does that third strategy say?
Limited government.
Okay, and what side does that lean towards?
Almost like libertarian to the right, huh?
So I mean, what's there to dispute here?
I mean that's a good point.
So I'm not trying to say that to be like argumentative or anything of that nature, or to try to fight. Because I might do a stream on
libertarianism, but man, I might do a stream on libertarianism, man, because I will break that down as well. See, I'm trying to do a series of those ideologies. That's what I try to do on this channel, and I try to be fair. I did it with the conservative thing. I didn't want to go in too deep because I know how people get passionate about it. But when I research conservatism, you got your liberal side of it, you have your your physical, you had your I think you had libertarians. It's so many. It's just so many because when you actually research, you be like, wow, it ain't just one thing. I get the policy argument they talked about last year, but you got to explain the way. You have to explain it in a way to walk people through it. You know what I mean? Like as you said with the game stuff, you have to talk people to it. You know, you can't force it on.
Everything got ism on the end of it. Did you notice that? Conservative ism.
What's up, man?
The ism is the game. See, just because you didn't get the game, that's why I'm here to teach you, man.
I'm about to hand the game completely over to you.
Some ism. Okay, ism is wisdom and navigation. I've lived longer. I've seen more. I know more than a lot of you big head niggas.
Yeah,
a lot of things you players know a lot more than me.
Yeah,
so I need to learn from you.
No.
Trying to always debunk a motherfucker that know what he talking about. You can just say, man, I see you successful at whatever you did, whether you was a damn lawnmower and did landscaping, or whether you was the fucking top IT tech that invented every program in the world. It's called techism, or it's called landscapingism. Okay, so just get the game. Quit trying to battle. That's what you dudes do with a lot of women. You're always trying to debunk and battle the woman. Don't no woman want to hear all that shit. Take that fucking pocket protector out and get them goddamn analytics out of here. She don't want to hear your credit score. She want to know your goddamn analytics sometimes. Drop your nuts. And all this, you gonna sue somebody, baby mama, and all that. See, you dudes want the wrong women. See, look in the mirror. You a 4. Get you a 4 and be happy. You're not getting Meg the Stallion. You're not getting the 10. Now sit down somewhere with your 4, you big head nigga.
No. The reason I brought that up about the policy, right? I wanted to talk to Mike V about it. Is okay. We know the policies that don't incentivize things because they're there, right? They're used in the system, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. What I wanted to know, what policies did any of these manosphere make up, type up, and bring forth to the table to take to the state legislature?
None. And that was more of the MRA type dudes. That's what they were saying that needed to be done. But that's what I was saying, when you go back to these people that started all of this stuff, and that's why I brought up or sent Sir Abadayu that blog from 2001 that was
that's a Zero mentions that a lot. Yeah, he mentions that
this is their manifesto. Yeah. And it says in 3, limited
the government. Yeah.
That is not, you could say a person could say, okay, it could go either libertarian. Some people would say, oh, well, yeah, that's goes along conservatism. But no one could say that is left though at all.
No, it's right. It's right. Because what I just read right there, I may have to keep this too. Because thank you for this. I'm probably have to put this in a bookmark, so I can put it in the conserve bookmark. I'm gonna put it right there.
I just didn't want to come off like I'm talking crazy.
No. I know where you coming from, SKC. I know exactly where you coming from, because I mean we be talking to each other in the chat all the time, like last year. But I know what Mike's coming from, and people say certain things, and that's their beliefs. I don't get too gun ho on the right and left thing myself, but I understand that MRAs created the first point of the 1.0 sphere, and I was around when I had my first channel. Besides this name, because I was flagged during I was in a group in 2012 and I had to reinvent myself in this channel, because at the time I was dealing with entertainment. I wasn't really serious about the man stuff, because at that time I was a lot younger. But I do remember. I remember.
Out of here, man. We'll get back to my wife. Y'all take care.
All right, man. You have a good
night, man.
Hey, man. Everything begins with the man. Everything begins with you. Hold yourself accountable. Y'all let's sign a petition and get these women back for getting free meals off the government. What? Let's sign a petition because men have to pay child support. Nigga, it's your child. Support it, you big head nigga. What is wrong with us as men? Quit being crying, whiny little fucking babies. They're not going to stop giving women money. They're not going to stop giving them a free ride. That's what they do. Do you have a baby come out your Johnson? No, nigga, it'll kill you. So women have the babies. The government give them money. Now we got to step the fuck up and get in shape and get us 3 jobs if you're a young man. Get hustling and everything you want in life will come to you. Get off the damn PlayStation and all that shit as you grow as a man, you must put down your childish ways. And then you want to keep complaining about women. If you took less time on the Xbox and was trying to do some DoorDash or something else besides your main job, or sold something on the internet, drop ship on eBay, we need to get some money and get hustling. Quit crying about women being women. Motherfucker gonna be an old man talking about, oh, these women weave, these women weave. Man, y'all stop that shit. They gonna give women money, okay? They give them incentives to have babies, okay? So you gotta learn how to navigate your way through that shit. And that's the ism. That's the game. And if you change tires and that motherfucker blow up in your face, you know next time to take the air out slowly. So if the motherfucking woman blow up in your face, you have game to give the next young man to look out for this, to look out for that. But you dudes be letting these women get away with shit and you didn't check her. See, when she got away with that shit with me, I'm going to check it right there. But you 5-6 years down the line, see what I'm saying? And now you done let her get too far. Now she know all your bank accounts, all your moves. See, you have no game. You don't know how to keep that flip phone in your trunk. You don't know how to keep that 5,000 in your trunk, the break in case of the batch go bad fund. See, batch go bad, I got 5Gs. I go give me a new spot. But a lot of you dudes is dependent on women. You're going to take my money because you didn't set yourself up right. You didn't have game. You didn't put parameters up. Only thing you know is analytics and motherfucking IBM stocks and motherfucking credit score. What about your analytics?
Hey, you know, but you know what is? You know what is? So because I was saying this, you wasn't here, but correct me if I'm wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you say game, which triggers a lot of the guys' PTSD, doesn't trigger mine because I know exactly what you're talking.
Yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But when you say game, you meaning understand and having agency over oneself as a man. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes. It ain't about the woman.
Right.
Game resides within you. So that way, it's like being a free safety. Okay. You used to get beat over the top. Okay, when you first come in the league, Mahomes. Now you know pretty motherfucking brawls that look like Mahomes, them little pretty red bone with them green. You like, see, I know what you're trying to law me in, and then you're gonna go over the top for the I see it coming. See what I'm saying? And you know I'm making metaphors, but y'all, you learn women that's having agency over yourself. That's the game that you can see it coming because you're a veteran. They won't beat you certain ways they used to beat you because you seasoned, and that's where the other veterans are supposed to groom the younger guys coming into the game so you don't get beat with that double move, with that pump fake.
So I'm gonna do this right. I'm gonna translate for the people with the helmets on. That what Ism just said to a degree he can interject on me. So men are supposed to challenge the environment, and you're going to fuck up. And a lot of you niggas are afraid of fucking up, but y'all don't know how to recover from the fuck up. And that's why you're up here trauma bonding. You're running in the house and you're telling your mama you got a skin knee and you want somebody to kiss it for you. But you're a man. You're supposed to put some spit on it and you're supposed to keep playing.
Right. Rub some dirt on it and go back outside.
There you go.
That's what I used to do. That's what I used to do.
That's what it is. That's what it is. You know,
yeah. Like a bunch of motherfuckers at an AA meet. Hi, my name is and my woman hurt me. Hey, bro, I give you whatever y'all call it, monk mode, 6 months or something. Get over it, bro. And then come on, man. How your partners gonna pick you up? We're going to the club. We're going to see some ladies. We're going to interact. We're gonna tell some women to come over our house. We got the game. We got food flowing. You know what I mean? Just getting the game, the essence of a woman. You ain't gotta go on a date and buy cowboy steaks and spend $800. Then I'd rather each one of us got $100 each. We could have some nice food catered or whatever. I buy it, Chick-fil-A. I don't give a damn what it is. Some beers and have a good time at the house. You call up a few women, I call up a few women, and just get back mingling and get yourself back in the game, man. It's like you brothers have a glass half empty type of mentality, man. If you fall off your bike, you stop riding it. If you had a wreck in your car, did you stop driving? If you lost your first job, did you stop going for jobs? Man, get back in the game and quit crying. All this motherfucking MGTOW. Man, that sound like a nigga with a subscription to Pornhub that jack off all day that's scared to talk to women. Fuck that. Fuck that.
Like I was like, my thing is this, right? Like when those conversations happen, I stay out of them because I don't got big problems. I don't
Me
have
neither.
those
I stay out of
problems.
them. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, it sounds like some shit where I used to sit up there with my uncles and my cousins and my grandpa when I was 16, going through female problems, trying to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna be 40 this month, nigga. I got grandkids, nigga. I ain't got no problems. I'm actually navigating my fucking 17-year-old through bitch problems. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why are we doing this online? But I understand the reason why. I get it. I understand the reason why, and everything has to exist. Like, Islam's platform has to exist because there's a how should I say it? There's a vestige of remedial men that are, that was, that no child left behind policy in life.
Yeah, we just talked about that on the stream. Was it the Sunday chill, I believe?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you was on that. Yeah, you was on
that. Yeah, that's why I say, man, is that if we
it was Friday. No, it's Friday special.
Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday special. Yeah, that's right.
If we gonna talk about, like, if we gonna have a policy, right? And when I was talking about the abortion thing, that wasn't for men to go sue nobody. That was for women. Women are the ones yelling at women about abortion and shit. Like, they yelling at each other. It's the old women. It's the 1.0 feminists and the 2.0 feminists yelling at the 3.0 bitches. They yelling because now they need that Social Security, and they know young people need to work to pay into the Social Security. So they are like, everybody know it's a game. It's a big ass game. But the people that make the policies, right? Women are only going to act the way they act if men allow it. That's it. When I look at Congress, like, most of the percentages of the people that's in Congress are men. The governors are men. Most of the governors
this kind of
are men.
Right here. I know I ain't everybody cup of tea, but that's what I'm talking about. Like you say, women only gonna do what you allow them to do. Don't go for it. Stop going for that shit. But dudes are scared to give up that jiggly. Some dudes get married because of their mom say, make an honest woman, because of their pastor say, you should get married, because their religion say, but they're not happy. They're not ready to stop being a player. You got to know where you at in the game. If you like, man, look, man, I'm an OG dude, or I'm a young dude. I just want a wife, come home. I ain't a player like you, Ism. I ain't trying. Know where you at. Everybody don't got to be me, but you take a little bit of these guys to help you with your game. Jason Kidd, when he first came into the league, all he could do was pass. Later on in life, he got a 3-point shot. You can develop some game, and you keep bucking it. That's why you on here keep crying, and you ain't never got a brawl in the background talking about, hi, Sir O. I've heard of your show. Hi, Andre. Sir Ism just wanted me to say hi. See you guys later. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
If a dude do that, I'll be like, hey, man, you officially Macclesfield now. That's all I want from brothers. Just go on a date, man. Just go outside, mingle a little bit, man. Live. These dudes so cooped up on YouTube, it drives them nuts. I'm
trauma bonding, man.
Yeah,
it's trauma bonding.
Yeah, trauma bonding. Yeah,
it's trauma bonding. It's all, and then then the people that tell them about it and all the bad shit. Like, okay, man. Like, all right, what's the solution? Leave these bitches alone. Look at me, nigga. You miserable. You miserable.
I heard some dude say that. Well, what I'm supposed to do? Leave them alone. Leave them alone.
Oh.
Well, do you watch porn? Yeah. Well, you ain't stop loving women then, nigga. What you talking
about? Yeah, nigga, leave alone. Like, what are you talking about? Nigga, you can't, because you're talking about them every day, man. Like, you love them so much, you hate them. Like, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I can get what Mike V talking about is the policy. Okay, so that means you're competing against other group of men because the environment, far as marriage and building the family, is not conducive now. Okay, but go back. Why was these policies made? Because when niggas could do whatever the fuck they want and there was no agency, they was putting the fucking pressure on the whole society because they were just over here just fucking bitches and leaving them with the kid, kicking the bitch out. You know what I'm saying? Like, they wasn't. Policies are there for certain reasons. And when men get out of line, men do what they need to do. They either use a lot of force, and if they can't use physical force, they use the other thing that always works. Pussy. You always use pussy. Like, you throw a party, right? Unless it's like unless we talk about a sporting event when we watching the Super Bowl or back in the day when we used to watch them Tyson fights, right? Them 5-second Tyson fights, right? That's when you get a group of men together. But if you're just having a regular party, you need bitches. You need bitches. You need them there because motherfuckers gonna ask you. Shit, I used to be a promoter. Hey man, is any bitches in there? Yeah, we got bitches all over here. Look. Oh shit, I'm coming in. How much is there? It's $100.
Free.
Nigga, I let let the bitches in free. Yo, it was like, how much is get in, man? It's $30 to get in. Man, really? Man, I don't know. Hey, yo, call old girl. 5 of her girls walk up. Oh yeah, nigga, I'm going in. Take my money. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because it is what it is. A man doesn't, like most men that are really into cars, they're going to buy the car regardless because of the performance. But majority of men buy a nice car to get bitches. That's it. That's it. Why you running?
Hey, life ain't fair, Andre. But if you get that clean car, I guarantee your pussy rate go up.
Exactly. Just like the niggas. No, this is the thing that I don't understand, right? This is the thing, right? I hear the loud minority speaking, and I say this, it's not everybody in the space, but a loud minority. This is the highest collection of 6-figure niggas that I ever met in my fucking life. The highest collection. So, and every dude that I've met in my life is actually a 6-figure nigga. His problem isn't getting bitches, it's keeping them away from them. That's his problem. That's his innate problem. He got too much time on his hands keeping his business cracking. He's going against, he get off of pussy on a daily basis, even in the situations that he's in. So his problem is he's got an overabundance of bitches. He even putting bitches on. Hey man, hey, you ain't got a bitch, man. Come over and get this bitch. Come get this bitch. Get this bitch. Like, you know what I mean? But you know, your wallet, all of that shit, man. What are you to your core as a man? That's you know what I mean? Like, can we have a conversation? Okay, there's a problem. Men are solution based. Where's your solutions? What is the solution? Like, what is it? Like, yo, if you 6 figures, what are you taking out of your money to basically drive the policy in your favor? Because that's what men in power, investors is the power in society do. They see a problem. They're at a disadvantage. They will take their funds and put it to the point of the solution. That's what men are. We fix shit.
Yeah.
We fix shit.
Solution based. Yeah. I mean, I know the conversation don't went to this now, but it's all good. It's all good because see, the reason I did this subject, man, I like, look, let me get this part 2 out the way and get it over because I won't get ready for Thursday Thrills and that Thailand stream I'm about to do.
The Thailand stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that research. I got to.
You know what's gonna come up,
Sir.
Right?
Hey, Dre. But what about your other player partner? That's
Sir Anthony, what's going on, man? I always talk to you in the chat.
Anthony, we cool that your partners was leaving you out. See, Uncle Ism, your new partner, man. See, I got about you, man. I got
Thank
you,
Ism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you're a true gentleman, just like all of us sirs are, Sir Ism. So salute.
Salute, man.
But
I mean, it's the first time you've been on the panel together, even on mine. It's the first time here, huh?
Indeed. Thank you for having me up here.
Oh, not a problem.
I came up, I stay in the chat. But now I'm a manosphere guy, and Sir Ism, we talked a little bit a couple of days ago about this. So, and this I'm not. But the thing about the what is it? The trauma bonding term that I hear coming up like 2 or 3 times a week now. Is that something that takes place on a regular basis? Is that what you're insinuating? Because I'm in the manosphere every day and I don't see trauma bonding on a daily basis.
Oh, yeah, I say a loud minority, but when I mean trauma bonding,
he's talking about like in certain spaces that you go that people do have a certain trauma bonding, no matter what .0s you come from. You hear this a lot, and I be over in space too, even on Kuda's side sometimes, like when the conversations go left. If Ism ain't on the panel or anything, I'm like shaking my head. I said, why are these dudes complaining? And I get his frustration too, Kuda. That's why I liked him though in March. And I said, when the split happened, I had to learn a lot about him in this content. I said, man, I ain't got no problem with this dude, man. Like he's just talking about, the knowledge of it and things like that. But he also talks about, just tech and gear, understanding how to maneuver around this type of thing, but I could have did that years ago. But since I took some of his advice, I said, man, like, here's your presentation. I said, man, let me take this presentation. That's what I've tried to do on this channel And I could have done it last year, but I said, nah, but I was caught up in the politics. You know, that's what fucked me over. So I had to get out of that shit. I said, I gotta
See, but
restructure this shit. Yeah,
that's
just keep the
exactly it. I
message.
mean,
Yeah.
there's all kinds of stuff going on in the sphere.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, man.
But I learned a
you know,
lot. I learned a lot from I think the BGS wave, and I thank goodness I did in 2020. And I learned a lot how they operate and how they do panels and things like that. Shouts out to Wacky and everybody else from 1.0 and everybody else here on the panel. And I'll tell you this, and this is a funny story. I never told Ism this. Like when I first saw him, it was over at MOT's panel, and when he trolled the hell out of those guys, and he said the same thing. He's been consistent since last year. He's been consistent what he's saying. Every time I saw his old streams with Kuda, I was like, this dude's always said the same stuff, but he's been consistent. And I try to tell people that.
you
It's
see
like
what
platinum. Yeah.
what I respect about Sir Ism
Uh-huh.
is that he carved out his own lane.
Yeah, he did. And I
It's
respect
the
that.
macrosphere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You go in there, it's branded. You know what you're entering into.
Yeah.
So that's that. You know, I know what he's about, and I
Yeah.
do get the whole game thing.
Yeah.
It's a you know, when I hear it, like when I hear Ism, right, I'm like, you know what I mean, it's entertaining, but behind the entertainment, it's solution based. It works. It's not like the shit that he's saying isn't shit that don't fucking work. It's just that you can't be Ism. You got to be yourself. You just got to use what he's telling you within the barriers. And he even tells you that, like, yo, you can't be me. You be yourself and use that within that box of yourself, and you'll have some success. But I'm not going to give you, he's not sitting up here like a PUA. You see this wonderful looking 10 as a woman. I'm going to walk up to her off the street and this bitch is just going to give me what I want. No, that bitch got paid to be there and she's acting. This is an infomercial, right? He's not saying that. He's saying you niggas need to just have, you know what I mean, understand what you're walking into. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you got to understand it. Like, if you don't, you know what I mean? If you don't have the demeanor of a dude that has that exude that confidence, have confidence in what you know. Instead of you need to get old Thelma and shit with the glasses. Get that bitch. Get Thelma with the glasses. That's your speed. Like if you use a Poindexter ass nigga, be with a Poindexter ass chick. That's who you need to be with. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I mean? Like everybody can't drive a Ferrari or a Bentley. You know what I mean? Nigga, you can't afford it. And if you could just pay the car payment, you can't afford the maintenance because you got to take that bitch to the dealership. Like, and then you got to put the insurance on it. And then you still got to eat. Like, you know what I mean? Get you a Toyota and work your way up to a Lexus and put some rims on it and it's clean. That's it. You know what I mean? Just it is what it is, man. Like and what I mean about the trauma bonding, man, it's you hear it like, you know, you can't go in there and it doesn't.
Oh, hold on. I do understand what trauma, you know, the whole dynamics of trauma bonding, but like I say, I'm hearing this trauma bonding term come up. It's like bubbling up, something boiling. The bubbles are coming up. So I'm hearing this term, like you hear a lot of things thrown around frequently when we're in the echo chamber. So I'm
like
hearing
even
it a
on the
lot.
female side, even on the female side,
yeah,
right?
and you'll hear
trauma
females
bonding.
say it. So when you hear females and guys saying it, what's that make you think?
Yeah, it's a thing. It's
a thing that I'm saying it's not necessarily true, but you say it enough in the echo chamber, people think that, oh yeah, well they just trauma bond. When like I say,
yeah,
you know,
I mean, well, the trauma bonding is this, right?
I know that's not the defining
definition
aspect of the space.
Yeah, well,
trauma bonding. It happens, but that's not what the space is all about.
Yeah, that's not what it's about. But
and not even on a more frequent basis.
Well, it's on a loud minority, right? And when I mean,
and
that's what I always said, right? But the problem is, if you look at, let's just say, let's look at Ism's numbers, right? Right, where he's giving you solution base, right? And the solution base is stop blaming the female, blame yourself. Figure, you know, you gotta have self accountability. When you start, like, what's the work? Why don't people go to therapy? Because when you go to therapy, the first couple of sessions, it's all good because you get to fucking say everything that happened to you was wrong. But once the therapist asks you, what did you do or what could you do better, motherfucker, stop going, right? Self-accountability is the problem. right? And the people that do want change, they do want solutions. Yes, they will adhere and listen to ism and listen to certain other people, right? But here's the other problem: is that the people with the bigger numbers, those minority of content creators with the bigger numbers, if you listen to them, that's where your trauma bonding is festering, and is actually over time, it will take a hold, and then the space will turn into this vestige of bullshit, and the real men will separate themselves. Like you're starting to see it right now, right? You start to see the 1.0 saying, man, y'all niggas is crazy. Like Nagone was up here. Y'all niggas is tripping. Y'all over here crying about bitches all day, right? Him and Ism is saying basically the same shit. You know what I'm saying? They saying the same shit.
What Nagone said, what I heard him say was that guys, who were wrapped up in the kitty cat, they allow themselves to get taken away from some of the core messages.
Yes, and that's basically it, right? Because if you listen, that's what we're talking about, and that's what it is. Like if you show up if you show up like, okay, right? Personally, I don't have a problem with Kendra D, right? Don't have a problem, right? But every time you look at the content, these bitches ain't shit. Now, if it's coming from a woman, right, you don't consider trauma bonding, but if you look in the chat, yeah, these bitches ain't shit, these bitches ain't shit, these bitches ain't shit, these bitches ain't shit, right? Okay, all right. How old are you? What? I'm gonna ask that question. How old are you, right?
Me?
No, not you, but I'm saying the people that's there, right? So if you are over the ages of 25, when does personal responsibility or accountability don't come into play?
Because I'm over the age of 25, and I've been with Kendra since I came into the space.
Right. So now here's the thing, right? Now if you're listening, if you're listening to a woman that's saying this is the one to look out for because these women ain't shit, these black women ain't shit, or all these black women ain't shit, but you're black, you're a woman. So does that include you, or you're an exception to the rule? Because if you say all inclusive, that means you are also guilty of the same shit too.
I think we all know that there's no wholesale.
But remember, people are remedial in life, right? You're very intelligent, right? So you could take that, right? And a lot of people that come over here will. But if you look into the chat, right? Everybody, right. But if you look at the other people that's in the chat, she's not meaning all. Maybe I never say all women. I've dealt with all women. And when I mean all women, I've dealt with women across very advances of cultures, right? And when I mean cultures, I've traveled a lot. I've dealt with women across a lot of cultures, European, Asian, the Americas, South, North, in the Caribbean, you know what I mean? Saying the Asian Pacific, all of that shit, right? Women, a loud minority of women are what she's saying they are. Now, I remove black out of it, right? Because women are women, right? And if you allow them to do certain things, they will do them. If you're a man, right, that will happen, right? Yeah. Now, the problem is that when you say all and are not astute, a person that's in their trauma, right, that's going through trauma, right, they can't differentiate between that you're dealing with a select group of women in your, around you, and you don't understand the tools of picking the right woman or governing yourself. Now you're listening to a woman, but you are a man. Yeah, you can get the information, but you need a man, right, to basically show you the correct solution with receipts. See, now if you're listening to a man and he doesn't have the receipts because he's a failure in relationships, then you're listening to two failures, then you're going to just do nothing but know how to fail.
Thank you, Brother DeAndre. I come to the space. I made my own name. I stayed behind the camera. Now in front of the camera. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, I cut you off. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir. Hey,
finish your point. Finish your point, sir. No, I'm saying, I said that before. I mean, you carved out your own lane, and that, to me, is, for me, that means a lot. But as far as the manosphere goes, everything that just DeAndre was saying, some of the problems are. But that's the nature of the space. Kendra D or anyone else going in on women from time to time or even every day.
Every day.
That's just a part of doing business, and that's a part of doing the business in the space.
And then,
Wait, let me jump in there, DeAndre. I gotta go.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, brother. See, I think people got me all wrong. See, they thought I was just some laughy, jokey, broke down bum dude talking about give me $1 and I'll give you a story or something. But I
never
show my face.
Just for the record.
I show me outside. I do a little vlog. I showed you my vehicles. I showed you me back in the days, dudes I ran with. And see, I didn't try to come in and say, "Ooh, I ran with this guy, that guy." I carved my own stuff. Then I showed y'all some of my old receipts. So I show receipts, and then you had dudes make a stream about me talking about I'm trying to be Little John. Or the picture that I took is a fake picture. I'm like, man, come on, man. Come on. I mean, you took the time to say that my picture of me back in the days is not me. I electronically, digitally. I ain't that good with computers, y'all. I'm just getting better. I got the new computer out the young bitch's booty, but it costs $1,000. Okay. So,
yeah.
I'm putting it together. Y'all got me wrong, man. I'm your uncle. I'm just a different style. If you got like 4 uncles, not all of them are going to be the same. And
exactly.
I have children. All your children are not going to be the same. So you had to know how to adjust to each one. I just want to put a little of my sauce, some of my style in y'all gumbo pot. Now, if you could take the square world, the book smart world, and marry it with the street smart world, that's the coldest player, because he'll have the knowledge and know how to move and be a chameleon around the well-to-do socialites and stuff. Plus, he know how to navigate in case a situation come up. He can grab his woman's hand and say, "Hey, baby, we need to get out of here." She'll be like, "No, what are we doing? Baby, let's go." That's the game, because he know street life. He can read shit happening, and then he can read the stock market. That's a cold player. And that's why I always say cold in the game. I want you brothers to be cold in the game and be able to live, have your woman in check. You know what I'm saying? You got to correct that shit. When you let it fester, it'll become like a little sore. You got to take care of it early, else it'll keep festering and it can spread like a cancer. So you got to do that, but dudes aren't willing to take that pain of not having a woman. But sometimes when you do that and it look like it's the worst time of your life, you might have had death in your family, your woman might have left you, she took your kids. But when you go through all that and you come out on that other side, that's when you're going to be cold in the game. That's what I'm here for you players to do. And that's why I made the Macosphere. You can come over here and you can spill your guts, say what it is, and then we can still build you back up. But brothers keep pointing the finger at the women, but they're not looking at the other 3 fingers pointing at them. But what did you do, brother? What about you as a man? Fuck the woman.
You start asking questions like, "Yeah, man, like she gotta get." She, I'm like, "Well, when you met her, did she have any kids?" Well, yeah. Well, what was her relationship with her baby father? Like, did she have a father in her life? How was her mama? Did you meet a mama? Did you even meet a mama? Did you see a home life? Did you do the due diligence and the research, my nigga? Then you're at fault. You're at fault, nigga. I'm like, shit, nigga, you pull out. Look, if you ain't getting pussy,
ass is fat, man. I be sleep. I don't want to talk to you all day. I gotta go over there. That ass is fat. That's why you need dick discipline.
There you go.
You gotta put that woman on dick detention. See, that's when you cold in the game. You did what I'm saying? She be like, "Can I get some tonight?" You gonna be like, "That motherfucker Sirism. He's a cold motherfucker. I love that nigga." Because the bitch asked me, "Can I get some tonight, daddy?" That's cold, man. But when it's time to put it down, you got to put it down now. You dig what I'm saying? When it's time to pay bills, if you say you're going to do something, you got to be a man of your word. If you say, "Baby, now we stack this money up, I'm going to get a new car for you," you got to do what you say too. But you got to hold yourself accountable, and then you hold your woman accountable. And that's when you got a good thing, because beauty is only in the duty that she do, not just her look. Her look is only the hook to attract you, man. But the beauty is in the duty. You got a pretty woman, but she's stale. She's corny. She don't spread her ego. But you got a nice looking woman, and she always attentive to you. Got a plate of food and a smile, always trying to help you. And I knew you was going to be late for work, so I already made your coffee. The little things, brother. That's a good woman. It ain't just looks. All right? Now, I'm your uncle, man. I love you players, man. I'll see y'all in the Macosphere 100.
Before you leave, sir, sir, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, but like I said, like I told you the other day, I'm back on board. So I mean, I'm in the clouds, at least for this week. You know what I mean? But I'll come through the chat.
Oh,
Man,
okay.
yeah, come
yeah.
through, man.
Cool,
Come
cool,
through the
cool.
chat. Then when y'all had time, man, pull up, man. Anytime, man. You know,
I'll pull
I
on your
like to have
panel,
different
Isma.
flavors.
Yeah,
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 pull up,
Yeah, pull
Sir
up,
O
man.
and Sir
yeah.
A and DeAndre, man. Just pull
Yeah,
up
yeah, we'll
sometime.
pull up, man.
Come in right quick. And I like different perspectives. I don't have to have all like player pimp max and all that.
Yeah.
Regular guys. My sons are regular guys, but they
Yeah.
had that knowledge from their dad and their uncles and their
That's right.
grandfathers. So they able to navigate and they not quite having the problems that other guys have. I ain't trying to act like I'm better than y'all, but both my sons, I'm just saying, they got some little Latinos and they around here doing their thing. I'm like, look at these players, man. I raised them pretty good.
Yeah, man. Shit, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Hey, the best thing a father can always say, man, my greatest gift is when I see my sons, man, y'all don't live in my house. You got your own family. You're paying your bills. You got a new car. I don't got to worry about you.
Hey, and DeAndre, that's when you cold in the game.
That's right.
Yeah, man. Like,
I mean, hey, DeAndre, before he came on the panel, I put this on my heavy hitters list because I had SKC. Well, actually, I had two on the screen, so I had to put that on the playlist, even though on the conservative, so it's on both playlists. So I
was listening. I was like, man, let me get up here, man. Help move the
At
conversation.
first, I didn't think he was going to hit the link because I was okay. I thought it was going to be us three up here like the last time, but then I didn't think Nagone was going to get up here. He got up here, and then of course Ism got up here, and I was shocked that he came up here. Because he's been in my chat before.
Yeah.
And then prior months, and shouts out to him, man. Like,
Mhm.
man, I bet you if Kuda saw this stream, man, I know he's gonna be dying. I had to tell him about it on the panel. He need to see that.
Man. Like it's like you know what I mean. But I wanted to help move the conversation forward because I've been on many panels with SKC.
Yeah, on the politics. SKC. No, SKC. I've been on this. I've been on in chats with him a lot, but this is the first time I've been on panels with him. Well, actually, twice. It's twice. Because I've seen him move around and he has a different perspective. And I have no issues with him.
Yeah, I have.
I'm glad he brought his perspective, and I love the pushback. I love it because it don't bother me at all. I can take criticism.
Yeah, but it's a respectful thing, like But I know SKC, he's going to make his point, and I said, all right, I see where it's going. Somebody need to come in here and concede both sides. Y'all both right. Y'all both are right. You know what I'm saying? But I see that's why I said I see what Mike V is trying to say. I know what SKC saying. Y'all both are right, but let's move forward. So what else y'all got to talk about?
And shout out to Broke Jeans and the Wacky World for sharing this stream, man. I appreciate them, man. I appreciate those brothers, man. Like the legendary Wacky World, and I know people was probably entertained at the tail end of it, but I bet you cool probably watching this, man. But I already had like 13 people in the box, and now I have 10. Now it's up and down, man. But see, when Ism came through, it just went crazy, man. But
man. You got to do it, man. But Sir Anthony, check this out, man. I do appreciate, brothers that I'm not saying that brothers should not talk about it, right? Because to me, it's just like the barbershop, right? Because if you don't talk about it and you get in your own head and you don't seek some type of, other perspectives.
I'll be back, y'all.
Okay, no, all right. That's where you get a lot of these guys losing their shit. You know what I'm saying? They're losing their shit, right?
Yeah.
So it needs to be talked about. Where it gets dangerous is that if it's only talking about the trauma, but not in a constructive way, not in a way where you can move forward and get yourself so you can heal and recover, right? And human nature, or just in nature in general, whenever you get a pain, right? Whenever you have an injury, the body protects itself. You probably done hit your foot up against something or cut yourself and you ain't even notice it, right? Until you're like, yo, what's that? What the fuck is this? You're like, when did I cut myself? Right? Now you start feeling more pain because your body is starting to heal itself, right? The protection mechanism is gone. The trauma is setting in, but it's the healing mechanism. The problem is that a loud minority of these guys are only concerned about the action of the injury and not the healing aspect, because it takes a lot of energy to heal. It takes a lot of energy to understand what happened. It takes a lot of energy to not repeat the same mistakes, pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and move forward in life. But if you're listening to a person that has not done that, has only been in their trauma, and they have not dust themselves off in a constructive way and move forward in life, then they're not helping you. And then if you're saying this on a money aspect, then now we're talking about there's a religious tinge to it, right? Not a spiritual tinge, but a religious tinge, because it's I need to keep you in this spot. I need to keep you in this place, right? It's like a drug dealer, right? Getting someone hooked on crack or meth. You know what I'm saying? Like, the point is this is addictive, and you're going to come back to me to get your fix. You're not fixing your problems. And if you're using this to self-medicate, I don't care. And that's where it gets to. Now, I know some of these people that do talk like that, they do care, some of them. But from what I see it, I really disdain people making money off of people's emotional trauma, right?
Okay.
I really disdain that, right? Especially if you're not showing the person a solution that's actually constructive and conducive to their life. You know, okay, if you're telling men all these women are fucked up, right? Male or female, and there's no hope, you just leave them alone and you need to blame this and that, then that's not a constructive solution. A constructive solution is the women in which you are attracted to may be not right for you. And this is the cause. They may be suffering from these things themselves, but that has nothing to do with you. What you need to do is garner yourself, and you need to reevaluate yourself. Focus on you. What do you want to do in life? What is your goals and aspirations? I never really hear that.
Really? See, I do. I mean, it's funny. Like the things that you say, like that you find that ism speaks about.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I hear them in the manosphere routinely.
Yeah.
Like being, accountable to yourself, building up yourself first, so on and so forth. Now, there's some stones may be thrown at the women from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
And but like I say, that's just part of doing business. But the lessons that are in the space are exactly what you're talking about, which is why I can go over to a ism, and it really wouldn't be a big code switch.
Yeah.
For me, maybe I think I hear what you're saying, that there might be guys that aren't able to really decipher the information and apply it properly, and I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Yeah.
But if that's what you're saying,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you know what? I'll say this, right? When I came in, I would listen to. I was over there with BGS, right? And I was over there with BGS, Old Angry Man, right? When I first came in, BGS, Old Angry Man. This is when Kevin Samuels was doing his doing the image consultant thing, telling guys they need to clean themselves up. Yeah, clean themselves up.
You and I came in at the same time, from what you said earlier.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, this is great, right? These are men that are talking about solutions. And yeah, of course, when BGS would do them Coliseum live streams, it would be maybe 1%, maybe let's just say 10% will be about women. The rest of it be about all men shit. We talk about sports, geopolitics. You know what I mean? I remember Charles and somebody was up there, they was gaming. BGS, this was doing the hangout stuff, right? And Kevin would come up there and they would talk about, getting yourself ready. If you're trying to be corporate, cleaning up your image, and he would go live and do his thing. And then Angry Man would pretty much talk about the social issues between men and women, right? But it would be basically telling men to be accountable, stop blaming the women, all that, right? And I was like, yo, this is what's up, right? And then there was that tinge of sections of whatever, but that was actually, in being all honest, all of that, the women ain't shit, you know what I mean? Park apes and all of that and all that other shit, that was really Obsidian's lane. That was him. That was Obsidian.
I didn't really get into Obsidian. I just listened to him for the first time this year, as a matter of fact. So I missed all that.
Yeah, so Obsidian, and then and Obsidian, and the person, like, I didn't really agree with Obsidian was saying, but when I heard his story, right, when I heard about he was saying about his life, about what he went through and his problem with women and stuff like that, I said, okay, I get where he's coming from. You got a problem, but but this was the thing, right? I could eat the meat because I was old enough to understand what it was, but then I would, then Nagone was there, and Nagone was like the anchor. He was he kept everything even killed. He kept everything respectable to a certain degree, right? Then who else was over there? It was C Boogie was over there. Yeah. Right? C Boogie was over there. Another dude was over there was Rudep. Rudep was over there, right? Yeah. And I think C Boogie was over there, Rudep was over there, SKC was over there. Mm-hmm. And then I think Preem was over there. And then I think it was Fantastic was over there. Mm-hmm. And then I think what's old dude? The other dude that was over there. That's over there with Jessica X. What's his name?
Game Changer.
Game Changer. They was over there, right? They was all over there. And then Mike V and Nagone would be over there with the Brain Trust, and they would be talking about policy, money, automation, starting businesses, all of that, right? With the Black Brain Trust. Mm-hmm. Yeah, all that. So it was divided up, right? And then there was the camps against, and then O'Shea I looked at O'Shea as comedy. You know what I'm saying? Like, because when I first actually subscribed to O'Shea, because I thought he was funny because he would do these little skits, right? I didn't know about all the rest of the stuff until I got to the space. But then, because I understand, because I got backdoor information, but I'm not going to put all that out there. But when Obsidian, and I say this to this day, when Obsidian vacated his post of Incel Hell, right, and decided to do something else, that's when it was a power vacuum. That's when you start seeing this, because he was actually harboring all of the incel shit.
Oh, really?
Right? Yes, all of the crazy crying about women, trauma bonding was only really on Obsidian's panel, right? And then when he vacated his post because he wanted to revamp his shit, right? And he like kind of was trying to hook up with Donovan Sharp, and he went over there with Taz and Nyla and them and Ren from the Neutral Zone and all of that stuff, right? Think about it. C Boogie went his way. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? C Boogie went his way, right? And did his Dom Game Division thing or whatever, kind of like a PUA kind of thing, right? Like a dating coach type of thing, right? Donovan Sharp, went over to the regular manosphere, the other side, right over there, right?
Yeah.
Then you had SKC was doing his thing a little bit, and then you had Game Changer, Mr. Fantastic, took the rest of the incels and carried them over, right? And then you start seeing this power vacuum, right? And then you start seeing this overcompensating, and even to a tinge on BGS's panel, where he started kind of leaning to that these bitches ain't shit all day, right? His content wasn't like it used to be, where it was geopolitical. Anytime somebody would bring up a point, Angry Man.
I appreciate you, Shango. Mm-hmm.
Started sounding
not a problem.
Like Obsidian.
Okay.
Now, this is somebody that was in the inner workers, in the back chats, talking to them behind the scenes, and I pulled away from that. But I'm like, yo, y'all was against this. Like, y'all used to battle Obsidian about the context of what he was saying, right? About how he was wrong. Now y'all are actually saying how he's right. You know what I'm saying? Now, in BGS's standpoint, the reason why I gave BGS as a pass is because BGS was pointing out on policy, and this is where things are going. Now, back then, he was correct, because now you're having these counter policies where the left of the LGBT and all of this third wave feminism is getting crazy, right? Which causes the incelness on the other side. But that incel problem is a larger issue on the.
It is.
You know what I mean? But guess what? Those vestiges started from what? Those vestiges started from a loud minority allowing the space and not holding these guys accountable. And even these guys that are on the white manosphere, right? And a lot of these incels came from the gaming community, right? And I used to, and they have a word for them. They don't even call them incels. You know what they call them?
No.
They call them Eugenes. They call them Eugenes. Yeah,
Two
they call
folks
them Eugenes.
loneliness, Eugenes. That's what they call them.
They call them Eugenes, right? And they started because they used to talk about these. They used to use the word thought, right? They use it a lot. Like, look, man, I'm in the anime. I read manga and shit when I'm sitting there. You know what I mean? I read that shit, and I'll read the comments, and then even in the comments, you'll hear a guy type in the comments like, "Yeah, this chapter was good, but he shot that thought down." Right. And I'm like, this is a word that we would use in the black community, right? About certain women, but these white dudes are using it.
What about
freely.
these words, Andre?
Yep.
Kumas
and Doomers. Yep. See, those, but and these guys, for another day, we'll talk about all that later, but you start seeing these tinges, right? And they're coming in mass, right? And then guess what? If you're doing this for business, right? You're going to placate to your audience that's paying you the most, right? So if they super chatting you $50 as a content creator, guess what you got to do? You got to give them $50 per super chat goddamn content. Fuck these bitches. Fuck these bitches. These bitches ain't shit. These bitches ain't shit. And over time, what's going to happen is you go away from solution-based arguments, and the guys that are actually giving it, right? Now, the content creator may not agree to go and attack these guys, but guess what? They loyal, fanatical followers will, right? And then guess what? Because the content creator now, he's allowing these guys to run his platform instead sitting there like, yo, I used to sit up there with Angry Man, and these guys were coming over from Obsidian's section or whatever, right? And come in and we're like, shut the fuck up, these black bitches ain't shit. And he would call them nifnons, bedwetters, and dishwashers.
Okay.
This is 2018, right? He was like, nifnon is a non-factor, a bedwetter, the dishwasher, because you crying about bitches. Right. He would say, yo, don't be blaming single mamas, right? Don't be doing this, don't be doing that, right? But then, guess what? The black woman couldn't do no wrong, went to the black woman couldn't do no right.
On Angry Man?
Yeah, it's different. Like, go back. If you go find 2018 Angry Man, right? And BGS, right? And then listen to them now, and then go listen to Obsidian back then, right? And you'll see that they just changed spots, right? Because it was a power vacuum. You know what I mean? It's like the gates of incel hell in the manosphere was open, and nobody was there to close the gates and keep watch. And that's what Obsidian actually did. He kept watch because if you actually think about it, he was a true incel at the time. He was a true incel. He was. He'll tell you he was. He didn't get to go to the prom with the chick that he wanted to go with. He didn't really have any meaningful relationship.
At this point, he still is.
Yeah, he still is, right? And he would talk about how the bitches are fat and this, that, and the third, blase, blah, yada, squatta. This is what he did then, but he switched it up. But Obsidian, I've actually had conversations with him on panels, and I said, Obsidian, what is your solution? He said, I'm not here to bring solutions. I'm here to just point out the problem. I'm here to make money. I respect Obsidian because he's unapologetically in your face telling you what he is.
Yeah,
that's what he is. Like, and listen, I'm not on the morality kick, but I understand what cause and effect is. And I'm basically saying that the problem is that these small vestiges are going to build up to be a bigger problem, right? Right now, they're making laws or to make policies to counteract the incel problem worldwide. There's a dude in London ran around and shot people with a shotgun because he was a self-described incel. This is England, right? There's a dude in Japan ran up on a train in Japan in the morning, right? Japan has a real perverted problem with men, with men, right? So they have a special car, right? There's 4 cars during rush hour in the evening and in the morning where only women or pregnant women can be in, or women that are with some, like a man can only be in that car unless he's with a woman that's his woman or a co-worker, and he's got to sit right next to him, right? Because during rush hour, it's so packed. So guess what? If a woman's in the train and she's pretty, it's packed in the train. A motherfucker be taking pictures underneath a skirt, fucking putting his hand all up in her ass, and she don't know who it is, and she can't move, right? And she's getting actually harassed and raped in public on the train, and she'd sit up there and take it, right? So this became a problem. So this guy ran up on that car during the morning rush hour in the women's only car and start stabbing women because they looked too happy. He's an incel, right?
Yeah, wow.
These things are happening and they're cracking down on it. That's why they banned the word incel off of Twitch. Simp is off of Twitch. You know, they even had this whole thing. Like, I got someone sent me this shit about a whole directive. They're pushing to make sex work legal, but now they're trying to call them physical, emotional therapists. They're going to give training so these incels can get the fit because they have a mental disorder, right? Right. So they said, like, they think they should get a pretty woman. They want physical with these women because of this. So once you give it to them, that will mitigate a lot of these problems because of whatever. This is what they're thinking. They're building these policies. Yes.
You're saying that Japanese are proposing comfort women?
No. This is America. No. This is a study. No.
I was about to say, because that's a big irony.
What's going on, Shango?
No. But see, here's the thing, though, right? It's not. It will work, but you will have a vestige of it, right? Like I said, I'm a pragmatic person, right? Like, if you're going to have unhealthy people naturally, right? But when those vestiges of unhealthy people get to more than a 10 or 20 percentile of your society, guess what happens after that? Now you have an epidemic and a problem, right? Like, COVID is an epidemic, but guess what? COVID is number 7 on the list of things that kill people per year. It's 7 on the list. That's 7. That's 30 percentile. So if you take the top 10 things that kill people per year, right, per capita, COVID is number 7. That's the 30 percentile past the threshold. It's now an epidemic, right? These incels are becoming a problem. So even online, they're shutting people's channels down that are talking about hate speech. The women have to figure out a different way to talk the way they talk. Now, Black YouTube is just a minuscule part of YouTube, but they'll get around the niggas soon enough. But this is being a problem, and this is why I talk about the trauma bonding being over in abundance without any solutions, right? And I know, and most of the people that are doing it, okay, Fantastic, the way he talks about women, the way that Game Changer talks about Black women or whatever, they really believe that. That's their life. They're not there to make money off of it. They do make some because people want to donate to keep the platform going, but that's not their primary source of income. They're not making money off of that, right?
They doing other things. Yeah.
They doing other things. When you're talking about content creators that give you regular content every day at a certain time, they done put money into their stream, they got mics and all of this shit, it's business. Because once that conversation no longer becomes feasible, they're going to switch their rhetoric to something else. So it's entertainment, but guess what? The Fantastic and the Game Changer-esque people, they're only hitting their audience maybe once or twice a week, where you're sitting there with a person that's hitting their audience every day on a news cycle. So guess what? Everybody shares audience, right? In the space, right? Because if you're in the manosphere, if I'm mentioning these people, you done heard about them, you done listened to them maybe once or twice, or ran across them. So they basically share audiences, right? Yeah. So if these dudes that are trauma bonded on Fantastic in them are going over here listening to this guy or this woman that's got more charisma, got a better presentation, what church are you going to subscribe to? The one on the corner or the Golden Cathedral? You want to go to the Golden Cathedral, right? And that's where it becomes a problem. And that's what I'm saying is this needs to be addressed. And I understand what Mike V is doing. I understand what Nagone is saying. I love what Ism is doing, right? But there has to be more balance. And what I mean more balance is it has to be stop screaming that is black women, right?
Mhm.
Remember, the policies are made for the majority, and black women are least likely to take advantage of the fucking policies because white women will get them first. White women always get them first, right?
Yeah,
and
I'll accept that.
And the numbers show it, right? Now, I understand why you have to say it like that because that's your association, because that's who you deal with. But a black man making 45 to 50,000 a year, guess what? There's going to be less and less black women in your association. There's going to be women of other races. Once you know what I'm saying? Like the gulf between you dealing with black women and you dealing with other women in different races is your economics.
Got it.
And if somebody say that I'm lying, I'm living proof of it. It's economics. I live in a whole nother country, dude. I gotta literally go jump on the train 2 hours to go find a black woman. I gotta go find one. Bro. Matter of fact, I gotta go, listen. It's a black dude that live up the street, and he was surprised to see me. I thought I was the only nigga in the neighborhood till he saw me. He even stopped what he was doing, and me and him had an hour-long conversation.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
But that's the beauty of it, man. Yeah,
that's the beauty. Like that's why I say the trauma bonding.
Let's go on, Shatterstar Game. Salute, man.
Yo, the trauma bonding is a problem, and it's on the woman's side too. But it actually trauma bonding started with the women.
Yeah,
it started with the women.
Yeah. I go to women's spaces. Talk to them.
Listen, man. Listen. You know what the view is? You know what what is it? What is it? The chick, the one with the black chick that say all black men cheat, and then Jeannie Mai.
You talk about Joy and them.
Joy and them. Okay.
Yeah.
That's listen. Television, a soap opera, is trauma bonding for women. Right?
Yeah.
A talk show is trauma bonding for women. But guess what? I'm sorry to say this. Women are naturally, physically, and mentally predisposed to be trauma bonded because they're more emotionally savvy than men are. When you get too many men trauma bonding, all hell gonna break loose. They're gonna start fucking shit up. Women can sit up there and nag, complain, bitch, and argue all fucking day, right? But I ain't seen a band of women getting together and fucking setting fire to a nation. But when a group of men trauma bond, rape, pillaging, and plundering takes place. That's when it becomes dangerous.
I see your point. I see your point. And, I see your point. You laid it out, very nicely. I just and not even to disagree or anything, because you made a good case there.
I mean, is it a lot? Probably not, but it's too much.
I'm just, I do. Like I say, I'm a manosphere guy, so I go to bat for the brothers. And like I say, I just hear this thing percolating, and I want to get up. Like I said, I've been hearing it a lot, so I'm starting to address it and confront it. But you make a good point. A lot of things to think about.
Is it rampant? No, it's not rampant, but it's too much of it that will become rampant. I
think I hear. Go ahead, Dre.
Go ahead. You got the floor, man.
You got it. Peace to everybody. But no, I was saying, I think I see what. Wait, hold on. Let me turn this shit off. I see what train of thought that Dre is coming from, because recently I did an Insta video. I got a bunch of white dudes, and I think what he's saying is we don't want our message to become, oh, let's just shit on bitches all day. And it's like, what's the purpose of that? That's not really what we're trying to do. We're trying to build black male agency and stuff. That's why I agree with A Game the brothers is doing over there, like DS1 and a couple others, because it's more focused on, they talk about the gynocracy and fucked up black women, but it's about what can we do as men to not have that shit affect us, to get to a position where we could be like, yo, okay, we can decide this, this, and this. That's getting to the policy. That's getting to what I decide inside of my life and my home that I can control, instead of going in. Because we can talk about them all day, and I think that's good. But because, you need to identify the problem before you handle it. But you got to handle the problem. Like, talking about them ain't gonna fix it.
Yeah.
Alone.
Yeah.
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 And I was on your channel when you did that incel video, the stream. You did a couple of them.
He did a couple of them, and I liked every one of them, and he broke it down simple. And I think DS1 went in about he said about the internal 5, and he broke it down. Him and what's called Ronan. I listen to their stuff a lot. I listen to everybody, Kendra and other people outside the space as well, talking about these issues, and sometimes Roger's kind of like my news. I use him as a news of the manosphere, what they're talking about, and pick off of that. But Kuda is different. That's just like a little entertainment, little knowledge, and then he deals with the media, what's going on with people with the drugs and stuff. And he recently talked about the fentanyl on his channel. Despite the game stuff, he breaks it down into science. He said this is what you need to watch out for. Then Platinum talks about dudes dating the same pool of women. He uses it as a trick for the trolling, but he also breaks gems down if you pay attention to what he's saying. Now, his thing is like a lounge. That's what he's about. But I'll have to get on one of his panels one day. If it's a constructive conversation, then I'll go up on there and then just hang out and then, just be up there. But at least he pulled on me. I'll return the favor. But like I said, man, like it's an ongoing occurrence. I saw it last year during the pandemic. It was unnoticed. And that's why Taz kept jabbing at the space, and the reason he's doing that because a lot of dudes don't speak up about it. Now we know the problem is it's just ain't enough of us speaking up, and the reason he point that out, and they give him pushback for saying that, despite him and Nile or whatever. But I saw a stream he did, an old stream he did talking about the incel problem. I just shook my head and I'm like, but he was poking fun at the spirit, but it really is talking about the Obsidian guys and the 2.0 guys he was poking at, because I see him bouncing around each space, and then I saw him over at Art of New Style going at it with American Negro, and American Negro went at him. He said, man, he was trying to be civil with him, and then he went left, then he went over to Mills, and you know how that goes. It's like a pattern with him. But everybody's talking about the same thing, what I've noticed. And then when I did this topic, I was strictly talked about what I talked about last year with conservatism, because I wanted to do this during the Brain Trust time. I wanted to do this in stream form because people were saying the dumbest stuff. Like I had to bring up Barry Goldwater, and shouts out to Mike V and Nagone for that, because they brought it up. And I went in depth with this guy, and it didn't matter if he was racist or not, but all I knew was his standard, that style of conservatism of today in this country mattered. That's why you got a lot of guys that ruled it. And that's why I did for part 2. The reason I did part 2 is just to expound on what we said in part 1. And shouts out to SKC Mike V participating on that panel. That was in the afternoon on a Sunday. Man, this one is a good one too. This is like an instant classic right here. But all I had to say about this one, it went right. And then of course SKC gave him some pushback. It's normal. And it's just what it was. And but Ism came through. I was shocked that he came on the panel, but I had to return the favor if he ever has a panel or discussion with the fellas, and we just go up there and just be real about it. You know what I mean? I'll slide through the next time, because I had to return him the favor after that, because I appreciate him coming through and kind of, he kind of changed the subject, but I was okay with it. But he had some points. He had some points. It was a flow of conversation. And to me, I enjoyed it because I got tired of explaining Barry Goldwater this and that, because I already made my points already. It was done,
But you know what? Here's another thing, right? This is me as a person.
Go ahead.
And this is just me. When I look at the space, right? Here's this, right? Okay. One, I've learned this just through listening to dudes, but understanding. But I learned this, first of all, the whole red pill ideology, right, was never about applying that to pussy.
Facts.
Period. End of story, right? The whole red pill ideology, you know what I'm saying? Not everybody is deserving, right, of the red pill ideology. Not everybody needs it. Matter of fact, if you have too many people taking it, then it causes the whole society to turn upside down and to be chaotic, right? And then if everybody's on it, there's no evolution, right, of society. You do need it. You need a percentage of people taking it to drive evolution forward in a controlled manner. You need controlled chaos, right? So the problem is everybody in the space isn't red pill. And if they did take the red pill, there is a loud minority that is having an allergic reaction to it. And how long do you need to stay in that rage state? You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem that you're having. You're having people with bad reactions. You're having people that are not incels, right? But they're staying in that red pill rage state.
They're both cells. That's what they call them, voluntary celibate. You know, that's
exactly.
It's too many. It's too many of them because incels is usually the married people and sometimes single. And I've noticed how they broke it down. And it's sad though, but these damn vote cells perpetuate, and that's why they exist. And that's why you got all these hidden people with the avatar. See, I came up on the self live streams personally, and I started doing it more. May do it on this channel, you know, because everybody doesn't see my face, what I look like. But all I gotta say is just, dude, you gotta have confidence, man. You can't be crying all the time. That's why Ism, and I'm glad he said that. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna keep this stream right here. This is a classic right here, you know, because I put it in the heavy hitters playlist. Y'all can look at it again. But it started off good because see, I made my points, my links, and all that, and then it did turn into this, which is great because this just shows the telling where we at. You know what Mike B was saying, where we at as people, because now you got to know where you stand on things. You can't be saying stuff, but you got to do the research, and that's why I try to put in tonight's stream because I will do the Thailand stream and break down.
Oh man, listen,
that's gonna be a good one. That's gonna be.
Listen, I'm gonna have to come through on that one because you know what's going to happen. Right.
Yeah.
I'm getting my crystal ball. If y'all don't mind, can I get my crystal ball? Right? I have this crystal ball of niggatry, and it tells me what's going to happen. You're going to do that stream, right? Mm-hmm. People are going to listen because it's Thailand, and then when you do the panel, it's going to shift to. But what about the bitches over in Thailand?
Nah.
Right? No, it's going to happen. No,
I know it's gonna happen, but
it's gonna happen.
It's tricking.
The tricking is gonna go to the tricking. And you know what? And I have to show up because I'm gonna have to bust some motherfuckers' bubbles. See, I like giving reality checks.
Right.
I love it, man. I write the motherfuckers all the time, like stimulus, right? Like I give them reality checks. Like, okay, the whole SYSBM argument, right? The whole SYSBM argument, right? They hated me, couldn't stand me. Couldn't, because I didn't puff them up, right? I actually gave them reality of what you're talking about isn't reality. You're not going to go to another country and snatch up a chick. You're just going to end up with a dirty foot bitch. That's what you're going to do. You're not going to do it because you're not even talking about dealing with the men in a society that's going to give you a gateway to the proper women. But what are you bringing to the table? What you just showing up on the beach with your flip flops and your dick in your hand? No, no.
That's what I said.
If you get the bitch, she's giving Poppy the money. She remember the chick that you're fucking with. Okay, men want a patriarchy, right? I hear this patriarchal word being run. You know, we're like, we need a patriarchy. I always say this. Sir can attest for this. I plant my flag. I live in a country where there's a patriarchy. A lot of you motherfuckers will be killing yourselves because if you think the gynocracy, the so-called quote-unquote gynocracy, it's not a gynocracy, it's actually a plutocracy. But if you talking about the gynocracy so fucking much, right? A lot of them wouldn't even be born. Right? Because in a patriarchy, men control what women do down to the point of who they're able to marry. See, that's a patriarchy. Marriage is about building of wealth, right? So this woman can't get married unless her family agrees. And she can fuck you all day and long that she wants to, but you can't get married. Here's a good question with that. Look at Naomi Osaka. Right? Her mom is from Japan. Her last name is Osaka. That is a legacy family name, right? From the region or the area or the prefecture, of the state of Osaka, right? Her mom went to the States, went to college, fell in love with her dad. That's Haitian. That's from Haiti, right? got married, had a kid. Her parents cut her off. The only reason why Naomi Osaka's grandparents are out in the forefront is because of the success of Naomi Osaka.
Yep.
Nobody knew she was Japanese until she beat Serena Williams for the second time for one of the titles. Even in Japan, they was laughing at her through the tournament because her Japanese wasn't native. I was watching the news. But soon as she made headway, they welcomed her. Do you know they was tripping out in Japan when she lit the Olympic torch? Because they wanted a real Japanese up there, not some half-foo up there. Yeah, but people don't know about that because that information stays in the country. Right? Because they're homogeneous. 98% of the people that are walking around Japan are Japanese. They look a certain way. They look Japanese. They look like whatever, right? What the modern Japanese is, not the real Japanese. We ain't gonna get into that. But what that means is that if that's the point, this is a patriarchy. If in India, right? In India, like y'all probably hear about it in the States, right? About those Sharia law, them honor killings between those Middle Eastern people and those, but the people from Pakistan, but those people ain't from the Middle East. Those people are from Asia, because Pakistan and Afghanistan and India is Asia, right?
Yeah,
so
correct.
Why are they killing this woman? Why they kill her? Because she decided to get married to who she wanted to and not who the family dictated. And by law, you're supposed to kill her ass.
Exactly.
And guess what's supposed to happen to the man that marries a woman that both families didn't agree to? His family supposed to kill him too. Yeah. That's a patriarchy. That's a patriarchy. You wouldn't have the single mother rate wouldn't be, but you wouldn't have access to pussy. But guess what they also have in patriarchies? Prostitution is legal. So if you want some pussy, my nigga, go ahead and pay for it. Go ahead and pay for it. Go ahead. You can get the prettiest bitches and go ahead. Then they vestiges of society. But you don't want that. What you want is the preference. And what I hear a lot of times with these younger guys is, I respect the 1.0 manosphere because they went through what they went through and they're talking about the policy aspect. So that means that you're competing against other groups of men to change the environment. Respect that. Cool. No problem. The problem that I have is when I keep hearing these different vestiges of you're sounding like females crying.
Oh, he went in and out. He's about to go in.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. I cut Shango off earlier.
Oh, okay.
Oh no,
I'm
you
sorry
good, bro.
about that.
No, you good. It's all good.
Yeah.
Because I actually agree with some of what he's saying. Oh, my internet must be acting up. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good what he was saying in so many words. And we had that discussion like beginning of the stream. And I think Nagone went in on the 1.0. He mentioned Thug Tish and he mentioned Sergeant Willie Pete. See, I came through Sergeant Willie Pete based off my old channel back in 08 and 09 because he was something else back then, and they was still in his talking points. I understand where they was coming from that. Yeah, in a way, but it enhanced the space. So 2.0 was supposed to do what 1.0 did. It had a website, had the economics, and I think Wacky talked about it mostly for years, and then we talked about it for like a long time. So, and that's just basically what it is. But, and the conversation it went there, and I think Ism came on, and it wasn't derailed. I mean, it was a nice conversation because all of a sudden it was. I'm gonna post the link if he gets back up again, but it's just what it was, and we were saying the same thing, and you gotta understand because we heard these patriarch talks. I said y'all don't want to be in no patriarch because certain patriarchs is different. Yes, you do kill that person and whatever, and you got some that's just killed straight out the woman. So and he's right, because he lived in a country that has that old style, and we talk about this from Friday specials I've done. We talk about a lot of stuff that DeAndre talked about. It was streams like that. Me and Soul and Black. Yeah, but go in what you were saying about the patriarchy.
Yeah, my bad. What the patriarchy is that if you know what I mean, it's a thing where if you really see like okay, in the system that you live in right now, right? Women, right? And when I mean women is women are allowed to make the choices, right, of who they date, but women are more forgiving than men who are allowed to date who. So if you think about it, why were the marriage rates high? The marriage rates were high prior to no fault divorce and no fault whatever because of what, the 1950s, because there was a patriarchy. But there was a lot of fucking gunshot, you know what I mean? Like weddings under the fucking shotgun weddings, right? Because you know women was out there, she you know did what she did, but guess what? Why do you have a shotgun wedding? It wasn't another woman holding a shotgun having to do it at the damn altar. It was a man with the shotgun holding it to the dude's back at the altar. Because guess what? A woman had to depend on a man to be taken care of, and she's going to have a child. And to make sure you do the right thing at the time is this. But then guess what? Those men did what? They went to war. You had what? World War II, you had the Korean War, then you had the Vietnam War. But somebody still need to take care of these women because we need babies. We need babies, right? Society needs babies. So guess what? You get these women coming back. You had all of these men that were here. I mean, you got all them dudes in war. So a lot of them didn't make it back. You know, ones that did come back, they were messed up. PTSD, Agent Orange, you know, whatever you want to call it, right? Through all of these wars, right? And the men that were left, a large percentage of them, if they didn't have no other men to compete against, so guess what they got? They get to run rampant. They get to do everything that the Chads, the was it the square jaw niggas used to do? The goddamn the you know what I'm saying? All of those dudes need to do, right? So now these men get into power, and what is the first thing that they want to do? Tear away the patriarchy, because in the patriarchy they wouldn't exist. So your leaders that make these policies in Congress are men that decided to tear away the patriarchy. Now, it sounds like a great idea, but the way these guys are sounding, these newer guys, they would be the ones, if given the chance, to actually tear away the patriarchy, because the patriarchy would grind them into dust. Hence, if you look at any patriarchal country, the high suicide rate of men. Look at the suicide rates compared to men and women in a patriarchal country. See how high it is. It's ridiculously high. Vices the quote-unquote gynocracy. Look at the suicide rates of men in a gynocracy, or the quote-unquote thereof gynocracy, versus a patriarchy. The suicide rates of men are at extreme high in a patriarchal country. So you wouldn't have these dudes up here complaining, because they would have to do something, because they couldn't fight against men, right? Because they was outnumbered. See how that works? Like, you know what I mean? And no system of government is total. No system of civilization is a total end all or be all, because there's functional matriarchals, there's dysfunctional matriarchals, there's dysfunctional plutocracies, there's functional plutocracies, there's dysfunctional patriarchies, and there's functional patriarchies. What we have to do as men is, here's the thing, as men, as black men, especially as black men, is this: we have to get back on the purpose of doing the basics of being a man. You have to provide for yourself. You have to protect your own provisions first. You have to strive for what you're trying to do, right? The women will be attracted to that. I've met some of the best relationships I've ever been in is dealing with a woman where I was focused on my own shit. And a lot of these guys, for some reason, how they were brought up, how they were lied to, drinking the Kool-Aid, is you get your education, you get this, you get that, you're going to get a good woman. Just like a black, just like not a black woman, but a woman was lied to. You get an education, you get a good job, you're going to get a good man. No, you're not. No, you're not. Like that's you know what I mean, because men date down, women date up. This shit has not changed since eons of civilization. You know what I'm saying? And long as you can provide and protect and all of that other shit, because if provisions was everything, bro, only, guess what? You wouldn't find these chicks that are married to these rich motherfuckers swinging off a dick.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? This is my thing. Is the manosphere is a good place. It can be a great place, but they need to taper down and start going with the accountability argument. They need to start when these dudes get out of pocket and out of line. Like men are supposed to be able to have conversations, intelligent conversations when they're dealing with women. Like a woman does not dictate civility. It's men that dictates it because might makes right. The reason why women in Japan act the way they act because men run shit. They dictate it down to the language. The male and the female, the Japanese, speaking in Japanese as a woman and speaking in Japanese as a man is two different things.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like we don't have to go that far to it to a certain degree, but when this is man shit, like this is men, this is how men deal with each other. So if I'm dealing with Shingo with decency and decorum, I'm dealing with Sir with decency and decorum. I'm dealing with the other brother here, Sir, with decency and decorum, right?
Yeah, Sir Anthony. Mm-hmm.
Sir Anthony. I'm dealing with him with decency and decorum and how we talk to each other, right? If a woman is watching this from the clouds and she's sitting in the chat, she has to do nothing but come under subjection with decency and decorum. If we're not dealing with each other on the bare basis of decency and decorum and we don't set a bar or a line not to cross, then why would the woman have decency and decorum? Why would she not set the bar?
Yep. They follow us.
Exactly. Whether they want to or not. Whether they want to or not. And if they don't follow you, they're going to follow some other man.
Exactly. That's facts.
And this is why we need to consolidate and get into our vestiges of power as much as we possibly can. I'm like, the greatest war strategy ever depicted is you take the men out. You take them out first. You do whatever you can to take them out. Now, they don't got to go run up on black people like they used to, right? They still do it, but they don't got to do it because the system is running itself. Matter of fact, they don't even want that to happen anymore. Like think about it. Civil rights movement, right? All of that video that we used to see, like them sitting at the lunch counter, getting spit on, punched in the face, them, getting dog sicked on them, the hoses out, right? We see these images, but we don't hear the commentary from back then. So what was the commentary back then? What was the narrative? These niggas are not being in a place, right? Because if they showed that commentary of these people being accosted because they want equal rights, guess what? If you didn't give that type of commentary, and if you would have said these people need equal rights, then guess what? You would have a massive push for equal rights for black people, and it wouldn't have took that fucking long, right? And if you want to believe me or not, here's an example. Look at the Stop the Asian Hate movement. They got a whole bill signed and done within 2 years. Niggas was trying to get civil rights for how long? See, if the vested, so who's running these campaigns? Matter of fact, is there less Asian people in the United States as black folk?
I don't know. I think we're more numerous than they are.
Yes, we're 18% of the population. They 7% of the population. We almost double in percentages of numbers. So how are they able to get something done faster than what we were able to do? Right? I'm gonna tell you why. Because those men got together, Mr. Wong, Mr. Chang, and Kenji-san got together. They pooled their money together, and they went and put money in the pockets of the fucking politicians. They didn't care if they was black, white, Jew, or Gentile to get their shit through. Matter of fact, Mitch McConnell, turkey neck ass, was sitting up there championing it because his wife is Asian.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That agents operate. Yeah.
Now, here's another thing. This is me, right? By any means necessary. Here's another problem that we have as black folk, right? Okay, Byron Allen owns the Weather Channel, right? He was going through his thing with Comcast. He was having a big tech. He was having money, like they owed him the man money. He took him all the way up to the Supreme Court. He was going through a lot of shit. They brought it highlight. He went up on the Breakfast Club and talked about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was forward. Everybody was ready to go until Charlemagne the God asked him a question, right? He said, well, I heard that your wife isn't black. Yeah, my wife is white. What they got to do with anything? Everybody in the comments lost their fucking shit. Now, this dude, Byron, you see more black meteorologists on television than you did in the 80s and the 90s prior to Byron Allen buying the Weather Channel. Do you think that's a coincidence or is by design? So who cares who he was married to? He was getting the job done for black people because he was hiring, he was putting in programs so black people can be meteorologists, right? Guess what? If a black person's a meteorologist, they're always going to be on television. Now you're seeing black excellence. Now you start seeing more black people in this arena. Now you're not looking at black people as only being twerking on TV, rapping and stuff. Now you're seeing black people in a respected thing because everybody watches the weather. Everybody want to know what the weather is. Everybody wants to know. When you want to know is it going to rain or snow, you want to know, right? So if you see a black person doing this, now that drives you getting more black news anchors on the evening news. You start seeing more other black people taking charge in these spaces of the news and delivering it, whether, right or left, doesn't matter. But you start seeing black people in more of these places. So guess what? Just by him owning a channel, he owns his own channel. Just like how Bill Cosby wanted to buy NBC, this man owns his own channel. He owns his own media apparatus.
Mm-hmm.
This is very powerful. So now guess what Byron Allen can do? Byron Allen can take that money and he can invest it in different vestiges of places that you don't need to know about. But it will help in the long run. This is where we need to go as quote unquote black folk. This is where we need to go as black men and lead the charge. This is why when I hear dudes talking about we going to travel and get these dirty foot bitches, I push back against that. Because for the simple fact of the matter is you're going to travel to do something that you can do in the States. You're going to put your life on the line dude, you don't got, if you're complaining about black women and you're complaining about the black women that live in the hood, that's the ones that you're complaining about. You're complaining about the bottom 10th of society of women, right? So you're going to leave your country. You're going to go to a place that's worse, right? Remember, these women don't got stoves. They don't got running water. They don't got electricity. Only on the resort. It's only in one spot. The rest of the country is a shit show, right? Now you're employing men, black men, to travel to another country, go there, and then deal with the women at the bottom vestiges of society. That's actually worse than the women that you yell about at the bottom vestiges of society.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can't even speak the language nor know the culture.
They don't want
and think
to
you
either.
winning and don't want to and don't want to. So you are what I consider the 1/3 that need to be eradicated.
It's just tricking. That's all it is. I mean, one of them got a stove because Game Changer bought a stove for one of them bitches.
Man, he bought a stove for the whole village, man. Like, but here's
the appliance man. Yeah,
you know what I mean. But this is my thing. Okay, if you brought her a stove, right? If you brought her a stove, what I'm trying to ask is, Was it a propane stove? Was there any because okay. I'm like, I don't know if all of us grew up in the hood, grew up around the hood, but anytime I walked in a Shaquita or Bonquitas or whoever the fuck type of name you want to give the stereotypical bottom vegetables of society black woman that you want to give, right?
Star Keisha,
you know what I mean? Whatever. She had a stove. You know what I'm saying? She had a refrigerator. She had matter of fact, black people houses look like the Taj Mahal when you walk in the motherfuckers in the hood.
Mm-hmm.
You can't even sit in the living room. They got a china cabinet full of dishes that you can't eat on special occasions. That was handed down from great grandma, right? So why would I deal with a woman that don't have the bare basics of on a serious note of the women in which I'm talking so bad about I want to get away from?
The environment.
but that's what I mean. Like it doesn't, and you're telling these other young men, but then you won't point out the fact that black men in those third world South American countries are 0-10. Because the ones that said the tricking, they go do the tricking, that lived over there, they die.
Exactly.
They don't want to talk about that. They just gloss over that shit. You know what I'm saying?
They run their ass back over here.
They run their ass back. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I've been in those countries, already know what it is. Like, I coined the term dirty foot because that's what we used to call it in the military. Tell her to wash her feet before she get in your bed. You know what I'm saying? That's why we call them dirty foot bitches.
That was you with the dirty foot, huh?
Yeah, that's a military term. Yeah,
I remember that.
But the issue is you're not telling. Listen, I tell men I want black people to travel. I wanted to do it responsibly because even in the military, when we used to travel and go fuck on these hoes, because I'm not gonna sit up here and be like a lying ass nigga. We used to go fuck on these hoes, but guess what? We had the power of the United States government, a warship, and we had intel before we pulled in, right, to these ports where all these bitches was gathered up on the pier. Like these niggas are flying in and winging it. I pull into Australia. We stand there. You know what you're supposed to do in Australia when you go to Australia? Let me tell you. What you do, right? What you do is this. You stand out there with your uniform, right? You have a spare cap, you know, like I was in the Navy, so we had that little Dixie cup, right? You know what I mean? The little sailor cap, right? On a Cracker Jack box. You write your name in the other cap, you hold it behind you. When they finish securing the ship, they moor it up, you know what I mean? On the port, it's nothing but bad bitches out there. Bad bitches. Sea of hoes, right? You take the cap with your name on it, you throw it out there. Then you walk off the ship and ask if anybody's got your cap. And guess what? The chick say, I have your cap. You coming with me and you go back with her. Australia's not a third world country. It's a first world country. You know why niggas ain't talking about Australia? Because guess what? If you's a poor nigga in America, you a poor nigga in Australia because you ain't in a third world country. You ain't a multi-thousand. You know what I mean? You don't go from 4 figures to instant 6 figures as soon as you fucking cross the international date line. That doesn't happen, right? But this is a first world country, so hoes will be hoes, right? But when you pull in them third world countries, they tell you, don't go to this area, here's this. Even when you stay in your hotel room, I have never heard none of these motherfucking dudes sit up here and say, man, when you go to DR, make sure you go to this restaurant, stay at this hotel, order from this people, go through this travel agency, because they'll make sure you're secure. Matter of fact, what's old dude that used to play baseball for Boston? Ortiz, right? Big Poppy, right?
Yeah.
He's from the DR. Didn't he get shot in his head and barely made it out of surgery?
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, why is that? Oh, well, you notice he's a little darker than everybody else, right? So they look down on dark-skinned Dominicans down there. That's one. Number two, if you're flexing too much, especially if you're dark like that, Poppy won his money. Poppy won his money. There's, you know what I mean? Like every time I hear these dudes, okay, dude, you're gonna fly from the United States and you're gonna go down to Brazil and you're gonna hang in the favelas, nigga. Would you go out and hang out in the hood somewhere, nigga? Like, okay, nigga, you would do better just walking out your house, hanging out in the hood on the first of the month at 12 o'clock at midnight, just hanging on the corner. At least you can understand when the nigga tell you to get off his block. I don't see none of you niggas taking a major in Portuguese.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
These are the incelish type cornball niggas saying they gonna magically fly as Superman into these holes in this green pastures, like nigga.
Morning, Pastor. Salute, man.
Peace.
Yeah. Fasting in the building, but yeah, man.
Shit, Fasting, no, he African. He'll tell you. Shit.
Yeah. I talked to him a lot over at Kudas. Yeah, I said this before on the stream, and we had this discussion with Enhanced Utility, and I said, no, he's the guys you gotta listen to, because what he thinks about us over here, I learn a lot from them and pick information. I used to do that in high school when I went to school with some Sudanese back in Tennessee back in the day, and they exposed what we come from. And I was like, man, that's deep. You know, you learn a lot from them. I'll tell you that much, because you're gaining information, and a lot of brothers didn't even know that. That's how you talk to foreign people that come over here and the ones that know their language over there, and it helps. But yeah, I've been on panels with him and Fasting. My favorite stream was when it was a stream called Credit over at Kudas. That was that long live stream, and his internet went out. All three of us was on the panel. We was just building, you know, and that's all we did. And that was one of my favorite streams by Kudas. That was a third shift, and I'll never forget it. That's when I met DeAndre on the panel. You know, I've seen him over at Rogers, Charles a lot, you know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, man,
Charles.
Salute Charles, man. Like, that's my dude, man. Like, you know, it's just me per se, man. Is like, you know, I want black people to travel. I want black men to travel, but I want you to get a break. You know what I mean? I will be disingenuous in saying, I never felt as free as I did until I left the United States.
Right.
Yeah, I just, you know, black men don't understand how much of a rare specimen and endangered species. When I mean black men from America. Because, you know, like people from DR and Jamaica and the Caribbean and South America, the black folks that's there, they travel a lot. You know what I mean? Because those are countries. They travel a lot. You know what I mean? They do go over. Like, if I go, listen, I done ran into so many Jamaicans in Japan. It's ridiculous. Then when I ran into the States, I'm like, straight from the island.
They love reggae. They love reggae music, man.
Yeah,
like artists. Yeah, that's what that's about. And you got Japanese that live in Jamaica. I did not know that, but I knew years ago, and you know that's because of that music. It's not just Bob Marley. It's certain artists like Tenor Saul they had, and he was in Japan when he started dancing on stage. Talking about the Sunday song.
Yeah, man. Like we used to have we used to go to Caribbean Sundays, man. Shit used to be crazy down there, right? But you know, even when they have those dance hall contests with the chicks up there dancing on their head and shit, the last 8 years running has been a Japanese flat bitch that's won it.
Right.
It's crazy, right? You would think like what? Like they go
been like that 9 years ago, man. When I saw they wasn't winning, but 9 years ago they was integrated, and then over the years, like you said, they was winning.
Winning. Like you got Mighty Crown, and the crazy thing about Mighty Crown, they ain't even Japanese, they Chinese. They Chinese. Like we don't understand. Like when I say is when we travel as black people, travel to go places and put your hands on history, just to decompress and feel like a human being. Like get, you know what I mean, release that tension of the PTSD of America. Like release the tension, and then you realize how American you actually are. Like you realize like oh shit, like I'm really American. Like there's different forms of racism. You know what I mean? It's like the way they treat black people in Australia is way different than how they treat them in America. But they're the way, like the niggas of Australia are Aboriginal folk. You know what I'm saying? Or when you go to India, right? They're untouchable. They're darker class. right, are their niggas. Like we fine, we straight. I got a whole bunch of Indian homeboys like that I do business with, and we cool, and I know they family and all of that. They done ate over my house, I done ate over theirs. You know what I'm saying? They treat us like family. But when they see a darker tone Indian,
yeah.
you know what I mean? I was talking to one, and then he pulled, his mom pulled me up, like, hey, come over here. Like, what? No, you might catch something. I'm like, catch what? He said, no, you can't talk to the unmentionable, to the unclean class. You gotta come over here. I was like, what? He dark like me. No.
Caste
He's different. Caste system is crazy.
And but here's the irony, just DeAndre.
Hey, what's up, Fastin?
What's up, bro?
What's going on, Fastin?
You mentioned something very important about India. If you do your research, among the untouchables, they have people who are Bantus, like over 150 millions of them.
Yep.
And you're like, if you want to talk about DNA, your DNA is more similar to them than they are. But because you are in America, and you because that's what I try to tell the brothers. I'm like, your nation, your country, where you were brought up, it changes you. Meaning you are a citizen of America. So in America, you have like black people have this mentality, like they feel separate from America. They're like, yeah, we're here, but we're separate. But when you travel, they're not gonna look at you as black. They're gonna look at you as American. You be more you appreciate America more. Like that's why I tell people, like, this whole pro-black thing. Travel the world, you be like, man, I want to be American.
Like, no, for real, man. Listen, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. As much as I'm like, cause it's like this, right? You can complain about your house, right? But if somebody else outside of your house talk about your house, right, you supposed to fight them. Right.
Yeah.
The problem with black folk in America is, and especially our black folk, is that we don't see it because we don't travel outside of our house. Why do you think white people don't travel as much outside of the country, like white Americans? Because listen, most of the world can't stand white Americans. Can't stand them. It's like cowboy fans. It's like if you're a cowboy fan, people don't like you, right? You know what I'm saying? Like it's the same shit. It's just that it's just this feeling where I love walking through the immigration line through the airport, right? And they be separating motherfuckers, and they be like, "Yeah, you need to go over here if you're not from this country." Oh, I got American passport. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Stay right here, sir. All right, you can go over there with the natural citizens.
Yeah,
go over there. Like if you got American passport, no motherfuckers that try to get you in the natural citizen line. They be like, "Hey, he can't come over." No, he's American. Oh, we thought. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Let's get you through.
You get treated way differently. Like that I tell people, like, since me, I stick to the Bible. Like a great example, people who read the Bible. Paul, right? He was supposedly a Jew, right? But he was a Roman. So when they beat him up in the Jewish court, he's like, You guys know that I'm a Roman, right? Oh shit! Oh, please forgive us. No, like it's like there is an advantage having the citizenship of the most powerful nation on the world as of right now. Like nobody gets a thrill having a French citizenship, or nobody gets a thrill having a German citizenship or passport. If you have that American passport, like I'm telling you, like the prestige that comes with it. That's why I tell boys, I'm like, travel. You not only will you appreciate being an American, you'll be like, man, I'm appreciate being a black American because of the history. Like you have like a double leverage than a quote unquote Caucasian. Like DeAndre just said, like, you know how white people, like, when they go to like places where there are people not like there's not a lot of people like them, right? Like, oh, it's the white man. Now, imagine if Black Americans were traveling. Do you realize your status is way more than what you call a white American, because you're Black American. Like I don't even know how to explain it. Like you think, oh, because the pale skin, people are gonna no. They'll be like, wait, you're related to Kobe? You related to Jordan? You related to Michael Jackson? Oh my God!
Yeah, for real.
Like, I tell you, look. I'll put it this way, right? I'm in Congo right now. Me as a Congolese, well, I'm considered not American because of the diet, the American diet. Like, even my lady, she's like, you don't realize. She's like, it doesn't matter if you lose weight or gain weight because of your diet and you living in America so long. They don't look at you as Congolese. They look at you as an American. Now, imagine an Aboriginal American coming here with the accent and everything. You don't even speak my language. You'll be treated way more than me. That's the value you have, and you'll be bombarded by propaganda to be like, oh, everybody hates you. Stay here. Take our beating because, you are here. Don't travel the world because you get it worse. It's a lie. It's a lie. I'm telling you. That's why they keep racism on the news, because they want you to stay here. They don't want you to leave. They want to make you think like, oh, if I go in America, they will choke me to death way worse than here in America. So I might as well just stay. It's a lie.
Yeah, man. Like, all right, look what Faston's doing, right? What Faston's doing is he comes to America, he makes his money, he sends it back home, probably got his businesses going or whatever, and he goes back home to enjoy the fruits of his labor. But he's in America to make his bread, but he's trying to build his stuff, right? Okay, if you're telling me that I'm being disenfranchised in my country, but I know I'm from that country, why don't I, if I got enough knowledge, right? Why don't I go to another country where I'll get a job faster, be paid more, be more incentivized to be there, then send the money back to build up shit, right? And then if I want to live there or whatever, but the rest of my family don't want to go, but I got like a nephew or a niece, then you know what I mean? This is what immigration is. This is the natural state of men, where we move where the resources are, right? So with that being said, the problem is that did I build up resources? Yes, I got a lot of resources. But guess what? I can't fuck with niggas back home. You know why? Because motherfuckers got this. You left us on the plantation. You supposed to be like Harriet Tubman. You supposed to fucking run under, kicking and screaming and drag us to freedom. Right? I can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't do that because one, it's not in us collectively. So what I have to do is I have to deal with the people in my family that's about that. And I've only had 2 people in my family that came and visit me. 2. Just 2. And I've been overseas for like 20 years. 2.
Hey, that's why I tell people, don't listen to people's words. Look at their action. And that's another thing when I tell brothers, trying to get the collective to think like you die early. Like, we've seen examples. Mm-hmm. Look at Martin Luther, look at Malcolm X. They die early. You know why they die early?
Yeah.
Because they wanted to drag everybody. It's like by the time they realize they're like, you can't do it, it's already too late. So the thing is, people will show how they love you by their actions. Like, I've seen it here, staying here for almost a month. This is like my 3rd return, and one thing I realize is the people only love you because they want to get something for you. And there's nothing wrong with being nice to people, but if you are not wise and you just free for all, you'll be left with nothing. And now I understand why rich people, when people say, oh, why rich people so stingy? Why they don't help their family? Look, if you have a family of 200 people, everybody wants their hands in your pocket, and you give them each $100, that's already too much money.
Yeah.
You gave it to them. They didn't even earn it.
No, they ain't deserve it. That's right.
Yeah. You gotta make people like, me personally is like Faston said is that we have to be very careful because this younger generation is so impressionable. And the reason why I say this is that when growing up, 80s baby or whatever, the TV went off, but it didn't matter what the TV was saying.
Yeah.
Because my family, my moms, my uncles, my aunts, they were an impression of me, the elders in the neighborhood, my OGs. That's it. The problem is that these kids or these young people are looking outside of their family because their family is too busy working. But it's like Cable Guy, right? That movie Cable Guy, that's what it
I
is.
remember Cable Guy.
You know what I mean? That's what you sit your kid in front of the tube, or they got their phone or their tablet or their pad and all this extra crazy shit, and then they're being subverted and converted into this mindset, and you don't know what the fuck's going on. And then the next problem that you have is that these kids grow up to be adults. Now they're in these spaces. So now, you can tell the people that were properly raised to a certain degree. You can tell the ones that can eat the meat and spit out the bones to a certain degree. But there's a large percentage of them, and the data shows this. The data shows this shit. You look at how they react. You look at social media in a wave. Look at it. That sitting out there on a platform, putting out the wrong information, and not coming up with solutions that are actually viable to a certain degree is doing more harm than good. And when you recognize the problem and you point out the problem, you have to have enough agency to pull out the proper solution, right? And what are you working towards the solution, and where's the progress of that? What is the progress report, right? Let's like, for instance, Dr. Umar, right? I'm going to make a school. People gave their money, right? Because they seen this before, right? Jalen Rose got a school, right? A lot of brothers that put together schools and whatever, right? LeBron James came up with a school like years later after Umar said that, right? Where was the progress report? Where is it? Where is it at? Where's the school? Where's the land? Where's the shit?
Right,
Where's going on?
Absolutely.
People gave this money. What did you do with the fucking money? You know what I'm saying? Like, what did you do with this money? Like, was it enough to get to school? And guess what the problem is? We don't give progress, right? It's that not spiritual but religious connotation of the building fund. That goddamn thermometer been sitting at $500 since the buildings fund been in existence for 3 years in the church. And then you just trauma bond when motherfuckers come there. Right, and that's the problem that the manosphere is having, is that it's too many doomsday preachers, too many people saying all hope is lost, but there's not enough solutions to the problem of working therein.
Yep.
Yep. That's, what I mean. And then the conscious community, and what's the crazy part is, a lot of the content creators came from the conscious community. A lot of the 2.0 guys came from the conscious community.
And once upon a time, 1.0 of them was united. Wacky would tell you about it all the time on the channel. They was one until the split happened. And then like Mike V early in the stream, they talked about it, and the Gone talked about it. And we are sure I brought up, what's his name? Barry Goldwater in the beginning of the stream. And SKC had some good pushback. And we had a great conversation. And then when Ism came, the conversation went different, but he was giving them that real, and they wasn't ready, and they had to hop off. It was Nagone and Mike V hopped off. Shouts out to him, but you know how Ism had to give it up, and shouts out to him for coming through. But it had to be a good conversation. I'm glad I did this part 2, and I'm done with it. Now I can get to talk about the liberal aspect, because I promised SKC I will do that and do the research, and I want brothers to learn what they're saying when they get on panels. When you talk about political ideology, you just laugh at it. That's why I don't pick a right or left. And I told Mike, that's what y'all believe. I'm mostly in the middle, and that's what we was trying to expound on. And yes, I understand Goldwater was this, and SKC said the same thing. Yeah, I said, both of them can be racist. I support that. And that me and SKC is cool. And then like I said, I know what he was trying to do. He was trying to make the conversation, spicy a little bit, but I want his input. What does he think about it? I mean, I ain't trying to force nobody, and that's what I try to do with these streams, man.
When it comes to politics, I call when people talk about liberalism, like I call them semantics. You want to know the best way to understand it? America's emblem is the eagle. How many
Yeah.
wings does the eagle have?
Two.
Two, right?
Two.
So will the right eagle tell the left eagle, be like, you know what? I hate you. Will the eagle fly and catch his prey?
Nope.
So when they say, oh, conservative or liberalism, guess what? It's one and the same. There's no difference. Every smoke screen they tell you it's all bullshit. Because if you know your history, Democrats were Republicans and Republicans were Democrats. So
one and the same. Yeah, I said they're not. They're no different. Yeah, I said that on the stream. I said Andrew Jackson. He had two parties named Democrat and Republican, and people gloss over that. And I try to tell you, the state I come from, they don't teach you that in school, but that's his two parties. Until they failed and split up, that's how it all. And it was based off money, and then of course.
Yeah.
You know, the brain trust people came through, and I told them, yeah, but y'all don't talk about that because I go in depth on it. They agreed with me because eventually I had to bring it up. So the reason I did the conservative series, it's the same thing. And then when I found out about liberal conservative, I said, oh, and then talk about that. And I told that the SKC, I knew he came in the first stream of the conservatism because if you watch that first stream in my playlist, he came through. Him and Mike V discussed it, and they was trying to get him back from part one. This is part two.
Oh,
part two. Part two. You know how it is. You know, I had to do it. I made my promise. You know.
Yeah. But you know, here's the crazy part about, you know, when I guess when SKC and Mike V was talking, he said, "Well, what does it got to do with racism? We ain't talking about that." I said, "No,
right.
Racism at that time was the social issue, right? And politics is always based off of social issues, right? Healthcare, it's a social issue, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, what like the you know what I mean, like the food lunch program that was started in the, you know what I mean, by like the Black Panthers. Well, they adopted that nationwide, right? That's a social issue because socially people weren't being fed. It's a social thing. When politicians ask their constituents what they want, they're asking about their social issues. That's the job of politics, is to mitigate and manage the social issues of the nation, of the country, of the people. That's all it is. Politics is built off of social issues, straight up. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's international, you know, when, you know what I mean, or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? When they do refugee acts and shit like that, that's a social issue. People are being displaced. Like, you know what I mean? Their society is under fire. Social issue. Like, you know what I mean? So at that time, you know, it was about racism because that's why he lost. The other thing I wanted to bring up, the reason why Al Gore lost really and truly against Bush, because he was smoking Bush. And remember,
I remember.
It came down to the Florida recount, right? Because it was that close. The reason why Al Gore lost is because of not his stance on global warming, it's his stance on the LGBT community and actually doing away with don't ask, don't tell policy in the military.
Yeah.
That's what did the nail in his car, because
it was that, and then a plus, of course, Bush's brother had some hand in it because they didn't want a guy like that. But it's, to me, it's always been like that way. But Al Gore shot himself in the foot when he said those dumb comments, and that's why they did what they did to him in Florida.
Yeah.
You know, because in my mind, I say I ain't gonna vote for this dude because at the time I wasn't old enough to vote yet until 06.
Yeah.
So you know how that was.
But you know how to but it's just like it's like Goldwater, right?
Yeah.
He lost the election, but what happened over time, right? What was
the ideology spread? It
The
spread, and you brought it up in the stream, and we're going right back to it. And that's why I brought up, and I just brought up the information, did the research. I'm glad SKC came through and countered Mike's point. I see when I be in spaces with those guys and Black Princes when I was over there, I love the conversation because I love the pushback and the balance of information. You send the links, send your books out. Let's go over it. let's summarize it. And you know what I've read in the stream, and I said what I said. You know, I stand on it. I ain't gonna claim I'm the left all the time because I'm not that far left because I don't believe in that stuff. You know, I'm leaning towards the right, but I get where Mike's coming from, and he stand on it. He said, and I respect him for him doing it in that podcast. Shout out to him, his progressive podcast. He stand on what he believes, and that's okay, cool.
Yeah. Like my thing is this with the left, right? The problem with the left is that the problem with the extreme left, right? Like
the extreme left. Yeah, they're the worst ones.
The extreme left is we offended by every fucking thing. Right? For somebody to be about people's freedoms, you sure enough want to take people's shit away quickly as a motherfucker.
Facts.
Right? You know what I'm saying? Like you worse than the right.
The authoritarian left.
You know what I'm saying? Like exactly. Like, look, man, listen, I understand the right. Leave their guns alone. Right?
They hurt themselves at the end, because I understand fascism in this country, and it's a business, you know, and they use capitalism as a hustle. I already understand the far right. See, that study, I done beat it up to death. I just don't need. Let's talk about liberalism. Does it apply to everything? I know both ideologies are beat up because they're one and the same. Because I don't see any difference. Just like Big Truck said, he said it could be circular. Yeah, it can be. If you look at the ideologies. I might have to do a series on that, and then libertarianism. Everybody's got different views. It ain't just passed it out. It's a bunch of people online that's more libertarian than you think. That's what's wrong with America. That's a true moderate deep down. I hate to say that. You know, they got their policies. Everyone wants small government. They don't want no big government deep down.
Listen, everything's a concession, right?
Yeah.
If I go to a politician and I'm in my neighborhood and I know what I need in my neighborhood, what's the problem in my neighborhood? Okay. If I got a rash of problems in the neighborhood, right? Like say I'm in Baltimore, right? And they got the problem with the young kids riding the bikes up and down the fucking street, right? But the kids ain't got shit to do. But instead of me trying to just stop what these kids are doing, how did they learn how to ride these bikes, these motorcycles? You know what I mean? How are they fixing them, right? Because you can't just take a motorcycle and just pop wheelies up and down the fucking street. You actually got to fucking fix it so it can do that. You know what I'm saying? So if I go and do my research and ask around, you know what? If these kids are already in this, let's build something for these kids, right? Let's come up with something. So let me go talk to this politician. Let's get some businesses involved. Hey, man, I know you this guy. I don't agree on these policies over here with this shit, but my neighborhood needs this. The constituents come together, and we want a place that we done found where we can get a grant with this, and this, so we can bring calmness to the neighborhood. And this is how we can make money off of this to put money in your pocket, in your coffers, so you can run the next election. That's how things are actually done. This is how things are actually done. This is America. It's a capitalist society, right? Politicians are up to be sold and brought. It's just what it is. It's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think the coldest game. Remember that thing happened in Texas?
Yeah.
Last year, right?
Yeah.
And the governor, right? I think he was an asshole, but I couldn't dispute what he had to say.
You can't.
And what he said was, y'all wanted small government, y'all wanted free market, y'all wanted to. Now this is what you get for no regulations. This is what you get. You voted for this, so now you got to eat it.
Take it or leave it.
Take it or leave it. Now you see why we need regulations, so shit like this won't happen. I was like, ooh. I was like, yo. I'm like, you know, people ain't trying to hear that right now, but you got to respect it, right? Because
you mean the cripple?
yeah. He said you got to respect it. He's basically told him straight up, y'all voted to be able to pick whatever the fuck you want and not have regulations and let these companies just come out of nowhere because you wanted to pay for cheaper service, you know what I'm saying, and all this extra shit. But guess what? Guess who paying the piper right now? You should have did your research. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think he said something else. And this is why he said, I'm not the smartest man in the world, but I'm wise enough to know to pay a man that's smarter than me in a particular field to get it done. It's called an expert. That was a very Texas way of answering the question. Like, and he was a Republican, right?
Republican. I mean, I haven't seen a quote unquote blue governor in Texas. I moved here in 2000. I haven't seen one that's quote unquote Democrat. Not yet. Even though the three major cities are quote unquote blue cities: Houston, Dallas, and
Hold on. What was it,
San
Clinton?
Antonio.
Was it Clinton?
No. Bush was
No, he was
governor
Arkansas.
before he became president.
He was in Arkansas. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Clinton
Yeah.
was in Arkansas. That's
Okay.
that
Yeah,
was
I
like
ain't
in the
Arkansas.
80s and 90s. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, my bad.
Clinton had left a big mark in Arkansas, bro.
Oh yeah.
And I didn't realize Arkansas was a big black state, bro.
It was. It
Little Rock.
still is. It's small now, but yeah.
Hell?
Yeah.
I thought Louisiana was a big
Mm-mm.
black state.
Little Rock. You have to
Yeah,
go
I
back
used
to
to
Little
drive
Rock.
through
Yeah,
all
Little
those
Rock.
areas, man. It was like mostly
Yeah,
black people, and the sad part is like people call me tinfoil hat. Bro, I saw some of the old buildings, like historical buildings being torn down, sold, and like people moving up because they can afford to keep their homes. Like those things you'll never hear on the news. Like all those quote unquote old black neighborhoods, like they've been there for years.
Yeah.
What they call gentrification is really bullying the poor who can afford to pay those taxes, and greed comes in where the children, they sell the property not knowing the value. They sell it for cheaps. And those big corporations bullying them, they'll be like, hey, we're gonna give you 200,000 for this property, but the property is probably like 600,000 because of the area.
Yeah.
And if you're hard-headed, they're gonna get you children to like it's like peer pressure, all that stuff. So
and then the kids don't want to live there because that's like stepping back in their life. Like they want to get the fuck away.
But they don't understand. And then watch this. I remember 1 month I go to a neighborhood to deliver some sheetrock, right? And I come back a few months later, that whole area changed.
Yep.
Like literally, I'm like, yo. I as a truck driver, I got to witness the changes that's been happening in America behind the scene, and they will never ever tell you on the news, because if they did, people will wake up. They will never tell you. A lot of people are suffering in America. That's why I keep saying I'm like America is finished. Why? Because all they've been planning, they're doing it. The way they're squeezing, the quote unquote minority, the way they're squeezing them, like it's like where are they gonna go?
Yeah. Like, well, what they trying to do is they're squeezing them to the point where they want them to assimilate, right? Like America's going to that next stage of assimilation. Like they're moving out of the British Empire to the to the merchant part of shit, right? When we talking about the East Indian Trading Company part of the empire, right? Because America, if you look,
company,
they're moving into that point because they have to, right? Because technically, America has extended itself too far military-wise. They don't need to secure the shit they need to secure, right? They don't need to be in those places. Like if you think about it, even like over here in Japan, they got like 7 bases over here, right? World War II been over with for like 60, 70 years. Motherfuckers dying left and right, right? They dying off, right? You don't need to be over here, right? Let them fix themselves. You need to secure your own borders, right? Because that's how Rome, that's how the British Empire, the Roman Empire fell. Any empire falls when you extend too far away from your borders like that. Like, like look at the budget. You're talking about every fiscal year, $50 to $100 trillion has to go to the military budget. The military industrial complex soaks up about 60% of the budget of America, of the federal government. 60%. Your tax dollars is going to the military industrial complex. So every time they take taxes out, 60% of that shit. And it's not going to the troops, it's going to the equipment.
And the irony of it, guess who's funding or where the money is coming from? You ready for it?
Good.
England.
Yep. England. Yep.
Watch this. Every monetary system, whatever country you're living in, the paper money you're holding, it's all printed over there. Your country doesn't print it. Like I know a lot of Americans, they beat their chest. They be like, "No, we print our dollars." No, don't print your dollar. It's all imported in boats. That's why they're moving from paper to digital, and they use this whole hoaxy hoax thing. You notice when you go to stores, what do they say? Oh, we can give you the exact changes.
Yep.
And we know, like when it comes to monetary, they say when a nation loses its coins, like the coins money, then the money is worthless. So if they're trying to basically annihilate the coin, like the copper coin system, and the paper,
the pennies and shit,
over. Like they're literally telling you it's over, but they're not telling you.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, wow.
Well, you got to get people. You have to get people to volunteer, right? Like I love watching like this. I love watching subversion tactics because I see it a lot, right? People think subversion is they chaining you to a goddamn fucking chair, and this is not Bucky the Winter Soldier. This ain't them reading a special script out of a book and he snaps and just goes on a rampage, right? That's what people think subversion is. Subversion is consistent, slow manipulation. Slow, consistent. And they don't want to subvert your old ass. They want to get the children. They get the younger people because they're more susceptible for the subversion, right? They're like just like the hippies back in the 70s. Right? Think about it. The hippies that were in the 70s, right? The free love and the free rights movement, right? They're your far left motherfuckers now. They just old.
Yeah.
They
all
empower
the
now.
LGBT people.
Yeah, man. That's them.
Homosexuals.
They're coming up with these different names and all this other shit. Like it's crazy, right? Like it's crazy. Like I was reading this thing, right? About this teacher. He was in the school and he resigned because they made him apologize for having his LGBT flag up in the classroom, right? And the parents said, you're supposed to be teaching. You're not supposed to be talking about your sexuality or doing all this. He said, I wasn't saying that. I wasn't doing that in class, right? I was just I was teaching. But if children asked me, right, about it, I would explain and this, that, and the third. And a lot of kids was like, oh, it was a safe space because I'm gay and this, that, and the third and blah, blah, blah. I said, look at this smart, stupid motherfucker. By you having the flag, even if you're not directly teaching about it, you're giving a person a way of asking you a question about it. So this starts the conversation. So you could act like you're not initiating anything, but you wanted to have a safe space for the LGBTQ kids and the thing, but they only take up like a 1/10 of the population of students.
Hey, DeAndre, you pointed out something clear. Maybe people who are too slow can catch it. You said that that flag is a symbol, right?
Yeah.
Why do you think everything around us is symbols? Masonic, ancient mysticism.
Yep.
Everything around us is symbols, and because we don't understand the message being conveyed, we're hypnotized by it. But it's very subtle. Because if it was right in your face, like the movie They Live, then you'd be, oh shit, we've been programmed. They're telling us obey, but what do you see? You see big titties and people at the beach.
Yeah.
But the actual message is saying obey, reproduce, be a slave.
Be a slave. Yeah. It does. I'm like, that's what it basically is. It's constant subversion, it's constant, like the Little Nas X dude, right? Right? Everybody was tripping about what Bootsy was saying about him for the longest, right? Even when they had the Breakfast Club thing and they had that he come up there like on an ambush and they thought it was funny.
Yeah.
But then the next week when he comes out with a photo shoot of him being pregnant and shit, right? Everybody like, you know what? Bootsy was right. He was doing too much. We should have listened to Bootsy. And you know what Bootsy said? Nah, niggas, nah. No, Boosie's homophobic. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But now you see, now Boosie badass. Okay, yeah. But he said it, and he said it. He said, so when is it going to be a problem? Who else does he have to offend before y'all chin check him? He said, gay people want to be gay. Be gay over there. I don't care. He said, but stop trying to push this on everybody. And when he did that, you know what he was doing? He was attacking what women really are. Right? He got his ass up there with his mustache and shit and did a little thing where he looked like he was pregnant. Like women, I don't know why women take these goddamn maternity photos with their stomach out. I don't understand.
I think it's like a new thing. Like,
I didn't.
At the beginning, it was more of a Caucasian thing.
Yeah, but
now,
Now, I didn't really mind then because it was the woman with a man with them. Like it was a family photo pre-baby, and the baby come out. So I kind of get it. It was that whole thing with the family. Now women are just taking it by themselves, right? Like, oh, so you basically saying that you ain't got to do. You're a single mama. Got it. Duly noted. Thank you. Right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the other thing is when I look at it at the other end of the spectrum, it's like, okay, you're doing that, right? Like the whole breast, like they was like this woman was like, oh, it's okay to this, that, and the other, but men get pissed off when I'm breastfeeding in public. No, the women that do breastfeed in public in other countries, they themselves. They cover them and the baby up. She just ain't just popping out the titty and the baby just sucking on the goddamn titty in public. Like,
it's way different though. Like I grew up seeing mothers, and I didn't have any feelings about it. I think mostly like the covering thing. I think it's a more like European thing because I don't know. Maybe when I moved in America, everything was so weird. I'm like, mothers panicking like just to breastfeed. I'm like, it's a freaking baby. Nobody wants to suck on your nipples. Like, who's gonna be out there? Be like, man. The
because
that's it.
no, because but I'm gonna you know what it is, Fasting? I'm gonna tell you what it is, right? It's culture, right? Because America is so sexually suppressed, right? Like because remember, it still comes from that whole like that it's that hypocrisy,
Puritan,
right? The Puritan
hypocrisy.
Yeah,
when
so
having orgies and all that bullshit.
Behind the scenes, but everybody's walking around dressed up like Jehovah Witnesses on crack. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's like, hey, don't show your ankles, you're showing too much skin. And then as soon as they get in the house and shit, he's over there whipping them with a cat of nine tails and got them eating out of the goddamn fucking kiddie bowl. Like acting the goddamn fool. Like it's that sexual repressed nature of America. Like, you know, it was a shell shock for me when I went to Europe. When I was walking down the street in Barcelona, I'm looking up and I'm seeing like a model up there and she just got her titties out on a billboard in the middle of the city. What the fuck?
Yeah, Europe, like, you know, it's different.
I was like, and then, you know, when I went over to different countries, like in Asia, like when I went over to Asia in different countries and shit, like it's just, you know, I went into like a hot spring. I think I was in Vietnam. Went to a hot spring, right? The men go on one side, the women go on the other side. So we go in there, we changing our clothes, but we go into the hot spring, and the chicks are just sitting in the same hot spring we sitting in. Like she's sitting there in the same hot spring. Motherfucker, old dude sitting down, nuts hanging. He just sit his ass in the fucking tub. I got the towel around me and shit. Everybody looking at me like I'm crazy and shit. Because I'm the only one with a towel around me. Everybody else just out. Women got the titties out, whatever. They go wash up and what's wrong with this? Why you acting weird? Like, you know what I mean? And, you know, once they realize that I'm American, oh, we understand. Y'all be acting like that. Y'all culture's different. Like, so it's a lot of, how should I say it like this? Like, we're seeing the maturation of America. Like, we look back, if I look back in history and I look at the maturation of societies, what we thinking or wondering about, how did they rise? How did they fall? What was the in-between? What was the evolution of it? We're actually living through it.
Yeah, we're actually living through the change or the transformation part.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We and we're living through, and the reason, and because technology leaped so fast through our lifetime, we're seeing it like rapidly. It's not like we don't have the blessings of people that were born in the 40s in the 50s and the 60s where they saw an incremental, like, you know what I mean, every 5 years or every decade, right? We're seeing this shit every year. Like it's like and now it's getting to every 6 months. Some new shit. You know what I'm saying? Like some new shit. Like it's like if it's like being born during the Industrial Revolution. Like imagine that. Like you used to see it like you used to seeing maybe one car. And
Oh,
only
not a problem, sir, Anthony. You're welcome anytime. But y'all go
yeah,
ahead.
man. Yeah, man. Like you seeing like one car, and then now, but you're used to seeing horse and buggies going down the street, right? You go from that to now all the cobblestone is took it out of the street, and now you seeing all of these, and you barely see a horse and buggy, and then you might see it on a farm. Now the only time that you see a horse and buggy or a horse is when it's racing on a track.
Or even look within 20 years. I moved to the U.S. in November of 2000, and there was no such thing as cell phones everywhere. They still had the home phone, right? And then they had what BlackBerry was very popular back then. But even the BlackBerry wasn't like it
was a business
with the little buttons and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I graduated high school in 2005, and we had like you having a flip phone was a luxury, right?
Yeah.
Not everybody had phones, but look within 15 years from when I graduated high school, look how far we've become.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like, everything moves so fast because I think, for my opinion, I think that the people who are ruling us, they're speeding up time for whatever agenda they have. So they had to fast spoon, like feed us all this bullshit.
Actually, if you actually look at the move, right? Here's the crazy part. So, like you said, 2000, right? Like 2000. So 2000 is December 2000. That's when I went on my first deployment over in Europe, right? Spain, Italy, everywhere in Europe, everybody had a fucking cell phone.
Damn.
Everybody had a cell phone. Everybody had a fucking cell phone, and it was one of them. It was them small Nokias. I
remember like those Nokias. I used to have them.
The chick, I met a chick in Spain. She said, "Hey," I said, "Well, damn, I'm gonna call you, right? Because because I had a calling card in my pocket, right? So I had one of those calling cards. In Europe, they calling cards were even more advanced than the States, right? Because they had the chip in them, like the chip that's now in motherfuckers like bank cards and shit. So you had the chip, and you just basically put it in the phone booth, and you just dial the number, right? And she's like, "What? Let me take you to the store," right? She's like, "Hey, give me 25 pesetas, right? Which is, Spanish currency, which was like $10, right? I give her 25 pesetas, right? She talks to the guy in Spanish. He gives me what we call it a track phone now, right? He gives me the fucking track phone, right? She goes through the prompts, put it in English, gives it to me, and puts her number in it. She said, no matter where you at in Europe, long as you got the credits, you can call me or you can call whoever. We had them like Nokias, the long Nokias. We had the little fucking Sprint phones. This, the prom code, and the only thing that we had was the Nextels, the chirps. We call them the chirps, the walkie-talkie shits, right? This is 2000, right? But most people that had cell phones back then were people that had jobs. And if you had a BlackBerry, you was a doctor, or you was in government, or somewhere. You had a BlackBerry that was for corporate. Nextels was for like drug dealers and dope boys and people that worked at car dealerships and infrastructure, like truckers or the tow guys. People that worked in infrastructure, logistics, or whatever, right? But people, like I think AT&T at the time on the East Coast, I was stationed in Virginia. They was the ones that came out with the first free nights and free weekends, 500 anytime minutes for like
AT&T,
like $50 a month, like $50 a month. And then I had a Sprint phone, but that shit gave you like 1,000. They gave you like 1,000 minutes, but incoming cost you outgo. It was trash. They had better phones, but it was trash. You know what I'm saying? But Europe had their shit. Now, when I get over to Japan, it's a whole different game. Like Asia had it was crazy. But what I realized is this: think about it. Until remember 9/11 happens, right? I go over to Japan in 2002, right? So February 2002, I'm in Japan. 9/11 happens. Before I get to Japan, technology jumps leaps and bounds in the U.S. after we're already in Afghanistan. Think about
it. Because Afghanistan was what, 2003, 2000.
Wait,
no, 2002.
Yeah, 2002.
That was before Iraq.
Yes. Afghanistan. Think about it. When 9/11 happened, right? We didn't.
Osama bin Laden.
When we dropped, like when 9/11 happened, right? They went to they act like they was going to Iraq. I was on the ship. They did some shit like they was going to Iraq, but they went straight to Afghanistan with majority of the fleet. So we were sitting outside of Afghanistan, right? And motherfuckers was going in there, whatever, right? But then motherfuckers stayed there, and then everybody was like weapons of mass destruction. Like, well, first everybody was like, why you in Afghanistan then Iraq, right? Remember the first strike was in Afghanistan. Why you in Afghanistan then Iraq? Why you in Afghanistan then Iraq? And then that's when we looking for weapons of mass destruction, right? Iraq was a diversion to what they was really doing in Afghanistan. And they was over there to get those minerals and shit to move up technology. Because guess what? The military spent all of this money on all of these missiles, spent all of this money on all this technology, but you don't know if it actually really works unless you use it. And
not only that, don't forget the main reason also they went to Afghanistan because of the opium. For the drugs, because remember the drug business is very huge.
So
and
now
notice all the drugs, when it comes to medicine, like almost every painkiller has opium in it.
Yeah, and then for you to be able to make kind of synthetic opium, you have to study it enough to break it down for the isotopes so you can get the synthetic opium or the methadone or the methamphetamine or the fentanyl. Or you get a more concentrated version of it, which is fentanyl, right? So, and then guess what? So then what you start getting there, sir, and fasting, every male child that acts up in class got ADHD. Let's pump them full of this ADHD medicine.
Yeah.
Right?
Adderall. Yeah.
Adderall's got fentanyl in it.
Yeah, that's what made them go crazy. I remember that shit growing up.
And guess what? They stopped giving them fentanyl, right? You know what I mean? So now when you put a kid on fentanyl, right? Well, or you put them on ADHD medicine for a long period of time and you take them off. I met this black kid. I met this black kid, this black guy, right? He was on he was on ADHD medicine, right? His mom took him off when he was about 13, right? Well, she couldn't afford it anymore to pay for it, right? She couldn't afford it because they stopped the funding to pay for it, right? So he just wasn't on it. Me and him would sit up there and be talking, and he'll stop, and he'll have this 1,000-yard stare. And he like, I didn't leave? Nah, bro, you didn't leave. I'm still here? Yeah, you still here. Shit, I did it again. And I was like, yo, whoa, man, what's the fuck? And he said, man, my mom had me on that ADHD medicine. He said, you know that Cat Williams stand-up? He said, yeah, bro, that shit is real. It's like you trapped in your own body. It's like you're thinking, but it's like you can't move. Like your body won't move. It won't respond, man. That's the scariest shit ever. Like he said, I hate my mom for life for that shit. She apologizes to me forever. But you know what else it does? He would have tinges of being emotionless. He wouldn't have no emotions. Right? Now, you're asking yourself, why the fuck would you do this knowing the added effects of this, right? Because the compound comes from the super soldier serum that they was making in Germany for their soldiers. I got it. You got a war. You got these guys with ADHD medicine. They can't fit in society. They go to war, and then if they have tinges of this shit, they can actually kill and do some of the most ridiculous shit without having the drawbacks of failing anything. They get that 1,000-yard stare. It's like,
and when they return, they get PTSD, and you wonder, where did this come from? It's
where
all
did
the
it come
side
from?
effects because the mind is so scrambled.
Yup. And they've been doing it ever since they was young. Ever since they was young, right? Because they was talking about, remember that study they was doing, sir, about the soldier gene? They had this study where they were actually testing that who's got the soldier gene, right? This gene that puts men into this soldier mentality. And how to correct the soldier gene. So we're going to give them ADHD. They give them ADHD medicine. See that shit?
Man,
you know what I'm saying?
It's high level magic, but they're not gonna, like, because pharmakia means witchcraft, the mixture of alchemy.
Yeah,
but like I always say, that there are some things in this world, if you talk with people, you just lose them because they don't want to hear it, and some people are not ready to hear because they're part of the assimilation, they're part of the subversion. They can't see it until it's too late. Like, bro, this hoax, this is the biggest subversion tactics ever witnessed. Like, Julius Caesar's will have a hard on to implement this thing. Alexander, he's gonna have a hard on. Genghis Khan, like, they have accomplished what the great conquerors wish to accomplish. Like, but it's better to subvert, to conquer people with subversion than with the sword, because with the sword, you're not gonna have casualty. You're not gonna spend.
Hitler would love this country. Yeah, he would love the fascism, the height of it.
Man, there was a Nero, fucking shit, man. Every great leader.
Sure, I say Scipio Africanus. He would have loved this shit too.
Oh man, like Hannibal. Oh, Hannibal would have loved this, man.
Oh yeah, the military, they adopted him. Yeah, I did a piece on Hannibal on this channel. I did a 2-part. Yeah,
Napoleon Bonaparte.
Oh man,
this.
Oh, Napoleon. Yeah, he's another one. He would have.
Ooh, this would have been like, I'm like,
but he had it. He had it 18th century, and then he got defeated by the British because over time France is its own little bubble right now.
He was doing too
England.
much, man.
Yeah, man.
He was doing. Listen, man.
France is far ahead of us. Yeah,
and England wouldn't even got him if Tillyguard didn't help him out. His homeboy. If his homeboy Tillyguard,
England ain't nothing but bankers right now. Like Fat said, they're a little small Commonwealth. They ain't as powerful as they think. That's why they got America.
And don't forget, you know what crumbled Napoleon?
Haiti.
Haiti crumbled.
Because if you study, like he was so broke trying to basically take over Haiti that he borrowed money. That's why. What do you think the Louisiana Purchase happened?
Purchase was about it. I was about to say that.
He had no money.
There you go.
Yeah.
People forget I tell you, history is very complicated.
I talk about that on the channel, man.
And you know the
I
funny part
on every stream. Yeah.
And you know the funny part about that? After he sold the Louisiana Purchase with the deal, then the motherfucker, after the Haitians defeated goddamn Napoleon, the United States basically made a deal with the Haitians to come in Louisiana and kick the French out. Yeah, hey, kick these motherfuckers out. Yeah. Oh, we didn't do it. The Haitians did it. Yeah. They came here and they kicked your people out. So what do you want us to do, Tillyguard? Oh, you want us to fuck up the Haitians? Since we over here, we'll fuck them up. Don't worry about it. But guess what? Remember that money we borrowed during the Revolutionary War? You're going to have to let that go away, buddy. You is? Okay, cool. Yeah. We're going to go fuck up them Haitians.
Right.
Is paying for it hard. Like, do you guys know that France still tax Haiti? That's what I tell people.
Yeah.
Colonization, it was basically slavery. That's all. You know, when I hear people who don't have the knowledge, they'll be like, well, you Africans, we were like, we were taken away. What did you come get us? I'm like, if we're getting 2 black eyes and you taken away and you got 1 black eye, how can we see to come get you? We getting punched over here too.
Hey, Fasten, I never asked that because you know why? You know, whenever anybody ever asks that question to Africans and I'm around them as a black person, I said, let me ask you a question. Say you sell me them Jordans, right? Right? You didn't want them. You sold them to me, right? Yeah. I grab them Jordans and I take them somewhere, and now these Jordans are the most sought after motherfucking thing ever, right? Right? You didn't know it, right? They're great. They done made me a lot of money, right? If you come to take the shit you sold to me rightfully, you're stealing my property.
Yes.
And I'm gonna fuck you up.
And
that's what happened. That's what happened. I was like, listen, don't best believe that them Africans ain't trying to bring motherfuckers back. Don't best believe after they saw what was happening, they say, shit, we can do this shit over here. I'm like, a lot of them, I said, listen, slavery became too expensive, and that's why slavery was ended. This whole moral compass of no, they're hurting people. No, nigga, no. No, that didn't happen.
I think that's the whole point. Like you talked about, DeAndre, the whole talk. Like, I don't know. Maybe I think maybe growing up, or maybe I don't know. Like I would say, seeing things the way it is, I think it's just a grace, because people can, like, it's amazing where a lot of people can see what we see or what we're talking about. Like, even with the whole thing that you just mentioned, it's like people are so brainwashed to see an angle that's not even there. And when you try to explain to people, it's like you speaking gibberish to them. They're like, what the hell are you talking about? You're like, no, it's not what they're telling you. This is what it's supposed to be. Like,
I had a drag out fight with somebody arguing, right? When I was telling them, listen, if you look through history, right, the slaves, 90% of the slaves that came from West Africa during the Middle Passage between the Spanish, the French, and the Dutch. Remember, the English got into it late. They got into it late, right? Yeah. When that happened, right, guess what? Most of the black people that are in America were already intermingled up because they were the holdovers, because there was an embargo on transferring people from the continent of Africa to the New World. Basically, the slaves that hit America at what they were at that time were the colonies of people in South America and in those Caribbean islands giving up their slaves, going back, and they were doing a fucking wholesale. But this was 6 to 8 generations later, and how many revolts later? And because Haiti was goddamn motherfucking successful, guess what else was fucking happening down in the Caribbean and then down in Brazil and shit, down in South America and in Central America? Guess what else was happening? It was uprisings all over the fucking place.
Oh yeah. Famous one in Brazil. Like, this is how I know, like, they're from the Congo. His name was Kanganzumbu. Like, like they made him into like a boogeyman because he was so ruthless.
Yeah.
Like, but when I was little in Congo, we used to, like, we'll talk about that name, right? We'll be like, oh, if you don't do this, Kanganzumbu is gonna get you, right? Not knowing that this Kanganzumbu was actually a real person, a real hero in Brazil. I found that out when I moved here.
Yeah.
So, like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, there was a lot of revolt.
And most
even
black
here
people
in America, right, DeAndre, you could agree with this.
Yeah.
Sometimes many black people think, like, you know, black Americans here were docile. They just bent over and took it. Like, I'm like, no, they were fighting. It's just that they got defeated. Like, it's like, you know, when you lose so many wars, you're at the point where you're like, you know what? It's like, why keep fighting? It's like, let's just assimilate, because I want my children to live. I don't want to fight no more.
Well,
and
this
not
is
only that, traitors.
Yes.
You had more traitors within the people than the people who actually wanted to fight. To the point where, that's what I tell people. When people say that many black people love slavery, they feel offended. No, what we're saying is, what happened was, some people were like, well, I don't want to die. I don't want to fight. Let's just assimilate. And then the ones who wanted to fight, guess what? Hey, man, this is the guy. Like, he's trying to get the people to rise, and the massa kills him. So by you killing the fighters, who do you have left? Beta males.
Yeah. Well,
And
here's
people may feel offended by what I'm saying is the people who wanted to fight, who wanted to stand up for the people, guess who betrayed them? Their own. So when people talk about pro-black, and I'm like, bro, you don't understand what happened. You don't understand.
Well,
the
they don't
real
understand.
Pro-blacks got killed.
Yeah, like here's another one, right? They, like you said, Fast, and they would do that because public execution would deter anybody else. But here's the second thing that they would do, right? Oh, before slaves was allowed to marry, right? And then if they married up and whatever, you got the women and all of this other stuff and whatever, right? So they got a family, right? Okay. So if they got a family. So if I split up the family, basically take the man out, right? And have this woman here, the woman still is going to kind of follow what the man done put down already. And then the children are already going to see this. So now we got a bigger problem. So you know what we can do? Let's bring this strapping slave from this side of this plantation, put him with this strapping slave female, make him breed, get her pregnant, but then put this nigga in chains and take him back where he came from, like a pit bull, right?
Yeah,
and she's only
animals, like breeding,
right? And then and women won't. What's the first thing a mother will do? Shield their child from doing anything that will put them in danger, right? So we should revolt. Shut up! You want to die like your daddy? You want to die like I saw too many men die with this bullshit ass freedom. Shut up! God's gonna come save us, but we gotta be patient. Jesus is gonna save us. Like, but now, if we look at that, right, then you started doing what else? You start, okay, let's have these children and have them in the house, right? So now you separate it because people didn't even know that most slaves, right, in the beginning part of slavery, they weren't allowed in the house. They had indentured servants in America, right, that would take care of the house and the oversee and whatever. The slaves just worked in the field, stayed in the slave quarters. But then, right, because they had this, well, Massa was having all of these half Negro children. Actually, nah, they debunked that. I was watching some documentaries where they debunked that most white men wasn't over there fucking the slaves. They actually had brothels and shit. It was actually the slave mistress that was fucking the male slaves.
Mm-hmm. It's very complex. How people pick and choose like what to elevate.
Man.
They'll see like, oh, one master like basically raping the woman in his plantation. They're gonna they'll take the exception to the rule and just stroke all of say, no, it's just exception to the rules.
Yeah, and then
the quote unquote white woman always wanted the dangling, you know why? Because sex, people don't understand sex is spiritual.
Yes.
So
and then she had control.
They were seeing this thing like in a spiritual sense, so they wanted it. The quote unquote Caucasian guy didn't have it.
Yeah,
so
he out there
more
working,
than just the big slang or no, it's spiritual.
And who was and when the slave master was away, who was protecting the fucking farm? The niggas. The niggas.
Yeah.
The niggas.
Like DeAndre, you're sounding like a real coon right now. You know that, right?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, I'm just being real. I'm just saying, like, yo, people, I'm just saying, like, if we talk about this in reality, it was the niggas. And here's the crazy part is she's sitting up here. Now he's property. You can't tell the ma'am no. Right, because he's a slave. So and the man and the mister knew that he was fucking a bitch. Right, he knew he was fucking a bitch. Right, you know what I'm saying? Then here you go. Not all white people had a whole plantation of slaves. It was only for the upper 10%. It was only for the upper 10%. Like what the fuck?
And watch this, DeAndre. Now you see why the quote unquote mixed child was rejected. He wasn't rejected because a father would keep his child. They were rejected because they knew that the blood was from the black man.
The black man, and patriarchal. Exactly. And then if they didn't have any sons, they would keep them in the house. But then the funny part about it was, you know what I'm saying? The funny part about it was now they become this different type of class, right? They become your mulattoes or the quote unquote
the bougie,
the bourgeoisie. But actually, your mulattoes or your bourgeoisie becomes your first American middle class.
Yeah, facts.
Right? So the middle class, or even to be called middle class, is actually a derogatory term that they turned into a good term because you was mixed, right? Like everybody like, man, let's go to a traditional black college. Yeah, for all the fucking not black, not white, but in between kids. Let's go to those colleges.
Yeah.
Like Dubois, like, you know.
Yeah, he was at a traditional, yeah, we're going to go to Morehouse and we're going to go to Spelman and Howard and all this. Yeah,
the fraternity.
The fraternity. Yeah.
Prince Hall, like people don't understand Prince Hall is
Jackson State.
You know, it's interesting, DeAndre. You know how they say we take different words, we meet together. It's interesting that you pull this up, and then I have a history about how the Prince Hall in America where they didn't allow quote unquote niggas to get in. So like you said, the mulatto class, they set them up to have the Shriner. Like the polite guy, he's a Shriner. And the Shriner is basically lower class whites and blacks mixed together. But if you're not part of that real bloodline, you can be of the Scottish or what's
Scottish, right? Yeah.
There's two house, Scottish and
it's not Italian, is it?
It's York.
York.
Scottish and York, right? Yeah, York, right. I already know about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and MSTA was based off that. That's a black version. That's Noble Drew Ali. He studied from those Arabs and those Masons, but he did broke off to and do his own thing. But he did create a Nation of Islam. They don't tell you that too, because I did a pre-record years ago on a website and broke down why they do some of the tenets. But he was assassinated by a cop, or his death is a mystery because there's. It's just sad though. Yeah, same
look
way.
At his hat.
He came from that. He came from
Shriner.
Yeah, he came from there. Yeah, he came from MSTA. That was his school, and but his teacher was a white man from Oregon, not an Arab.
If you look at it, like think about it like this, right? Even in the Nation of Islam, right? Let's just say Elijah Muhammad, right? Look at Louis Farrakhan. Look at Malcolm X.
Yeah, Louis Farrakhan is white. He's not black.
Yeah, and look at Malcolm X.
That. He's Jewish.
Yeah. His dad was Jewish. Yeah, I knew that. And slick hair and all that.
And look at Malcolm X. His mom was half white, right? Like if you because he had red hair. He was called Red when he was running.
Yeah, Detroit Red. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So with that being said, I think the only speaker that was probably almost all the way black, but not even was Muhammad Ali. But I don't think he was all the way black. I think
Muhammad Ali is mixed too. Remember?
Yeah,
his bloodline is when he went to Ireland.
Yeah.
They welcome him. So
the only person
what
that
we're
was
talking
really
about, man, it's so deep. That's why. I know some Black Americans don't like me making the statement. I said the difference between those who were born here in America is the danger of having a multicultural nation that has a history of intermixing. Many black people will hate themselves if they find out the great grandfather was actually white.
No, see, here's the crazy part. Here's the crazy part, Faster. Here's the crazy part. A lot of niggas know. See, that's the crazy part. See, here's the crazy part. I'm like how you give us a little insight into how y'all think and stuff like that. I'm gonna give you a house secret, right? I'll give you a house secret. Niggas, when they talking amongst themselves, and sir can say this, right? Niggas will throw it in your face that they mixed to make them seem higher. That.
So it's like they're not rightly saying I'm mixed with white. They just say I'm mixed.
I got some. No, they'll and then they'll tell you, right? They'll tell you, Cherokee. Yeah, I'm mixed. I'm mixed. Yeah, I got Irish in my family. Not white, but I got Irish. Or I got Italian or some German. My great grandfather was
that's
this.
That's why I got my hair.
Yeah, that's why my hair look like this. They ain't gonna know this is like this. Now tell me about the black side.
What?
Crickets.
Black.
Crickets.
What's that?
Crickets. Crickets.
You know, if you have
Crickets,
white
crickets.
friends and you go back to their ancestry and they got black ancestry too, and they are ashamed worse than we are. You know what's so funny though? You know what's so fucking funny though? Even though if my ancestors did came from Europe and a lot of people try to say the white, no, you forgot about the Moors that conquered the whites. Because it's an overlap. Think about it, it's overlap. Yeah, because on my mom's side, it's a white, so that's it. But on my dad's side, it's overlap. I try to say, Dad, you have to understand, if black people did came from Europe and from the desert and the Africans knew our history, that'd be so damning to the family. And not only that, and then we mix with everybody else over here. It's an overlap, man, because you gotta have that DNA chair. It's kind of like Assassin's Creed. If your ancestors was any color, it don't matter at this point. You have to look at that genealogy and you be like, damn, he was this, he was this.
Remember, they're gonna shake that tree and somebody's gonna fall off. You'll be like, wait, where did he come from?
Like, listen, if I sit up here, like, I was in Spain, right? And I had my mustache cut and shit. You know, this was when I was in the military. And the Spanish chick said, "You look like this guy over here." And I was like, "What you talking about?" Right? And we walked down the street, and it was like I was looking in a fucking mirror. Right? And I asked the guy, I was like, all right, like, what the fuck? Like, you know, we was having a conversation, and I said, man, like, where did you come from? He said, no, I was born and raised in Spain. I was like, okay, so your mom and dad, like, so your mom and dad is, you know, black and blah, 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 blah. He's like, no, my mom and dad was born and raised in Spain. He's like, his shit. He said he can trace his family back to the 1500s.
Yes.
He said, and that's when the first time I heard about the Moors. The first time, like, from this, me and him look exactly like almost identical, even with the hair grain and stuff. I don't have nappy ass hair. My hair is not nappy. It's nothing.
Mine,
for me,
straight and wavy.
like for me to have dreads, I got to do a lot of shit. I can't just twist my hair. I got to interlock my shit for me to have locks. I can't
do that. No.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, for me to have.
Now, I got some family members that do have the kinks, but most of it's straight and curly. That nice gray hair, that black person. Yeah, it could be Moorish descent, but I'm not ashamed of saying it because I'm not surprised as they start digging up most. Like I said, like the accessory with the DNA machine, a real one. You'd be like,
it's not your fault.
You know? Yeah, it's not something like you can't.
No, I know. I'm learning and embracing it. Over the years, I found that out in my 20s, but the older I get, I'm laughing at this point. And when I hear these slavery concepts, well, what happens when we were slave master in Derby's Dose in Jamaica? Because what's his name? Star brought it out, Troy Terrain. When he brought that up on the show years ago, a lot of niggas didn't want to hear that. They're embarrassed by it. They're embarrassed by it. They're embarrassed by it.
Like I remember, but
that's why the white man always rub it in our face, because it's funny when he brings about who was a slave master. It was us. It was a collection of them and a few Africans. That was it. And we cannot embrace that. We got to embrace that because not everybody was a slave descendant.
No,
and that's a damn shame. And that's a damn shame that niggas don't want to hear that, but it's the truth, you know.
Like me, like technically, if you was to ask me, like right now, are you a descendant of a slave? No, I'm not.
No.
And they was like, what? Like, no, on my grandfather's side, on my mother's side, with my great grandfather, he's a Dingle. He comes from the Dingle tribe of West Africa, right? My fucking father is from Haiti, but they was in Jacmel the whole time, like the whole family from fucking the 1700s. So my family's closely related to Alexander Dumas. You know what I mean? So I'm like, they went to Haiti. They didn't get put in chains and shit. They went to Haiti. Free men. They went to Haiti from they was in England, then they settled in France, then they went to Haiti because they were merchants. My last name is Hudson from my father's side, just like the Hudson Bay. Like, it comes from the same lineage. They were just on the bright side of the fucking family.
You know what's so funny? My last name is my government name is Scott. That's my last name because it has a British last name, and I'm not ashamed to say that. But if you know, they said, why you got that name? I said, well, it goes further back than that. You know, because I got some cousins overseas too, not only just Virginia. Because I'd be surprised, man, but I'm not surprised. You know,
speaking about England, here's another thing people don't know.
Yeah,
black people are really in England. So just because you see someone like today, you see some Africans who like immigrate over there,
Mhm.
but people don't realize there's actually aboriginals, blacks.
Yeah,
Yes.
over there. Yeah.
How in the heck you
Yeah.
gonna have King James being the last black king in England in the
Yeah, facts.
1600s
Yeah.
and not have black people over there? Like it doesn't make any sense.
Exactly, because you got, and then you know what I mean, and then you got like Ireland, you got Northern Ireland, you got fucking Scotland, you got all of that shit. Black people all over the place. They just didn't look like the black people now because it's a whole.
Yeah.
The black people in America, and this is what I say this, and niggas don't want to hear this, right? If they is that you black people in America are no different than a pit bull, right?
Mhm.
You're not supposed to technically exist, right?
Exactly.
A pit bull, a bulldog, a French bulldog is
They're all
abomination.
fake animals, yeah.
Yeah, they're abomination technically, right? A black person, there's so many
Get
genes.
the chop.
Yeah, get to the no, for real. I'm like, it's just what it is. No, this is what it is. No, what it is. Like you were bred. That's why black people in America, if you think about them, right? Is black people in America are different than all other blacks around the world due to the fact that the matter is the intermingling of so many genes. The mixing of so many genes, but it's not just genes, it's the prime genes. It's like a superhuman walking the fuck around.
They wanted
right?
to create the super, like what Germany wanted to do. They already did in America. That's why he was jealous. You know what he was calling black Americans who were fighting against the Germans? He was calling them bears because he's like, how the hell these guys got heavy stuff, but they're running like a bear.
Yeah,
that's the term where he came. He was calling black people bears.
Yeah,
because they were to feel running.
Yeah, they were like
super soldiers.
They were super soldiers. Like if think about it. Like, and when I mean prime genes is that your environment dictates your physicality, it dictates your defense mechanisms, right? Even black people to this day, right? I'm gonna say it like this, right? If you know what I mean, y'all, I'm like, fasting, whatever, right? You've been around black people in the hood fasting, sir, all this, right? Music can be loud as fuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
And niggas will stop. Yo, you hear that? Nah, what happened? You can turn the music down. Something ain't right. Like black people will do that out of just out of clear, like just you know what I mean? Like I've been in places with my wife around some white folk, right? My wife would be sitting there, we be talking and shit. I'm like, hey, stop. You hear that? Something going on. She said, I ain't hear shit. No, did you hear it? I ain't hear a motherfucking thing. What you talking about? Like my wife would say, like, what are you talking about? You tripping? White people like, hey, what's going on? What's going on? What's wrong? Right? I was like, no, something's going on. Something ain't right. I hear something. Man, I don't know. What you mean? Yeah, let's go. What? We need to move. No. I think everything's we need to move now. All right, let's go. We start walking off. I wonder what's going on. Well, we'll find out when we get to. And then a couple of minutes later, some shit pop off where we was at.
So you have a keen sense of alertness.
Yeah, because you know what I'm saying? Like, sir, that probably happened to you a couple of times fasting. That probably happened to you. Like, oh, something ain't right. Let's get out of here. Right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, even if shit's loud, even when we relaxing, we're never in the state of relaxing. You know what I mean? Like, we're never in that state. White people, they always get like, you never hear about black people having bears run up on them in the forest.
No,
you never hear about like as many as I hear about stupid shit that happened to white people in the wild. I never hear about it with black folk. Like, how is these people that live on a continent that's running around with these spears and shit, and the lions are over there, and the hyenas are over there, and the hippos are over there, they can live around these motherfuckers, and they're perfectly fine. But your dumb white ass gets eaten by a lion, stomped out by a fucking black buffalo, it's fucking hyena on your ass, you know what I'm saying? And a hippo turning over your fucking boat. Because you ain't paying attention. Because you don't have that innate fear. You don't have that environment.
That sense of, like you're not connected. And not only that, here's another secret people don't understand. animals, they are afraid of man or humans. They like if they smell like lion, like if the lion pride is walking somewhere and they smell a human, you know what they think? Master, he'll kill us. Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
So if you see like in Africa, if a person gets mauled by a wild animals, they will either through witchcraft because it doesn't make any sense, or you were just too stupid. You went to a place where you couldn't, and it's unlikely to happen. You know, because animals they run away. Every animal when they smell human,
yeah, they're going
they're
out
out
of
of
direction.
there.
And the only
Out of there.
and the only time that you get an animal to do some shit like that is usually if I hear about somebody getting mauled, right? It's a bear, okay? It's springtime. Oh, it's mating season. That's when they most aggressive, bitch. Why you walking off in the fucking forest when it's the time where they trying to vie for some primacy, bitch? Like you want to get fucked up. Like you want to get fucked up. Yeah, it's bears around. Like you know, it's stupid shit, and it's like this constant thing where is like I noticed this thing about black Americans, right? Like my wife has gotten to the point where when I say, "Hey, turn that down," she'll turn it down immediately. You know why? Because I'm her gauge. I'm her gauge about shit being crazy. I'm her gauge. Like the first couple of times, we thought, "What's wrong with you?" But then when I was right consistently, I was like, "Hey, you hear that?" She said, "No, I ain't hear nothing. What did you hear?" "No, I heard some weird noise. Something ain't right. What's going on?"
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me go check it out. All right. Yeah, it was them down the street and shit. She said, "You heard that from all the way there?" Like, yeah. Like my wife's phone will be ringing, like vibrating in her bag. She'll be sitting next to me. We'll be watching TV, and I say, "Hey, you need to get your phone." Yeah, I hear it. Like, you need to get your phone. She said, "You heard that?" I was like, "Yeah." She said, "What the fuck? Like, when do you like? Look, my wife thought I was crazy, right? When I would come home, she would open the door. She would just walk in the house and say, "Stop." She said, "What?" I would walk in the house with the lights off and walk back, and then say, "Come in the house." She said, "What's wrong with you?" I said, "Look." I said, "Why are you walking around in the dark?" I said, "Because I know where everything at in my fucking house. So if I walk around in the dark and I hit something that I'm not supposed to hit, then that means somebody was in my fucking house."
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I said, "You should be able
it's
to."
like you have your senses are where they should be, and that's another reason why I tell brothers, you know, I don't talk about fasting. Just I'm like, it's one way to heighten your senses, and also what you put in your body when it comes to food and everything. Like people don't understand some foods. If you eat it, it's gonna put you in a depression mode. You know, because we already know we talked about drugs and everything. We don't know what they're putting in our food, so it's like just be careful because you notice when you eat some food, it may make you happy and full, and sometimes sad, depressed, or like just drained, like you don't have energy. So food can affect your spirit. So just be careful, man. Like what you're eating.
Man, I can't. I'm sorry, man. Listen. I told my peoples. I said they was like, "When you moving back to the States?" I said never if I can help it. I said never if I can help it. I can't eat that shit. I said y'all food is
Bro,
different.
I gained weight in Africa eating. Like I thought I was gonna lose weight. Like I gained weight eating healthy. I'm puffed. Like my stomach is sticking out. I'm like, yo, where are you going?
Hey, you had to change your name to Eating His Life.
Yeah, eating his life. You know, like my lady was like, she's like, I don't want you doing those fasting you do over there. She's like, I need to feed you good. You can do the fasting when you go back.
Yeah. Hey, you went from skinny Buddha.
Fasting. Yeah.
You went from skinny Buddha to fat Buddha. Huh?
Yeah. Like rub my belly for good luck.
Yeah, it was sad.
But I appreciate it. Like all I can say is I had this peace of mind. I don't know if DeAndre also felt it, like living America, not being frustrated about working, getting up in the morning, it's like I think that's another reason why I gained weight, because it's like I didn't want to do like nothing, like I just wanted to be free from work, just relax, maybe walk around, check some scenery or whatever. But I was like, I'm not driving, I'm not doing long trips like I was doing. I was just relax, talking, meeting people, laughing, eating good. Some weeks I was only eating one meal a day, but I'm like,
Mhm.
how the hell am I gaining weight? You know why? Peace of mind. Like being in America, it's like you can't have peace of mind because you've been bombarded with shit, and I don't know, man. Like I just felt a peace, Like
I
I
know
don't
you were
know.
like now so fast. And so what is the exit plan?
My goal is, like you were saying about investing. I'm trying to find something here that I can take it back over there and make some money, and vice versa. Taking something from America and bringing it here to make money. And what this is one thing I discovered being in the Congo. The potential to really make money is unlimited. The only thing is you just have to have the money to start something. You will not lose money. Like speaking about food, if you're Black American and you bring the was it the soul food formula here, you make money.
Yeah.
You 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 have, as a Black American, you have a high chance to become a millionaire in Congo right now. Why? Because of your status.
Yeah.
Everybody's gonna know, oh, that's the Black American place. Let's go over there. Let's go buy his food, or let's go buy his clothes, or let's go get a haircut from him, or whatever. Because of your status. There's potential of money to be made. So that's what I'm trying to do. Like I came here, for vacation, but build some network. And the only thing that I have to worry about now is the money. The
Look,
money.
man, I'm gonna tell you this, man. I'm gonna tell you this. This is how you make some money, some ridiculous amount of money in America right now, man. Just overall, right? You get you a beverage, you make you a beverage, right?
Yeah.
The beverage is solely based off of soursop.
Of a what?
Off of soursop.
Oh, soursop.
Okay. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because like this, because a lot of people from the continent, or a lot of people that's from regions like like in the Caribbean and to those tropical regions that got access to soursop, their cancer levels are in the basement. Because soursop is a natural.
The little fruit thing.
Yeah, soursop basically fights
plenty
cancer.
Of it here in Congo.
Yeah, it's actually soursop is 1,000 times more effective than chemotherapy.
Yeah, don't do chemo. Chemo kills you.
Yeah, but if you're treating cancer, any type of cancer, face cancer, any type of cancer, right? Like soursop is 1,000 times more effective than chemotherapy. 1,000 times. 1,000
So you
times
say if
more
I
effective.
start making the juice,
yep,
that's where I can make the money.
That's where you can make the money, because everybody's on this herbal holistic shit. Because what's the problem? Nobody's trusting anything from the medical side of the field.
Yeah,
right. Especially with the pandemic. Yeah.
Oh,
man.
DeAndre, check this out. It's interesting you brought it up. You want to know one thing I discovered while I was here? The jungle honey from the jungle.
Yeah, raw.
I'm thinking about doing that.
Yeah. Yo, listen. You know what's the most expensive honey to get now? Right?
What?
That's being exported is honey from Argentina. And honey honey from Japan. Right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's very expensive to get because the Argentine honey comes out of the Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's like if I go get some honey and I go get Japanese honey, because they do it naturally and they do it up in the forest, right? But it's only harvested certain many times. Like it's they got beekeepers and stuff like that.
Scarce.
Right?
It's scarce.
It's scarce, right? Because you know what I'm saying? Because they let it go through the natural thing, right? But the one in Argentina is cheap, but the export of it, right,
is expensive.
Man, like I went to get some Argentine honey, like a little small bottle of that shit will run you $10 just off rip.
So basically, like I can do the same thing with the Congolese honey from the jungle. Like literally, like each honey has a different taste. Like no honey is the same, because if they get it from this one tree, it'll have like, I don't know how to explain it, bro. Like I've never tested any honey in my. I'm what you call like a health freak, right? I get all different honeys from like Manuka honey and all that shit, or Afghanistan honey, whatever. like the expensive one, $70, $200. I've never tasted honey like the one from the Congo. Like this literally was my first time, and I'm like, yo, I'm like, imagine taking it over there in America, because remember, honey cures flu and all that shit.
It's an antioxidant.
So I'm like, yo, there's potential money with this. Like, I'm like, I'm sitting on the mine.
And I'm gonna tell you this: if you jar it up, have the presentation pretty nice. But if you stick a piece of that honeycomb in that motherfucker, you just raise the price of that motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
Like, okay, here people don't want the honeycomb, like, because they're we don't want it in. So you're saying for the American audience,
yes,
honeycomb in it.
Yes, because that means that it actually came from an actual, like, it's real. Like,
it's
because
like,
they got
it's like a commercial, like a like psychological.
Right.
They see it, they associate with Nate. Okay,
I
see what you mean.
Yeah, it's like when you get like I like to eat, like, waffles and pancakes, right? So when I get real blueberry syrup, if I don't see them little seeds or them little pulps and shit in it,
you're like,
it ain't real to me. You didn't grind that shit down. Like, you done made this in a factory with some food coloring and some food color shit, right? And when it's raw, because you can actually sell it and say this is raw, unprocessed honey by dropping that honeycomb in that bitch.
Yeah. I'm really thinking about doing this. Like, what's the saying? You know why I can talk about this freely? Because I know when it comes to any business, you gotta have the will to do it. That's why I'm not worried about it. But the one thing I discovered is, in my country, there's no business exporting this thing.
Yeah.
Even right here in the Congo, like, it's only certain individuals who are buying the bottles, like probably like 30. 50-gallon bottles, bringing it, like, like that's how they're buying it. But you don't have like an actual industry, harvesting it in a large number and exporting it. Like, it doesn't exist here. Like, that's the problem with Congo. Like, everybody just want to have money. Like, the politicians, they want to have money. We're getting women, buying cars, stupid stuff.
I'm gonna say like this.
In companies.
I'm gonna say like this. What makes you make more money off of it on a business aspect, right? Is that you don't harvest it like in large quantities, right?
I see. Like,
you make it premium.
It's not like industrialized. It's more like local.
Yeah, it's premium because people pay more for that, right? Like Whole Foods, right? Why does Whole Foods cost more than the regular shit? Because it's organic, but it's like premium food. Like, it's like the premium shit. Like, when you step into Whole Foods, everything got to be premium, right? Like, this shit is
I can make a deal with freaking Home Food, have my honey in there, like $100 or something, and people be like, "Oh, it's honey from Africa, from the Congo, the jungle," and they see the picture of the trees, like the big trees. You have some trees that are like as big as a house, like just.
Yeah, man. Listen, man. You can call it the bread basket of Eden or some crazy shit like that. Bro.
Honey.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man. Like, you know what I mean? The land that overflow of milk and honey. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You call it whatever you want, right? Garden of Eden honey. Like, some crazy shit, because it's marketing at the end of the day, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, and you know what I mean? Like God's nectar. Like, motherfuckers gonna eat that shit because one, people are getting, as subverted as people are, there's a different section of people, right, that are being more cognizant of being holistic, right?
Yeah,
getting
and
on that
my target audience.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? So people got to go back to home remedies and all of that other shit. So if you got that, you got the honey, and when they look on the ingredients, and the only thing on there is raw honey from this area.
Right.
Yeah,
like they be like raw honey from the Congolese jungle, Congo jungles or something.
Yeah,
like
from the Congo,
where the gorillas live or whatever.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Listen. They ain't got no gorillas running around in America, but they got gorillas running around in the Congo. So animals ain't gonna eat nasty shit unless they get domesticated.
They're a lot smarter than you think. Yeah, I'm about to shut this down, gentlemen.
Yeah,
We've been over 6 hours.
Sleep.
Yeah, I gotta get my sleep. Yeah, I know, because you gonna be up and around in the jungle already.
Yeah.
But I appreciate y'all coming through, man. I mean,
SKC,
welcome, he made a show out of this. I had to watch this replay, man, later.
Man. Hey man, once again, another another epic one, man. Man,
Yeah.
your playlist gonna be like 20 years long, man.
SKC, Supreme
yeah,
King.
man.
I'm surprised he started doing live shows now. Like,
Yeah, I've been into his live streams in the chat. I mean, he's doing good work, but he's been coming to mind since the conservative one. He said, interesting. He knew I had a channel. So, you know.
yeah. You know, they've been, but you're going to get that split, man, with the, you're starting to get this tinge in the manosphere where people are calling out the conservatives, who's really conservative, who's not conservative.
But it's a combination. See, I already had a subscribers that's diverse, and I have different people, so that's the difference. And I know Mike and them from the Brain Trust. I know Ism on Cuda. They're always welcome, and it's a combination of those dudes. So you're always gonna have different people, but I talk about different things besides this. This is nothing.
Yeah. Well, you know what the good thing is that. Because I saw somebody put in the chat, this will be better on Brother X's chat. I was like, it's a time and a place for a debate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there needs to be it needs to happen on this channel or spaces like this because it needs to be a discussion and it needs not to actually play or placate to the crowd because that's all a debate is. You're not trying to. The point of the debate is you're going to stand on your side. I'm going to stand on my side. But it's who win the crowd. Where discussion is, we can trade ideas. And I like what SKC said when he was talking about the beginning of the manosphere. And he said, I will go research it. And if I'm wrong, I will accept me being wrong.
Yeah. He accepted his point, and he gave me some information on MGTOW for 2001. He's coming from what Zero used to say, and I know what Mike and the Gones coming from because I actually experienced the MRA version of the 08 period when the first 1.0 and how it evolved, and I agree with him. Yes, I remember Thug Tish and I remember Sergeant Woodpig. I was around. It's just I fell into it in 09, and they was speaking about real things. So the conversation is great, fellas, man. But that's all I had to say about the conservative thing because I'm about to wrap this up. But all I got to say, man, like SKC, you guys, Mike, y'all cool, and everybody was cool. And shouts out to Sirism. I'm glad he came on the panel, man. Like, kind of changed it up at the mid, and I don't mind that. It
was great, man. It was great. I enjoyed it. I'm gonna jump off, man, so you can get off.
Get my rest, But I'm gonna enjoy this restream later in a couple more hours.
So how them cameras was working, man?
Oh, the camera was good, but I didn't even get a chance to use it because, like, when you're walking around, it's like you're like you were saying, like the camera is it's like a burden because it's heavy.
Yeah.
So the phone is still the best thing for like when you're moving around. But it was good. Like the shots clear, crystal. Like you can actually zoom in. So you're actually correct on it. To me, I'm just happy I have all the tools. And like you say, like being diverse, like if I need to become a photographer now, I can do it. Like,
See?
Yeah.
All right, man. I'm gonna get off it, man.
All right, peace,
sir. And Fasting, man. Enjoy your vacation.
Peace, Fasting.
Thank you. Peace.
Hey, nigga-cation is
enjoy
life,
the Congo, man.
Nigga-cation is life.
Eating, it was a big belly's life. All right, guys. Talk to y'all.
All right, peace. All right, appreciate to everybody that came through. Fasting, Just DeAndre, Ism, the Gone 11, SKC, Mike V. Who else that came through? Shango and Sir Anthony. Appreciate y'all fellas that came through the panel and in the chat. Mr. Unimportant, Mace, James Jones, JB, known as James Brown. Who else came through? Shatterstar Games, Trey MBD, shouts out to you for coming through. Degenerate, who else came through? Everybody that came through, past $40. And yeah, man. And Shaka New Lou, appreciate you for coming through. Commandante Lou, Tampa. Yeah, everybody that came through. Hands Utility. Yeah, man, this is gonna be a great classic right here. So with that, I want to say shalom and peace.